Good morning, everyone. Hi. I'm Nico. I'm from Vienna, Austria, so my native language is German. So it's not that far. It's like one and a half hours of flight, right? I'm extremely glad to be here with you today. It's I think my 6th Bitcoin conference this year, and it will be my last because my wife already told me that she is going to murder me if I go to one more. So I'm informed about that, so I'm going to enjoy every minute. You can really count on this. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm doing something today that I haven't done before. It's an idea that I have had in my head, and it's a very simple but a very powerful idea. I'm going to talk about Bitcoin, the social network. So my background is in journalism. I've been writing about money, writing about, does this work? Here we go. I've been writing about money, gold, monetary economics for about 15 years. I have known about the problems within the fiat money system. I can tell you many things about the gold standard and Nixon and inflation and the Cantillon effect and everything else, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to talk about the people that I've met along the way in Bitcoin, and I want to give you a little peek into what's happening in the German-speaking Bitcoin world because it's hard for us Europeans to know what's going on with our neighbors because of the damn language barrier, right? Because we need to have content in German, Bulgarian, French, Spanish, Italian, because that's what we want to listen to, right? And the problems are very local. So what do I mean when I say Bitcoin, the social network? It all starts with number go up technology. Let's not be kidding ourselves, right? That's how 99.9% of the people get into Bitcoin and crypto. You want to make some money, right? That's totally fine, especially in times of high inflation. I should have checked what the numbers are in Bulgaria. They are extremely high in Austria, and we are not used to this. So 10% inflation in Austria and Germany, that really is a problem. It all starts with number go up technology. You get into Bitcoin because you want to get rich. Totally fine, totally fine. But the problem is most people need at least 3 attempts. It was with me, I bought my first half Bitcoin as a journalist in 2013. I bought it at 750 euros a Bitcoin, and like 2 minutes afterwards, it crashed 90%. So I did what any self-respecting person would do. I just shut down the computer, hated myself, and didn't think about Bitcoin for 2 years. Then I tried selling it, but I didn't find my password, so I couldn't sell it. And then when it went back up again in 2016, I found my password again, and I made 80 euros profit, and I thought I was like George Soros, right? I didn't realize that afterwards, the bull market would come. And then my second attempt would be in 2017. I was a journalist, so I would get messages from my brother's friends who were 30 at the time. It's like, write about Ethereum, write about ICOs, write about blockchain, this, that, and that. And so for a couple of weeks, I would get into one blockchain after the other, logistics on the blockchain, bananas on the blockchain, this and that. And before I knew it, the bubble was bursting, and it was 2018, and I lost interest again, because that was my problem as a journalist. For a newspaper, you're only interested in what's hot right now. And when it gets cold, you have to move on to the next thing. So starting in 2022, I'm now freelance. I run a YouTube channel and a podcast in German. It's called Was Bitcoin bringt. And I also do an English newsletter, fixthemoney.substack.com. I love writing in English because, so this is my first tweet about Bitcoin. I didn't even know about this. A friend found it for me, and he also found out that Bitcoin was at $5 at that time. I did not buy Bitcoin at $5. It's okay. I got 2 likes. See? I should write those people and ask them how they're doing. So then 2022 comes along, or at least 2020 comes along, and this is the school of the pandemic, right? And you hear this all the time, Suddenly we're all in lockdown, we're watching YouTube, we're listening to podcasts, the world is coming to an end, and people are discovering Bitcoin and crypto. And 2 years later, we're living in a world that doesn't look very comfy to me. It really doesn't. We have inflation. We have censorship. We have censorship in Canada with the truckers. We have censorship on PayPal the other day. Whole countries are getting censored. I mean, this is not new, but it's getting ridiculous now. Oh no! I got censored. The clicker is now taken over. We have control, and what do I mean by control? This is one thing that I really worry about because I know about central banking. I know about the economists. So people always think that politicians are the most dangerous people in the world. I believe economists are the most dangerous people because they like to control everything down to the little itty-bitty things, right? And with central bank digital currencies, also a topic that could fill evenings, we're going to have huge problems. But this is, fortunately, it's down the line. Fortunately, Bitcoin came much earlier. Surveillance is the next problem. I don't have to tell Bulgarians about surveillance through the state, right? It's not a good idea, and it needs to be stopped as soon as possible, and we need to push back as hard as possible. Actually, the cypherpunks who provided the ethos for Satoshi Nakamoto, the ethos for Bitcoin, knew about this in the 80s and 90s. So this is not a new idea. It's just now it's coming to the forefront. But at some point, and this happens to most of the people I've met through the social network that is Bitcoin, because that's the story here, right? I meet people that I wouldn't have met otherwise. I talk to Bitcoiners from all around the world, almost on a daily basis, like on Zoom or Telegram or telephone. I feel like I'm a node within the network, right? And at some point, you reach a point of no return. You reach a point where Bitcoin just, becomes part of your life. And you enter a whole new world. And this is a world that's optimistic, which is interesting because right now everybody is super depressed. Everybody's like, oh, what am I going to do? I was supposed to go to university, but there's no jobs. And then there's the inflation and, and COVID is coming back. And, I don't have to tell you about this, right? If you consume the media, there is problems. But the Bitcoin, and then you enter a room of Bitcoiners and everybody is like, yeah, I'm going to build a company and I'm going to write a book and I'm going to do this and that and everything's optimistic. So what is a Bitcoiner? I don't want to tell you what a Bitcoin is supposed to be, but these are some of the traits that I see with people in Bitcoin, right? I see that they are honest people most of the time. And all of this comes back to, well, I'll tell you afterwards. So they are honest. They are extremely helpful. Up to a point where in the German-speaking Bitcoin community, there's like a fight going on between those who say, no, you have to do everything for free. It's open source. You have to work for free. And the others are saying, yeah, but we need, I'm building a company here, so I should be making some money, right? But they are extremely helpful. They're very open-minded to all kinds of ideas because, yes, this is a new idea, so it will come from the fringes. So you will have lunatics, absolutely. There will be lunatics from all around the world adopting Bitcoin for their own reasons. This is a technology, people. This is not a philosophy. Yes, it has all those parts, but in the end, it's a technology, it's a money, so people will use it for whatever they think is necessary. They're interested in new things, they've just discovered this whole new world, so they think that the possibilities are endless, Bitcoiners. Innovative, they come up with new ideas all the time, and of course entrepreneurial. This is what I see really everywhere. It's like as soon as you get on Bitcoin, you start thinking about what can I do? Maybe I can do a podcast. Maybe I can do an exchange. Maybe I can do a technology company. Not everybody. Because if everybody is an entrepreneur, there's no employees anymore. So that's a problem. But in general, people are extremely entrepreneurial. And they are optimistic, like I said. And I consider this the effect of being on an honest money standard. You can call it a Bitcoin standard. It's an honest money standard. What do I mean by this is we all know about Bitcoin. We know that there's 21 million. We know how it comes into the world. We know that there is energy to be expended to produce a Bitcoin. So if I own one Bitcoin, I know nobody can just press a button and create a new one, right? And this gives me the freedom to plan into the future. It's something that, quote unquote, and it's not there is no conspiracy. It's basically incentives, right? The system right now is set up in a way where inflation and basically stealing from people is the only way to keep it going. This is how it's working. This is how it's going. And the Bitcoiners are completely turning this on its head. And this is why you see so many things. I see people discussing about, I'm doing a Bitcoin-only show, but it sounds so stupid because it's not only about Bitcoin. It's about all the things. There is art, and there is companies, and there is music, and there is... it completely changes your perspective. And if it changes your perspective, you need to rethink basically everything in your life. I found this tweet yesterday. I thought it was great. It's only in the Bitcoin community you hear a 20-year-old boy saying, I'm buying Bitcoin for my grandkids. Right? I mean, it's absolutely insane. Yeah? Until my wife told me that we're going to have kids, I didn't think about kids. Yeah? But 20-year-olds are now thinking about the next generation. Of course, and this is important, there are exceptions. There are mean cats in the world, and there are mean people in the world, and there are people who will exceptions, but there are mean people too. Not everybody who's a Bitcoiner is going to be like a perfect friend and person. And of course, there's also way too much political infighting, especially on Twitter. Is anybody on Twitter? Yeah. Yes. So you know what I'm talking about. You say one wrong thing, and you're like your weekend is in the shit. But that's what's going to happen. When Bitcoiners are also going to be disagreeable. There is going to be fights. The one thing you have to understand, in the end, it doesn't really matter. All your political opinions are basically coming from a world where politics rules everything. But in Bitcoin, economics and the reality are coming back. And when you read, for example, the book, The Sovereign Individual, that was written in the 90s, they talk a lot about how this whole politicization of everything is actually not the norm. And once you leave the big cities, and this is true for every country, once you leave the big cities and go to some restaurant in the country and talk to the farmers, you immediately understand what I mean. They don't care about the politics of the big people. They just they are living on the land. They're connected to what they're doing. They know what reality is and what is not. This is the idea of Bitcoin. Satoshi kissed the world, and now the world is going to be happy. I think it's positive. We need positivity. We need optimism. We don't need doom and gloom all the time. I was in Amsterdam 2 days ago, and there was almost 1,000 people, maybe even more. Yes, and they were all optimistic, and they were looking into the future. And then the newspaper wrote about 1,000 doomsayers are saying the world is going to come to an end, and we should all buy Bitcoin and go to the bunkers, because the media. I come from the media. This is a map of the Bitcoin nodes that we know about. Most are behind Tor, but this is what we know about. You see, Europe is in the middle of it. Of course it is. Germany has probably the most Bitcoin nodes there are, because Germans hate inflation and love engineering, and they also love, doing stuff that sticks it to the man, but not, out and about, because they are too scared to get one over the head. But having a Bitcoin node running in your basement, that's OPSEC enough, right? Then there is the Lightning Network. And there you can see the connections, right? You can see how we are connecting around the world. This is only just starting, like Plamen said, right? 1% of the people in the world. This is nothing. It's nothing. It's absolutely, we are at the, and it's so hard to know, because at 20,000 euros, it's of course, it feels very expensive. It feels like this is already over, right? But you have to remember, there have been people buying Bitcoin at $20 thinking they're too late, and that is just over, right? So no, if it's going to be a world monetary standard and a world standard of open source cooperation, of course we're at the beginning. We're right at the beginning. The establishment hasn't even begun to fight. They are starting to get nervous, but the fight hasn't even really begun. So let me tell you a little bit about this. So this is a map of the so-called 21 world. This is done by Gigi. Some of you might know Gigi. He also comes from Austria, but he does all his stuff in English. 21 or 21 in German has been like the core of the German Bitcoin community for about 3 years now. They started a community podcast, and it just exploded. Because they suddenly everybody was listening to them, and then they were making meetups, and now there is like this is forking, right? So there is like a 21 podcast in Italy. There's one in the Balkans. There's one in Turkey. You should check out the website. There's a whole thing. You should do one in Bulgarian. I don't know what 21 means in Bulgaria, but you should do this. And then you have, this is a map of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, and all the meetups that are happening regularly right now. So this is important, because one of the main things about Bitcoin is, yes, there is Twitter, yes, there is online things, but as long as we need to get together in person, right? And people, I cut off like the northern German part, so there might even be one in Kiel. I'm sorry about that. But this is important to have like real things, like where real people get together, and it's working well. And there's new chapters, you know, springing up everywhere right now. And these people are meeting once a week, every 2 weeks, and you know, just talk about Bitcoin and other stuff, obviously. Here's a couple of pictures that I pulled from Twitter yesterday, from the meetups that they are publishing there. It's very creative on how they are keeping everybody anonymous, right? This is all the Bitcoin podcasts that I could find that are running right now in German. So here is the blue one, that's the best one, but the other ones are also okay, right? And it's like, this is a lot. I mean, there's so much going on that I can't even listen to them all. But when I started, there was like half of those, right? So then more came along. Of course, they will go away, and new ones will spring up. But what we are doing is everybody is, you know, covering something else. There's all this, like in the upper right corner, there's one that's only about energy, for example. We have rappers. Now, yes, I know what you mean. It could be super cringe, but I can tell you, I grew up with rap music. I grew up with hip hop, and they're actually really talented and really good. They're called pleb rap. They on stage they always use the mask because they don't want to be seen on the internet. But they are great. You should check them out. You won't most of you won't understand a thing, but it doesn't matter. You'll get the picture. But I mean, I don't know. The modern monetary theory guys don't have rappers. This is Innsbruck. This is in the Austrian Alps. 3 weeks ago, we had a conference with 800 people, Bitcoin only. This is actually me talking to Michael Saylor. I only put this up because it was the first picture I found. I'm not trying to shield myself here. But it was interesting, and I think Michael had a good time. It worked well. We had Michael and Seyfedin there on the screen, but what was actually more important was about 40 speakers only in German, from the German-speaking world, covering Bitcoin from every possible angle. And what we could see there, and this is important, is that this was open to like a whole new audience of people. Because the other events, the so-called Zitadelle, that came out of the 21 movement, also part of like the social network, but they are like very hardcore, you know, at the countryside, 200 people, you really have to be super into it. But this was open for people, you know, who were just interested to see what the whole Bitcoin thing was about. And everybody loved it. Innsbruck, 2023, it's going to happen again. If you can make it, go there. If you speak a bit of German, it's good, but you know, they all speak English anyway. And there will always be people who are hanging out outside having beers you can talk to and not listen to the talks. So what am I saying here? What am I trying to convey to you today? Bitcoin, the social network. My argument, and it might be cheesy, but today I'm rolling with it. We are all full nodes here. This is not so much about technology as it is about people. A digital world will only be interesting for other people if they can meet other people there. This is how the network effect works. It's not about making money. It's about, you know, I'm sorry, this sounds super cheesy, but yes, it is about creating a new and hopefully better world for us. It's up to us what happens next. And I honestly believe, when I look, because I talk to politicians, I talk to central bankers, I honestly believe they have no plan. And I honestly believe it's possible for us to at least have a say where we're going next. What if the real gains were the friends we made along the way? This is something that always comes to my head, and it's like the motto I'm trying to go with here. Because for me, it's not about making money or you know, taking down the evil. It's a bit about taking down the evil central banks, but it's about meeting people, building stuff with people, spending time with people, and yeah, just having a good time. And I hope you're going to have a good time today. This is it from me. Thank you very much.
but I'm enjoying myself. This is quite the crowd. Are you enjoying yourselves? Yeah. Would you do something would you all stand up, please? Man, I love having an audience. It's so fun. Okay, so let's exercise a bit. It's the morning. So do this with your right hand. And then with your left hand. And you sway back and forth a bit. And then you all hug each other like this. All right? Come on, do it. Yeah, there'll be no virus, I promise. All right, let's try another one. Hands up again. And hands down like this. And like this. And fuck the banks! All right, I'm just going to continue where Nico left off, because my talk is on the same lines as same talking points as his, but I'm going to try to go even deeper than that if I can. You know, my Bitcoin career started in 2019, sort of. I went to Riga with a hand luggage full of books. So I brought 50 books there. I sold 25 and gave 25 out to all my idols. And after that, that book sort of took off, and now I'm here doing international stuff with Bitcoin. And I noticed a pattern on the way here, like from 2019 to here. And that is the enormous amount of help I received from other Bitcoiners. Because they, like, within weeks after the book was published, it was translated first to German, and then to a bunch of other languages. And then I got Guy Swan to read it as an audiobook and publish it, because I couldn't publish an audiobook from Europe, because for some odd reason, KDP and Amazon's audiobook publishing, when you self-publish, it doesn't work from Europe. It only works from the US and Australia for some odd reason. But I got help with that. I got help with, you know, from the animator Joni Appelberg, who made beautiful little videos of some of the chapters of the books and some of the articles I wrote and so on. I got some art from I noticed, this is actually a funny story. I noticed, have you seen Fractal Encrypt's, the full node statue, you know, the one with the circles? The most famous piece of Bitcoin art there is, I believe. It's behind Michael Saylor in some of his interviews. On one of the rings there, it said sovereignty through mathematics. So I was like, that's the title of my book. So I DM'd Fractal. I didn't know him at the time. And I asked him, or I told him, isn't this a funny coincidence? You put the same words on your statue as the title of my book? And he's like, oh, dude, I was listening to it while I made the statue. And I get goosebumps still talking about this thing, because I think that thing is awesome. And later on, we sort of he made an artwork out of this equation, and we came up with this holiday Bitcoin Infinity Day last year, and that became a thing. And it's like all these memes pop into reality, and all the Bitcoiners are so friendly to me. I couldn't believe like how much, you know, heartwarming friendliness there is everywhere. So I started thinking about, why is that? Why are Bitcoiners much better at being friendly to one another than normies? I mean, normies are, well, most normies are friendly. Some are assholes. Like, Bitcoiners are never assholes, and they're even friendlier than the friendly normies. So I came to, first of all, Bitcoiners adopt a lower time preference. I think most of you in this room is familiar with the term low time preference. So, but I'll explain it anyway. A high time preference is when you don't think too far ahead into the future. Like if you're robbed of everything you own, all your assets, everything you own, your priorities become to find food and shelter for the day so you survive. So it's a fearful state of being, a high time preference. You're fearful, and you're more likely to screw people over just in order to survive. So the higher your time preference, the more likely you are to be immoral, basically, because you're fearful. And on the other side of that spectrum is a low time preference, which to me is the same thing as the ability to love. Because the more you have, and the more you know that people can't take what you've got, and you have it like for a long time into the future, you can rely on it, the more loving to other human beings you can afford to be. Are you following me on this? So this is one aspect of why Bitcoiners are friendly, because Bitcoiners know that they're financially secured, or after you've been in Bitcoin a while you do, because of number go up technology and all of this. But you know at least that people can't take your Bitcoin. But the other thing is that Bitcoiners want Bitcoin to succeed, of course. We want number go up. So by proxy, we want other Bitcoiners to succeed as well. So we're incentivized to help one another succeed in whatever endeavors we pick. And the funny thing, as I see it, this doesn't go away post-hyper-Bitcoinization. It doesn't go away on a global Bitcoin standard. We're still going to be incentivized to just be friendly to one another. And if you go even deeper, do you know about an economic phenomenon called Gresham's law? It's like in countries with shitty currency, people want to spend their crappy currency before they spend their good currency. So if you're in Venezuela, it's like Venezuelans try to get rid of their bolivars before they try to get rid of their dollars. They hoard their dollars and they try to get rid of their bolivars. And it's the same thing with Bitcoin and dollars. Like you'd rather keep your Bitcoin and get rid of your dollars or euros. But I realize that might go even deeper than that, because our reputation, since Bitcoins are absolutely scarce forever, and you know that you have them forever, everything in life is a shitcoin compared to your Bitcoin stack. So like your reputational capital and you being friendly to other people, it's cheaper for you to spend that than to spend your actual Bitcoin stack. So this is the weirdest part, because the more we get into Bitcoin as a society, the less we need money at all. It incentivizes us to just give each other stuff in terms of our time and effort. And so the necessity for monetary transactions goes down and not up in a Bitcoin-denominated world. And Jeff Booth over there often talks about Bitcoin as being a bridge to the other side, from the old system to the new. And I always, a bridge to what exactly? To what is on that other side of that bridge? And I think like Bitcoin is so different from the system we live in now, since it's deflationary. It's, well, you say it's not really deflationary at the moment, but it has a declining inflation over time. And at one point, 2140, when our grandchildren are alive, or our great-grandchildren, then it will be deflationary. So you might as well see it as a deflationary thing already, since you know that there's an absolute limit. And this is a first for humanity. So it's not digital gold. There's always the possibility of finding new gold if the price of gold goes up. And it's not money, because we never had anything like Bitcoin before. It's not a currency, because currencies are shitcoins. They inflate. And it's not a digital asset, because that word is pretty stupid. And it's none of those things. It's like, well, it is a protocol, an internet protocol. It is a network, a communications tool. But more than that, it's the overarching idea of something we have that is divisible into the smallest parts, but it can't be copied. So it solved the double spending problem, which was a problem that couldn't be double solved. It could only be solved once, because double solving it would like defeat its own purpose. If you can double solve it, it's it's not solved. So the thing that Bitcoin is doing, it's just a mathematical experiment. It's just mathematics that we can run in the back of our heads and on our computers, which is just an extension of the back of our heads, really. But it's just this mathematical thing running in the back of our heads that changes the way we interact with one another and the way we interact with ourselves. So it's not only how we interact, you and me, but it's how I interact with myself. Because I come to more and more philosophical conclusions about wealth and about what is it that money actually does. What's the end goal? Money itself is not the end goal. It's a means to a greater end. We want what money can buy us. And at the end of that, if you take that argument as far as you can, it's always that you want to free up time for yourself. You want to be able to do whatever you want more often. That's what we want money for. So every tool and every technology we ever invented as a species was invented to save someone time. I mean, if you try to screw in a screw by hand, it takes a lot of time and you hurt yourself. If you have a screwdriver, it goes faster. If you have an electrical screwdriver, it goes even faster. If you have robotics and you can build a Tesla factory in days, it goes very, very fast. But it's all just time saving. And as long as prices go up, you can be absolutely sure that the value of that time saving is going to some crook that took it from everyone else. Because in a free market with sound money, all of the prices will go down over time because we get better at saving time. Are you following me here? Yeah. I'm almost not following me myself, so. But this is like, I cannot stop thinking about this, and the rabbit hole is absolutely endless and bottomless. Because when you realize every Bitcoiner gets the question, what is Bitcoin? And I thought about, like, what's my answer to that? And the best way I can describe it in as few words as possible is that it's an agreement between people on a fixed set of rules. And that's all it is. It's an agreement between people on a fixed set of rules. So it's like chess. If you know the rules of chess, you can play chess with every other chess player in the world. If you play by some other rules, if you play chess cash, for instance, have you heard of chess cash? It's when you have a 64 times 64 squared board with fewer amounts of pieces on it. That's chess cash. Or you can play chess theorem, which is like very complicated chess, which no one really understands, and it can spawn other games that are boring and people don't want to play in the long run. And like the rules of chess, even if there's a big international chess committee or whatever that tries to change the rules, most chess players won't buy that. They'll play by the consensual rules that everyone else plays by. So if you're running a chess website and you choose to change the rules, people would just move to another chess site with the proper rules. And this is what Bitcoin is. It's this agreement on a fixed set of rules. So if we all can play by those rules, we can all benefit from the game. And the game is just, voluntary interaction. That's what it is. You and me doing something voluntarily, that's a trade. You give me something, I give you something. We both agree that that was a good thing to do, unless the trade wouldn't have happened at all. But on a grand scale, and no third party can stop that, and they can't take parts of it away. They can't inflate it, they can't leech on that transaction. So when you cannot know how much another person owns, and you cannot take it by force, because even if I threaten you, and I say, give you all my Bitcoin, and you give me parts of your Bitcoin, I don't know how many Bitcoins you have. So at all times, it's better for me, as the aggressor, to interact voluntarily with you and provide something of value back. Because that's just more profitable, probably more profitable than being violent. So it removes violence on every layer of society. So I think this is, Bitcoin, the overarching idea is so much bigger than we think it is. So, yeah. How am I on time, Plummet? I think this is a good note to stop on, so thank you very much. Can you
We have Knut, which just presented Bitcoin the idea, Nico, who showed us the social Bitcoin network, and is joining us Николай Делчев, Сърбин Ватралов joining out, and David Bonev. We're going to discuss over what was presented and try to add to the amazing presentations from our guests. Nikolai, let's start with you.
I mean, it would be difficult to add to what points Nico and Knut talked about. But again, I'm going to continue the conversation we had off stream. As I told Nico that for me specifically, it doesn't matter what your background was when you came into Bitcoin or what, let's say, your incentive was to going into Bitcoin. A lot of people like to brag and say, yeah, I'm in it for the technology, I'm in it to change the world, but it's a bit like you watch porn because of the plot. Nobody buys that. So basically, once you're in, you're in. After that, everyone looks at what's possible, basically, and looks at the possibilities. But for me, it evolves a bit more above number go up and making money, and it's maybe the real Slim Shady is the friends you make along the way and the people, because nothing survives if there aren't any people in it. Not an institution, not an idea, not a religion, not a technology, nothing. If nobody uses it, if nobody believes in it, then it's nothing. So really the people are the reason for all this, and you, the people, are the reason for having this conversation here now. So thank you.
Sergey?
The Bitcoin idea. For me, it comes about, it's about sovereignty, the way I feel it. I'm a hardcore evil capitalist, somebody would call. I built businesses for a long time, more than 20 years, online. And the excessive profits, I start funneling into real estate, in stocks, whatever other bullshit. But at the end, I recognize that it's a burden. It doesn't give me the freedom that I felt I need to project into the future for, how should I say, time that I want to allocate for things that I love to do. Because with stocks, it's so manipulated. With real estate, it's really heavy as energy. To spend time to think about it, to amortization cost, tax policy, whatever. With Bitcoin, I realize I'm light as a feather. Once I'm inside, I can swim invisibly. I can transport myself with the speed of light. I can teleport myself, if you will. I can be highly anonymous, which is actually a feature. In a more dystopian world, which could come about thanks to technology. So being light as a feather is what made me believe in it long term. It's at least what impacted my decision to go all in 2013, 2014.
Okay, light as a feather. David.
Hey. It is my belief that the Bitcoin idea is in its core, in its heart, and I believe in its soul, because collectively we, not just as a community, but I believe ourselves to be a digital army that is going to open the minds of the people. It was specifically made to be able to connect people where the banking system does not allow connection. I mean, guys, more than 2 billion people all around the world are not having access to simple and elementary banking access. So Bitcoin gives us that access. It gives the regular person, the little Joe, access to the economy, a way of transaction that the banking system currently does not have. And I like what you said, light as a feather. I would add more to it. I would add that Bitcoin, it's a way to keep your privacy. I mean, consider now that the central banks, when they saw what happened with the Bitcoin, and it cannot stop it. Stopping Bitcoin would be like stopping the internet at the moment. It's a wave. It's a beautiful fucking tsunami that's hopefully going to overtake the banking system at one day, or at least change it or update it. And considering now that the central banks are going to issue their own digital currency, guys, this is really brutal. That would mean if we take even China right now as an example, in China, via the digital currency, the Communist Party, based on your social status and your social behavior, can actually redraw or block certain activities that you have. I mean, they can stop you from traveling. They can automatically withdraw your funds since they're digital. In that way, the banks will have total, absolute fucking control over your lives. And you should be scared. Not laughing, Srebrin. You should be scared, guys.
I'm aware.
This is brutal.
That's why I'm into Bitcoin.
Yeah, there you
They
go,
can
brother.
try
There you go. So, Bitcoin is not, it's not just a means of connection. It's not just a means of making money. It's a means of a absolute and certain privacy that we need. It's our digital freedom. And our freedom is at stake more than ever now. Thank you.
I would like
Preach,
to turn
brother,
to the right
preach.
this time and ask Nico, is CBDC a social network?
Yes, between Lagarde and Jerome Powell. Yes, a very small, it doesn't really have network effects. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I don't want to spend, maybe we want to spend time talking about central bank digital currencies. I think they are a horrible dystopian version of the future. I think, so this is why I love coming here. This is why when we talked, I immediately decided I'm going to come because I'm from Vienna, right? So we are basically in the middle of Europe, right? So we have everything. We have Western Europe, Eastern Europe. I love coming to Eastern Europe because people just get it. People get the problem. When you go to Germany, yes, there's a hardcore community, but 99% of the people will not understand what the problem is. In Western Germany, Eastern Germany with the Stasi, they remember. Huh? And there is no, so with central bank digital currencies and the future that they paint, nobody is going to win. This is important. The people who are behind this are also going to lose. They and their families are also going to be in an electronic prison. And they have to wake up and see this. I hate using the whole wake up thing, but they have to see this because there is an alternative now. Yes, if without Bitcoin, it would be very hard to see an alternative. Without Bitcoin, the whole concept of decentralization would be very hard to grasp or even go for. I believe when you look at the central banks, they are hurting now. They have been, the whole plan for central bank digital currencies was not supposed to go live at this time. So Bitcoin did shock them. They're acting like it was Libra, but that's a complete lie because it was easy for them to stop Libra. And I want to say one other thing. Yes, if we stay on this path, it's going to be dystopian. It's going to be very evil. But I don't think that the people who are doing this are necessarily evil. They are just people, you know. And people are not. People in general are good, but if their incentives are structured in a way that they are going to do evil stuff, yes, they're going to do evil stuff. So we have to change the incentives, and I think Bitcoin can manage this. And I want to say something about Knut's example with the chess, but I'm going to do that later, and because I don't want to keep on babbling about.
Okay, Knut, can you jump in?
About CBDCs?
No, in general, from everything from the gentleman on the left, what they said.
I'm scared about this dystopian future as well, but I choose to be an optimist because we have Bitcoin first and foremost. So we have a way around all this, and we have a way of organizing ourselves that just doesn't care about that other stuff. And we have, you know, video conferencing by the push of a button. I'm on, right?
Yeah.
You can hear. So we have video conferencing by the push of a button. We have social media, even though that might be corrupted. But the thing is, we have all these tools to fix this if we just start interacting with each other in other ways. And another reason I'm optimistic is that Bitcoiners are everywhere, including the boardrooms of these evil empire organizations all across the globe. You never know. I know firsthand of like people in government and people in huge financial institutions that are closeted Bitcoiners, if you will. Because this system we're living in now and the CBDCs and everything, it's a mechanism for funneling wealth from the masses into a very small elite. And the only people making money off of that really is the tiny elite. And even them, I believe, would be better off on a Bitcoin standard because everyone's better off in a free market. So I think we've got this. What we're doing now is trying to spread the message and help people see things for what they are. An apple is an apple, an orange is an orange. And Bitcoin is an orange. It's orange. People tell me it's orange. I choose to be an optimist.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who wants to jump in?
I'd like to share another point of view. You know about the Agenda 2030, where they say you will own nothing and you'll be happy about it. This evil idea. But there's truth to that.
CBDC, the idea.
Not about that, but possessions will slow you down. Possessions will be taxed to death, and even after death. Because the collapsing socialism needs taxation, ever higher taxation, with high energy costs in Europe, which are not going to slow down too much. Higher food costs. It has to be compensated through higher taxation. That's how I see it going forward for the Western world. The Eastern world has been accustomed to lower input costs for quality of life, so it will be different. So imagine if you know the bond markets are going down and they sustain the whole pension system. What are they going to go after? Anybody with possessions, anybody with real estate, with shares, with anything that they can touch through the regulated registries in whatever state sanctioned system it is. With Bitcoin, what I see going forward, I have a form of possession, but what I value about it, it gives me access to services, civilizational living all around the world without being too visible. So I don't want possessions the state-sanctioned way. I want it through the digital realm, because I can be anywhere, anytime, and have accessibility to any quality of life the world can offer. And that, to me at least, gives me more freedom than being burdened by the old school assets, which will be wrecked the way I see it.
May I add to that? Like, we have two different futures. We have you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, or you'll owe nothing and be happy, which is the Bitcoin way. So just change one letter, and you can choose to do that voluntarily. So people don't see how much of a problem taxes are. Imagine a society with 100% tax rate. Then no one would do anything, because why would we? We wouldn't be incentivized to do anything. So there's this thing called the Laffer curve. Have you heard of that? So like if you increase taxes too much, you actually get less money for the government because people stop doing stuff and they choose to go on social welfare and so on instead. And there's also like if you imagine an entrepreneur growing an apple tree, and he can sell the apples, and he's making such a good profit that next year he can afford another apple tree and he can sell the double amount of apples. The third year he can buy 4 apple trees and grow the business exponentially, and thereby satisfying more people's needs. And if you tax that person, if he were to pay a 50% tax the first year, he will never get to the second apple tree. And he will never, the business will never be able to grow exponentially. So taxes will make everyone own nothing, and the happy part is questionable. But too much taxes make people own nothing, and the system we currently live in, it's necessary for the governments to increase the taxes, especially via inflation, which is a hidden tax. So it's going to get worse in that sense, and the way out is Bitcoin. We have an option now that we didn't have before.
Just to continue on that, sorry. So yeah, I completely agree. As any technology, the idea of the technology is to liberate the individual. Whether it's going to be you got a better wheel, you got a better flamethrower, you got a better whatever.
Save time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that we are probably at a path where the future is either going to look dystopian, as we've discussed up until now, or we're going to have a more open and competitive world. And what I mean by that is basically what you're saying, lighter than a feather, and be able to benefit from all the stuff around the world. Countries, as their current state of countries, if nation states, they would need to compete for young people, and not only their attention, like on Facebook, yeah, like this, like that. They would need to basically compete for their livelihood. So come here. Why would I come to this country if you tax me to death, if you don't give me opportunities, if you're not open? The world is very different than what it was, let's say, 50, 60 years ago, you know, Cold War and everything like that. More and more young people currently at this stage of life, if I ask all of the people here, I'm sure that 99.9% will not tell me, yeah, the place I'm working at now is where I'm going to retire. The opportunities are open all around, and the type of thinking that, yeah, I'm going to take this job and I'm going to work all my life there and I'm going to retire at that job is gone. And I think the same thing is transferring into a wider scene where the countries say, oh, if I'm born here, I shouldn't die here. If I work here, I shouldn't, I mean, maybe I can retire here, maybe I can retire someplace else. So it's going to be a bit more competitive in the future. And I think this drive is going to come naturally because you try to squash things. But as I said, technology in its sense is made to liberate the individual. It's been like for thousands of years. And even though there are some forces trying to squash this, I think the network effect that Bitcoin is building and the things that it's providing as different from the status quo is going to show the benefit to many people, and they're going to have a change of mind.
I mean, the human potential for anything really that we are wasting right now in this system is a tragedy. I mean, even in Western Europe, you said this like, and I have to laugh because socialism is collapsing, and you're absolutely right. We have in the West the same thing is happening that happened in the East 30 years ago. But the human potential we're wasting in Africa, in Asia, in South America, and yes, in Europe and in the US, it is a tragedy. Imagine, and this is the rules-based system, right? What is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is somebody who adds value for you, for the customers, right? If you give somebody value, you will get value back. That's how it works. I've come to this conclusion that I don't even really care about the price rising, because all I care about is how can I work in this sector, how can I work in this environment, what value can I add, and how can I thrive as an entrepreneur in this new world. And I think, and now imagine billions of people thinking like this, because they now can have something that they can rely on, a rules-based system. It boggles the mind in a positive way, in an optimistic way. So yes, it could be so strong to just sweep the old system away. And this is why this story about the chess is so important that you told, Knut, because when I was looking for the memes about maybe the real friends, the real gains for the friends we made along the way, I found this meme about this village in India. And it's called Marichottal or something like that. It's a village about 6,000 people. And I found the stories, I researched this. There's a BBC story and everything on it. So this village had a huge problem with alcohol and drugs, even 50 years ago. And 50 years ago, it's a remote village, not very connected to the cities. And 50 years ago, an English businessman came to the village, and he brought with him a chessboard. And he introduced the people to chess. And the people, finally having something to do besides drinking and fighting, stopped drinking. And now 4,000 of the 6,000 people in this village know how to play chess. And that's all they do in their spare time. They play chess against each other instead of fighting and drinking. It's an amazing story, and it's very close to what we do in Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is a bit more flexible, global, and digital than chess. But I think that this is an important lesson. I see this happening with so many people on their personal level. It really helps them. Even from me personally, when I figured out that, you know, I started with gold, but when I figured out that maybe it's not me who's wrong, it's the monetary system, I felt better, you know. I think that this is an important perspective. So yes, let's be optimistic. Let's not just, you know, complain about central bank digital currencies. They're not here anyway. I mean, besides the Bahamas.
And of course, Bitcoin is 5D chess.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you hear about chess boxing?
Yes,
It's
I know
actually
about
a
chess.
sport.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Where can we find a chess boxing venue here? Like, I'd like to see a game.
There's another thing, when I think about Bitcoin, how it benefits the little people, the ordinary people like us. If you come from a disadvantaged country, if you will, like the third world, the second world, there's so many barriers to entry to try to compete with the first world on financial markets, on trading, on anything you can imagine. There's a lot of artificial barriers, which allows the so-called first world to pretty much take advantage in time, in value extraction, whatever it is. And the banks help in that regard a lot. Imagine opening a bank account in Africa. It's actually pretty expensive to have an account, and it's almost impossible to send money outside of Africa, even between the African countries. And that's probably by design. I mean, even by their own people, let's call it. But the so-called first world doesn't want to stop that process because it actually benefits them. It's called, I would call it financial colonialism in a way, limiting their potential. But with Bitcoin, there's one global monetary network for everybody. So if you're some self-made IT person in some small city in Africa, it's not an issue that your city is badly designed. It's not that your banking system is shit. You can be on a level playing field to offer your service globally. And that's how you're going to finally have a level playing field where people extract what they're worth, you know, not because they're disadvantaged by artificial barriers. So if we're talking about equality and all that bullshit that the advanced socialists talk about, that's equality through a digital realm, which is the same set of rules, just like chess. So the money will start flowing to those ethnicity, those societies and whatever, where they really fight, where they really fight to improve themselves. Money will try to leave ethnicities which are becoming entitled, you know, normies, if you will. Those that expect nothing out of something out of nothing, like money out of trees. You know, they just don't know how money works. They have to do the work, like proof of work. And that's what the Western world has forgotten. You have to really struggle to keep your quality of life increasing. Increasing is even more difficult. So they'll have to learn the hard way. Things are not what they're hoping, you know.
And this is also how
it
balances out, right?
Yeah.
Because right now you like the Western world is basically the monopolist, right? We have the money, we make the rules, and it's not good for anybody. It's not good for us or the rest of the world.
No, it's good for the first world.
Yeah.
But the new system will force new realities.
Yeah.
Money will go where the proof of work is much better.
And
there's also another thing, guys.
Better spent.
When you think about it, Bitcoin, in consideration that it's being an alternative to the current economic system, Bitcoin has always been the underdog. And as such, I think the parabolic breakthrough to the upside, it's very close, and I'll give you my opinion on why, you know, following your logic with the countries. And actually, the countries that are the underdog and who can say, you know, more easily, fuck the system, you know, we need something better. Like, the first country was El Salvador. Now, I don't know, probably you guys, most of you don't know, since it is in my business to know, and since I am a miner as well, so it is in my interest. The Iranian government, since, you know, they've been totally locked out because of sanctions, and they actually made a law last year that actually made it illegal for the miners to sell their bitcoins to anybody else than the government. And nobody knows what is the price that actually the government pays. But if you're a Bitcoin miner, the government actually takes it from you. And yes, this is, you know, it's very regime-like, it's very bad, but you should actually take the positive from the negative. What the positive is that actually this is a country with one of the largest oil reserves. And what does this country do? You know, when the system tries to choke it, it actually starts to accumulate Bitcoin. When the first 48 hours of the special military operation was ongoing in the Ukraine, because we have softwares which can actually trace the geolocation of where right now in any given point in time, where is the most concentrated purchases of Bitcoin in the world is. Guess what? At that time it was Ukraine. People were not hedging properties, they were not buying gold or running through the borders with gold. It was the first time, and of course the media doesn't concentrate on that, but it was the first time that we saw that when shit hit the fan, yeah, when there is a global brutal problem, people go to Bitcoin. They don't go to dollars, they don't go to euros, they don't go to gold, they go to Bitcoin. And people should start thinking about that, yeah?
On that point, if I may, one of the first pictures that came out of when people started fleeing the Ukraine was a Ukrainian refugee who got stuck in customs with a briefcase, with a gold bar, a pile of rubles, a pile of euros, and a pile of dollars in it. And it all got taken away by some other state. I don't remember which country he fled to, but it got confiscated. And all the comments below that picture on Twitter was all like, look at this idiot, he can't remember 12 words. And that's reality now. And imagine how many people see that. Because you're an idiot if you can't remember 12 words. It's true. You can flee your country with like, they can have my toothpaste as long as I can keep my 12 words. Like those machines where you get, violated when you're at the airport, they don't matter anymore because you have your 12 words.
No, I like it. Your knowledge is your vote. Your knowledge is your vote.
Because in Bitcoin, knowledge and ownership are the same thing. Knowing is owning. If you know your private key, you own the private key. So we've erased the barrier between knowledge and ownership.
Beautiful.
And this is so weird. Just think about that for a while. Like, what does that imply? It implies that you can't steal stuff anymore.
That's also, I mean, what you said about Iran is very interesting. I didn't know that, but it's the same thing that countries would do with the gold, right? Yes, you can mine gold, but you're selling it to us first. And it's very ironic that especially in very controlled, totalitarian, even socialist societies like Iran, like Venezuela, the one thing that you always subsidize is energy, right? Because if energy gets too expensive, hello, Western Europe, if energy gets too expensive, people start to revolt, right? Within like a week. It's not like you have, they don't give you any warning, right? So they always subsidize energy. So what do the Venezuelans do? Obviously, they mine Bitcoin. What do the Iranians do? They mine Bitcoin. And that's ironic. But I mean, this goes very specifically, but I would want to know how they actually do like the key management for the government. Because even if you have like 5 people knowing the keys, if those 5 people get together and say like, how about we take a plane, to Dubai, with the keys, so that's going to be interesting to see how governments are dealing with that. But yeah, and this is maybe one sentence. This is also what's happening in Russia, even in the Ukraine. You have to be careful for governments saying, yeah, we like Bitcoin, we use it for international exchange. Yes, you can mine it, you sell it to us for a very low price, but you're not allowed to use it for yourself. That's going to be that what the Americans did with gold in the 30s. Oh. Many countries are trying to do that right now.
Yeah, if I may again. But El Salvador does not own Bitcoin. MicroStrategy does not own Bitcoin.
It's custodied by another company.
It's custodied by someone. Someone has access to the private keys. Like with a physical possession, or I should rather say they don't possess Bitcoin. So I have my hat on now. I own this hat. I give it to Nico. I still own the hat, but he's in possession of the hat. So that's a contractual thing. may I have my hat back?
I want 2 Bitcoin.
Exactly. If you're in possession of something, that's a perfect answer, because if you're in possession of something, then you can choose to like not give it back. And that's what Nixon did when he went off the gold standard in 71, right? He said, nope, we're not going to give back anything. We're going to print forever, and we can print oil now. And give me my hat back. And so that's what differentiates Bitcoin from everything that preceded it. It's just information, and it changes everything, absolutely everything. A country is not a real thing. It's not a person. Like a person owns. Like a central bank is not a thing. Like it's just a bunch of people who decided to fool everyone else, and all the emperors are naked. Bitcoin just illuminates that. It shows us that all the emperors are naked.
Just to finish up on my side, I would like to add the following, and actually, literally I came up with this logic right now as having this beautiful conversation with you guys, which I all respect. It's fabulous to be here. Thank you, by the way, Plamen, for organizing this. Amazing. But what I thought about is, what I've pretty much realized, in my experience with cryptocurrencies, and I said literally from this panel right now, is that, fuck it, we're not going into a dystopian, dark fucking future. Do you know why, guys? Because what I see right now, that every time the system tries to push us in any way, and you can see this with the example of nation states, what do? They go to Bitcoin. So let the system push. We're going to go more into Bitcoin. Fuck them.
Fuck them.
Fuck them.
I think that's a perfect finish of this panel. Thank you all for participating in it.
I'm Pierre Corbin, and I'm the director of The Great Reset and the Rise of Bitcoin. And what I do is I just try and make, research about, yes, thank you, thanks a lot, around Bitcoin, and then just try to make films out of it and spread more education just in a way that has been maybe easier for people to understand. At least I hope so. That's the feedback that I get. If you haven't watched it, I recommend watching it. This one is really about the state of our economy, where we're at, explaining inflation properly, and then just presenting Bitcoin as an alternative and a potential solution to all the problems that we're facing. So the kind of, typical Bitcoin story, just in a nice made, professional-looking documentary. But today, we're here, one sec, I'm not sure what button I should press. All right, we're here to talk about Bitcoin in Central America. And it's an important topic for Bitcoin, because that's where the adoption of Bitcoin is happening at an accelerated rate, right? There's El Salvador that adopted Bitcoin there. And I'm going to tell you a few stories of how this is happening over there. And now, exactly, El Salvador. Now, part of the research that I'm doing is for a new project that I call the Fight for the US Dollar, where I really want to look at who's trying to block Bitcoin adoption around the world and what kind of influences they're using in order to make that happen. And what I'm going to talk about right now is rather the opportunity that Bitcoin is for a place like Central America. But it goes beyond Central America, actually. It's not just a Central American thing. It's actually more of a story. You can imagine it when it comes to any nation, third world country that has been a victim of the colonial era. And it goes back to, you can think of the European nations of the 14th and 15th century and how they decide to spread around the world. And I think a good story that represents all of this and how these influences are used today too is the one of France in Central Africa. So after the Second World War and the Bretton Woods Agreement, the IMF was created, and France had to, the UN was also created, and France had to give the independence to these nations. But they made sure that they would keep certain control on Central Africa. And they created the franc CFA, which in French means Franc des colonies françaises d'Afrique, which is the franc of French colonies of Africa. Now, what's interesting about it is that these are the countries. It's 14 countries. It's divided into two parts. There's like the Western Central Africa part and the South Africa part, South Central African part. And that's two separate central banks, but they all answer to one central bank that is in Paris, in France, right? So that's 14 countries and about 200 million people. And France is the country that takes their monetary decisions and more. Actually, it goes into their entire economy and the decisions that they make. For example, if Congo, for example, that is one of these countries from the southern region, decides to export a new product like coffee, then they first need to offer this to France. And only once France rejects it because they don't need it, do they have the right to sell it internationally, right? So for example, in the case of Congo trying to sell coffee, let's say they sell it to China, then China pays them, but they don't pay them directly, they have to pay France. So the transaction goes to the central bank that is managed in Paris. And then they do two transactions. First, they change the yuan into euro, and after that, the euro into the franc CFA. And along the way, they take transaction fees, commissions, and so on. Right? So it just shows you the kind of way these international influences are still used today and are made to make sure that these nations that were once colonial states remain independent, but under the control of these nations. And this is all in the name of keeping the region secure, right? Because of course, the moment that France let them go, then there was no chance that these countries were able to manage themselves. And what's interesting is that the IMF basically has been supporting this message since its inception. Now, there's a lot of things in play there when it comes to these international institutions. But something interesting to point out is that these are the 12 IMF managing directors since the inception of the IMF. And 5 of them were French, right? So just keeping this message and this status for these countries is made easier thanks to this. But if we're talking about international institutions, another interesting one is the United Nations that was created in 1945. And this really was pushed by the US because they're the ones that benefited from this creation the most. And the reason is because in 1823, the US started this Monroe Doctrine that maybe some of you have heard about, which is how the US started to take control over the Western Hemisphere. And what they did, it was just a play on power. So no one wanted to mess with the US because they just had gained their independence and they showed that they were strong nations. And they essentially told the world, and mostly the European nations that were messing in the region, they told them, look, this is our area. We're going to be here to defend the freedom of this entire hemisphere. And they did this through the Monroe Doctrine. And what did this look like for Central America? Well, these are early numbers, and the dollar was worth a lot less than it is, a lot more than it is now. So from 1897 to 1908, which is a decade, the investments there went from 21 million to 41 million, right? Which means that it essentially doubled. And numbers for these countries separately are kind of crazy, and they show how the US basically took over. And I have just a short clip from a video I made about this topic that I just want to play here that will give some of these numbers. Video cannot be loaded. You guys can just go check this out on the YouTube channel, The Great Reset Films. That's one of the last videos I made, and it describes pretty much what I'm talking about now, but there's a lot more details because there's a lot of data that I just didn't learn by heart for this presentation. But the important part is that this led to the creation of these banana republics. I'm pretty sure that everyone heard the term. Sure, there's a brand called Banana Republic, but I mean the actual source of that term. And this basically is the fact that there's nations in Central America that focused on 1 or 2 industries maximum. And banana is the best example. This is where the name comes from. And so what they did is that they were only producing bananas and selling this all only to the United States. So the US basically took over these industries, and as soon as they no longer needed this, then there was no buyer for their unique industry, and it, led to a lot of economic problems for the region. And it happened, of course, multiple times, because if you think about it, in the last century, which is when the US was mostly influential there, pushing, aggressively their influence, there were two world wars. And during that time, while the US did not need bananas, they needed weapons. And so they stopped importing all of these products. And so what happened after that is that they were broke, and they were reaching out to the US, calling for help. And what did the US do? They helped by giving them loans, credit, further making them dependent on the US, because not only were they their only customer, but now they owed them a lot of money. And this led to, a lot of, increased influence in the US, and just corruption in the region. So essentially, the US took control of the region, but not really by using military force, although this came a lot as well. But they did it really through the corporate acquisition of full nations, because they owned everything. They owned all the railways. They owned most of the industries and so on. And this led, of course, to the push of the US dollar in the region. So a lot of the countries adopted the US dollar either just as a secondary currency, and some of them, for example, El Salvador, even adopted the US dollar as their legal tender. Right? They did this in 2001. But then things kind of started changing. Now, I think a lot of us know this chart, which is the M2 money stock, and how much dollar was created from 2020, right, in order to fight the war against COVID. And this is when El Salvador came out deciding to adopt Bitcoin. And this is one of the reasons why they did it. Because for a country that uses the US dollar but cannot control it, then they're only going to suffer from the decisions that are taken in the US. And in that case is that so much money was printed because the economy was stopped and they wanted to stimulate the economy. El Salvador got nothing out of this. The only thing that they're getting out of it for sure is that they're going to have huge inflation. So that was one of the decisions, right? There's the inflation of the US dollar, there's remittances that are coming from abroad, banking the unbanked, increase tourism, and just attract foreign investment. And I just want to cover how it went for them so far since this adventure started for them. So when it comes to remittances, right, this is the fact that, in El Salvador, there's 6 million people living, and 2 million Salvadorans live abroad, in the US mostly, and they send money home, right? And you can see, so September 2021, that's the month when they adopted Bitcoin. There was $2.6 million that were sent back in Bitcoin. And it quickly increased until now, it's stable at around $10 million per month, which is very little. Don't get me wrong. There's around $600 million on average that are sent to El Salvador in remittances. So if we're talking about 10 million, it's very little, right? What's important here is the opportunity that it represents. Because to do this, you can use the Lightning Network, in which case it's instant and free, and it increases the security of people that are sending this money back. Banking the unbanked. So in El Salvador, there's about 35% of the population that has a bank account, which is, very little. You can compare this to Bulgaria. That's 84% in Bulgaria. Yeah. In the US, 95. Germany and France, we're at 99% of the people that have a bank account. And in El Salvador, it means that there's 65% of the population that is completely eliminated from this financial system. And it means that they can't transact online if they would want to, right? And one of the reasons is, and the main reason for that is actually discrimination against the poor. They earn so little that it's not worth it for them to have bank accounts, so the banks won't let them open them, right? And with the adoption of Bitcoin, the Chivo wallet, which is the one that was given to the public by the by the Salvadoran government, instantly they got 4 million users, right? Now, how much is used, that's a different topic, but it opens up the world of spending online and even spending locally to everyone there, right? An opportunity that they never had before. Tourism has increased 30% since the Bitcoin law. A lot of it, I think, is because there's Bitcoiners like me that decided to go spend a full month there, right? And so you go and spend your money. But at the same time, it's a great place. I recommend everyone to travel there. And it led to a lot of other positives for the country, like they have an increase of 10% in GDP, which is, for their modern history, the first time that they have such a big increase, right? And then another important one that relates very much to Bitcoin as well is the fact that they've increased their energy output by 190%. I mean, this is huge in a bit over a year, right? And one of the reasons why they did that is because they want to accommodate for miners that would come from abroad, but also they themselves are mining Bitcoin, right? And we know that having an abundance of energy is a great way to develop society, right? I mean, that's literally one of the reasons why we've developed so much as a species in the last century, right? Because we just found very good sources of easy energy. And the same is true for El Salvador. And on top of that, they've more than doubled as well their exports of energy. So an entirely new industry has been created in El Salvador that allows to increase their GDP the way they have. Now, this adoption is kind of going slow. I spent 1 month there. This is a picture from when I was arriving there, just before landing. And, you know, a lot of people are not actually using Bitcoin. If you spend some time at Bitcoin Beach, then sure, this is Hope House in the background behind that was my first steps in Bitcoin Beach, actually. You know, if you go out of Bitcoin Beach where you can spend, you know, you can pay for your hotel in Bitcoin, you can pay for your dinner, whatever you want in Bitcoin. You go out of there, it's much harder. There's a lot of places that will not accept Bitcoin, you have to pay in dollar. But this is changing, right? It's slowly evolving. In fact, you know, it's a slow adoption, but it's a positive thing. This is basically how we want it, because the only thing that El Salvador did is just create a space where this currency can develop from the ground up, right? Which is the choice of people. And it's a big experiment for Bitcoin, and it's important for it to succeed there. But the way the media presents it, that it is a failure because the adoption is so slow, is a complete misunderstanding of how money can be adopted. We're just used to having a government telling us, use this money, and everyone automatically does it, right? Otherwise, you lose all of your funds. In this case, everyone just has to choose to be part of that system. So it's very, very powerful. And so, you know, it started all in El Salvador, but it goes beyond that now, right? In the region alone, there's Honduras, there's, I mean, Bitcoin Valley, there's also the free economic zone of Prospera that just wants to attract people. In the case of Bitcoin Valley, it's tourism. In the case of Prospera, it's investment and companies to set up over there. But there's also, in Guatemala, Bitcoin Lake that has been inspired by what was happening in Bitcoin Beach. So these are just like the beginnings of what happened in El Salvador too. But we can go beyond that, right? Even if you go like, a bit more south. In Brazil, just a few days ago, I think it was announced that there's 12,000 businesses that hold Bitcoin. So the adoption is spreading, right? We can go even further than that, you know. And here, there's Madeira, this you know, independent island, but that you know is part of Portugal. There's the Central African Republic that made a Bitcoin legal tender, and there's even regions of Switzerland where you can do that. And these are just the places where Bitcoin is, let's say, official, right? It doesn't even look at all the other places that allow the use of Bitcoin in one form or another. That's it. So basically, El Salvador was, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Amy Carr. I've spent the last year working in environments where some of the things that are happening in the world are situations where new solutions are needed. We're talking about things that we're all going to be experiencing more and more, whether that's inflation or authoritarianism or war. All of these things are the unfortunate reality of where we're at today. And so hopefully more and more we're going to be looking at solutions where we can say Bitcoin fixed this. And that's really where we're hoping that we're moving to, is a world where we can actually find new solutions for some of these problems that are ongoing. And unfortunately at this time, the old solutions are no longer working, or the old structures are no longer working. The goal is, when you look at what Bitcoin's doing, you need something that is going to move fast, it's borderless, it's private, it's secure, has stability, and is corruption-proof. And those are the tools that we need in the environments that we're facing today, where you're going to look at crises that are building over time and are unfortunately reaching their peak. So one place that we've been looking at Bitcoin is how it can be a currency of crisis and how it's been used as a currency of crisis. And so one of the places over the last year that I've been working in is Ukraine. And I think everyone's aware that crypto had a huge role in the way that fundraising was done. But we need to start looking at this beyond a solution for fundraising when it comes to a crisis, because it's more than that, and it's not just crypto. It's really how Bitcoin can be a solution and a currency of crisis, knowing that the technology actually has the tools inside of it that are needed to solve some of these things that we're looking at. So in Ukraine, for example, one of the areas that we could have had a large change is in the thing called cash assistance for refugees. It's a large system that when a refugee moves to another country, they need some sort of cash assistance to go with them. So in Ukraine, a lot of refugees were given cash. Now, this was a time when Bitcoin could have been used and we could have leapfrogged into a new system or piloted a new way forward, because what you're looking at is the ability to take your cash with you using Bitcoin. And in Poland, there's a high frequency of Bitcoin ATMs, one of the highest frequencies in the world. So when we start looking at new solutions, you're going to start finding new areas where this can be used. Taking the entire cash assistance and moving it to a place where there's no longer corruption really starts changing the world, because the corruption that exists in those areas, unfortunately, within the UN, it's now at a place where it can't be audited. And we don't want a system that's set up for some of the most vulnerable people to be in a place where it can't be audited. I don't think that's fair to a crisis when it's happening, and I don't think that's fair to the individual who's supposed to be receiving that money and isn't. And so when we start looking at new solutions and how it can be used, I think another place that we're looking at is the way that it can be used privately and the way it can be used as a tool in conflict. And in Ukraine, for example, one of the ways that a lot of people were talking about it being used as an example of moving something forward or being able to actually use it as a life-saving tool was in the ability to break a front line. And we all think of, when we think about war, it's a really complex thing. It's something that every strategy requires rooms and a lot of history that goes into it. But when you add a new piece of technology that can change everything, you make it a different outcome that can save a life. And so in Ukraine, for example, in an occupied area, you could use Bitcoin to send into the city where no other currency could be sent in. When you can start sending something in, you can then change the dynamic inside that environment. And that's a situation where we do need change. Someone then can receive that money and take it to a front line. They can bribe someone into opening that, allowing humanitarian aid in, allowing water, food, diapers, the things that are necessary. When you're able to talk to someone privately and transact privately, and they don't have to risk their life to accept that, you can almost change the outcome for yourself or for your family just by having a new tool that can be used. And so we have to start looking at it beyond just a currency, but something that can actually change the outcome of a life, and something that can be used and deployed in a situation that, unfortunately, is becoming closer to home, I think, for everyone here. And so the other place that we can look at it is as a tool for freedom. And this year, unfortunately, that's where I saw it being used in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan's another situation where we saw something happen that we all talk about, but the reality came true, which is a central bank froze. They took the money from a country, and the people whose money that was are now in a situation that's a humanitarian crisis that was preventable, that was caused by the collapsing of money. And that was caused by a government that, unfortunately, some of us have to trust a little bit in America. And I think we're all losing our trust for more and more because of the actions of this. And so we have to say, what are we going to do there? And that's a place where we have an opportunity to change the outcome still today, because there still isn't a solution for them. Their bank is still frozen and their money is still gone, and people are still starving to death every single day until we have a solution that allows their money to move again. And that's something that every single day we need to be thinking about, because it's a real reality that we talk about happening, that's happening right now, that we need to start looking for solutions on how to change that. Now, one place that is being used and has been used there is to pay women. And I think that's a historical place we can look at over time and say it's been used to make sure that people have payment, and that when women need payment and they couldn't have bank accounts, they were able to accept Bitcoin. And there are some incredible women like Roya and Fareshta who have both been working with Bitcoin across Afghanistan for years in order to help women continue to earn money and use something that's a little more private to transact. And I think the last place that we can all look is corruption. And that's something that we're all experiencing everywhere in the world right now. And we all know this: corruption collapses democracy. And so when we look at free and fair and open systems, we know those can't exist alongside corruption. And so all of us really have to look at Bitcoin as a new tool that can change the way that we look at corruption, and we're able to expose how corruption is happening inside the systems within our countries and governments. And I think every single person here, after the last few years, could probably say they trust the individual next to them more than the institution or the government around them. And I think more and more as we look forward, we're going to be trusting each other more than we trust the institution. And if we can look at this as a way to bring corruption to the forefront and say, we can no longer stand for this, and we actually have systems that can prevent it from happening and can expose it when it does, we're able to look at new structures that can exist to help support freedom within every country that I think we've talked about it existing as a world, but corruption still exists there, even among democratic governments. And that's something that, with technology, we need to make sure that's very real, that that democracy is real, and that those values around policy and money and currency are also very real. And so my hope is that we move to a world where we can say Bitcoin fixed this. That's my goal, is that over the next year, we'll have more times where we can look at something and say Bitcoin actually fixed this, and that we're able to work together to develop solutions as these problems arise, and as we look at the ones that are currently still without solutions that we know we can have an impact in.
We had two presentations, one by Pierre and one by Amy, talking about Bitcoin adoption, talking about distressed areas where a lot of the times money break. So let's discuss. Jeremy, can you please maybe share a bit about your work? What do you do? How do you do it? And whom do you assist to get to use the Bitcoin payment channels?
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm working with IBEX. For everybody who's not aware of who IBEX is a company based in Latin America that has had some substantial part in the overall adoption of Bitcoin in El Salvador after the Bitcoin law was passed last year in September. Because what we are doing, or what IBEX is doing, is running Lightning infrastructure, and in the sense of like El Salvador, we were doing this on a nation-state level, which was definitely something exciting to do. And so if you go to El Salvador, everywhere you can pay with Bitcoin or with Lightning specifically. IBEX has a part of that, and that is something that we're trying to build out more, and we're getting ready to, and like gathering experience to repeat that for every other nation state that's about to adopt Bitcoin, hopefully in the near future. And did I answer all your questions?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Amy, having in mind what Jeremy said, what would you say that you hope to happen in the next, I don't know, like in the near future? Midterm to near future, 5 to 10 years, what would you say you hope to be built, or how could, just what could the world benefit the most? So if you have another crisis or another conflict or whatever, people can have something that they can rely on.
Yeah, is this on? I would say what I would hope in the next 5 years is that everyone thinks of themselves as a humanitarian. And I think more and more as you work in technology, you should be thinking about yourself as a humanitarian, because the technology that you should develop should better the world that we live in as like sort of a first filter, I think. And so that's one of the main things I hope everyone just as a person looks at themselves as a humanitarian in the next 5 years. I think the world's going to need that. We're going to need as many as we can get. And through that, I would say, I hope we get to a place where we're not just looking at technology as a way to make money or what the value of it is, what the ROI from a investment capacity is, but what that ROI means from a return on impact, like what is the impact it can have. And I think looking more and more to the future of what ROI can mean is a good place to be, of where our values are headed and how we're building things.
Could you please expand a bit more on the ROI?
Yeah, I think we all understand what our return on investment is. When you put something in, you want to get something out. You want to get more than what you put in out. But that should also be looked at through impact. What I put into something, I should have some sort of impact with, and I should be able to look at it and say, okay, what I put into this impacted the world positively in X, Y, and Z way. That's what I would hope. That's sort of what I envision for the world that we live in. And I think if we all start looking at technology that way, it'll start being used more for impact-based solutions as well.
Okay, awesome. I have George Brunell on the left-hand side of me, but I'm going to jump first to Pierre and ask you, having in mind what's happening in South America and all the development, would you see a future where, connecting to what Amy said about the ROI and the change of the view on the ROI, what we perceive as a return on investment, could you see that maybe this change is going to happen first in South America, maybe in Africa?
I mean, perhaps, because I think that these, and Newt talks a lot about it, and he even talked about it in his Bitcoin, the idea keynote, is the fact that by adopting Bitcoin, it just changes the way that we look at, well, investment, because we can think more long term, and it impacts so many aspects of our society. And I think that since these are the areas that will adopt Bitcoin, that are adopting Bitcoin today and are adopting them first, then there's, I think, high chances that we will see this kind of impact on society there happen before it could happen where we are. And so I think there's hope there for them, and in fact for the rest of the world too, because it can also set an example as to how such economies that we consider most of the time are in despair can actually benefit from this way of thinking and the impact it can have on their societies.
Awesome. George?
100%. And actually talking about return on investment, something that comes to mind and that left a very big impression on me in the past few months, specifically as I went through the Bitcoin is Venice book, was that a lot of how we measure return on investment is really, how should I say, it's, well, it's hard to measure a return on investment in an asset which in and of itself is, well, it's not really an asset, because like we're measuring return on investment in terms of dollars, right? Like that's the standard, right? But dollars in and of itself, they're credit, like they're not an asset in and of itself, right? And so in that sense, many times when we're thinking, oh, we're making a return on investment because we have more dollars, on the underlying service, it could be that we've actually been destroying, capital. We've had like a positive impact in terms of numbers, but on a fundamental level, we might have actually destroyed capital, right? And I'm not sure like what an example here to give, but I think that countries like El Salvador, countries that adopt Bitcoin, individuals and organizations who start to think in terms of Bitcoin first, and so they denominate their returns in terms of Bitcoin, which is a bare asset instead of a credit base, then their whole decision-making process completely changes, right? And so they start thinking long-term, right? What Knut was speaking about. And then they start thinking about preserving of capital. They don't think about, using up the capital as quickly as possible. They think about, okay, we're El Salvador, we have this land here, we have these resources, we have these various capital structures. How can we use them in a sustainable manner so they can be replenished and they can continuously be grown, actually, right? Which is very exciting, which is super exciting compared to what we are seeing happening, in the, developed world, which, it's essentially based on credit. And not just credit, because credit in and of itself is not bad. I believe like the problem is when the credit is uncollateralized at all, which is, that really is, when you have nothing behind it, then it's just like you're borrowing from your future self, right? You're borrowing from the future self of the kids and so on. So from that respect, I think like South American countries or countries and organizations who adopt a Bitcoin first mentality have like a huge opportunity long term.
I like to say that in order for people to save, they must have a good reason to do that, right? Because one of the few things that is certain, actually there's a few versions of it, but it's like that you're born, I forgot what, that you're gonna die, I forgot what was the next one, and then that you get taxed or and so on. And though think about mortality, you have certain amount of time on this planet. And if you wanna go to the beach, and if that's gonna cost you capital, because let's say you're gonna spend money, you're gonna earn less money because you're not going to work, that's trade-off, sure. But if you put your mortality into perspective, again, in order to save, you must have a good reason. And with the fiat standard, that reason is kind of gone. For the past 10 years, plus we've had negative actual interest rates. So what happens is that if you save money, you're losing, guaranteed to lose money. And by money, what I mean is your time, your value, what you can exchange after for what you already saved. Could you please expand on if people all around the world actually use Bitcoin and they know that Bitcoin is going to grow in value as long as society in general grows, meaning we produce more, we get more efficient, we are friendlier to each other. At the very beginning, we opened with Bulgaria is not the whole world. Europe is not the whole world. Most probably the planet is not the whole world. But if we as society, the whole planet, do not engage in wars, do not engage in unproductive activities, and therefore your Bitcoin is worth more, not because it grows as your money in your bank account from 10,000 to 15,000 to 20,000 to 30,000, but just because your one Bitcoin, you could have lived off it for, let's say, a year, and then you can live off it for 2 years. And it's just because society is more efficient. Life literally becomes easier just because we're smart people. We are innovative. We think of new technologies in order to do more with less.
Yeah, no, 100%. Actually, the thing is that I think a lot of, again, to what I was just saying earlier, a lot of what we are producing and how like we're growing, our welfare here in the Western society is just based on kind of, financialization products, which are not producing anything in and of itself, right? They're just packaging what is, like they're not producing real value, right? I mean, yeah, sure, the GDP grows, the number grows up, But at the end of the day, like, are you producing actual stuff that people are using and people need? No, a lot of this, you know, this fiat system is actually incentivizing for people to spend their time on, let's say, you know, one of my favorite examples is just construction building for the sake of, you know, saving your money. So you construct, you build, and you just want to pass it on to the next guy, right? You don't do it for yourself. So you're just like engaging in these short-term thinking games as to how can I preserve my whatever I've earned, right? And again, when you're on a Bitcoin first standard, you can start thinking more towards the long term.
Guys, anything you want to add on using Bitcoin as a saving technology and being able to protect yourself from theft in any way possible?
Yeah, I can jump in here. I think it relates to what I was saying during my presentation, which is the fact that for a country like El Salvador that uses the US dollar as legal tender, they will save in US dollar, but will be impacted by whatever decision is made when it comes to the US dollar and what the US does, right? So they're, you know, if you're in your home country and you use your home currency and your savings are going away because of inflation, you can directly complain about it, let's say. You know, there's like a possibility to, at some point, maybe if it gets really bad before that, there's like the possibility for a change. But in the case of El Salvador, this possibility doesn't exist because you can't go complain to the US, you can't fight the US when it comes to that, and it's just certain that people's savings are just going to be destroyed by whatever external decision is made. So that's why Bitcoin is such a solution for them too, right? Because it allows them to detach themselves, simply.
Doing more for less. Would you say that people would be more willing to give and willing to be not greedy and try to put smiles on other people if they feel just satisfied, if they feel like there is no need to constantly run the wheel just to be able to keep up, just to be able to stay in place? And would you say that the distressed areas are areas where people are just living in this constant struggle?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all happier on payday, for sure, worldwide, as a universal truth. So
that means with how you're on payday and how you are on the last day of the month?
Anytime that's happening, I think everyone's a little happier and a little nicer. So if everyone's making a little more or has a little more abundance, it goes a long way. When everyone feels more prosperous, they share more, they give more. And so it is just, and we all see that in the world. We know when as a world we're in a mindset where we're all very scarce. I think right now everyone is kind of waiting for what's happening, and we're feeling that is in the world. And we've also felt when everyone has a lot of abundance and what that looks like. So I think it's just being more in that mindset of when we have more, we can give more, and how do we create more so we can give more and, you know, stay in that cycle. That's what I hope for everyone. And, you know, that always makes the world better. Anytime anyone's looking to make someone else's life a little better and they feel someone else is looking to make their life a little better, we all feel better. So I hope that's how we all get to live. I know that's just not the reality for so many right now because of what's happening. And whether it's inflation, whether it's corruption, whether it's war, whether it's, you know, there's so many different things, recession, there's so many different things people have been experiencing and are experiencing, and that's something that we all need to look at where we can find new solutions to make it a little better. And with technology, you can always make things a little better, I hope.
Absolutely. There is this saying, you know, like printing money doesn't solve a problem. All it does is just like, it sucks energy out of something else to push it this way. But just printing money does not, by default, create tables, create chairs, or anything else. You're just like stimulating certain people to do what you want, but in this process, you're devaluating everyone's time. Jeremy, could you please tell us just your opinion, from your perspective, from what you've seen, with your company, you're working extensively on Lightning, and you said that you're, based in South America. Would you say that, again, your own words, your own thoughts, would you say that in these areas, if more people are able actually to have savings technology, are able actually to have a tool that they can very cheaply transact with another, securely, privately, so no one actually knows how much sats do you have on your Lightning address, would you say that this is going to help the poorer areas of the planet leapfrog the developed countries, just the way that they did with, for instance, 3G. Like they didn't put the cables down. They were like, you know what? There is a better way. We're gonna just skip this technology level, and we're gonna go on the next one directly.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? That's like the whole leapfrogging of financial technology. That's what a lot of people talk about. That's what we hope. I think this still has to play out. We're just at the beginning. We're 1 year in of the first country adopting Bitcoin and as legal tender, and that process is not a 0 to 1 process, right? We are currently working through the constant adoption of Bitcoin in El Salvador, and it is work. It takes a lot of energy and time and people doing it, right? If you say Bitcoin is legal tender, Bitcoin doesn't do that on its own. There, infrastructure that needs to be built, people needs to be educated is a very, very important part of it, and learning how to deal with it, because that also means if you're talking about Bitcoin as legal tender and Bitcoin as savings technology and so on and so forth, that means that the overall knowledge of the population that is doing that needs to increase and needs to adapt to that. And I think that's a process that we're in right now, in my own words and in my own opinion, but I'm highly biased towards the Bitcoin side. I think it's a good idea to do that, and I think it is helpful. And you meet a lot of people in South America and Central America who've been on this kind of Bitcoin standard on their own for some extended period of time. It helped them very much. It helped them very much. These are some of the better situated people in their own ecosystem that I met. So now, but these were only individuals, right, doing it on their own. And now we're talking about nation states doing it. So this kind of learning about it and this knowledge transfer that needs to happen, I think that's absolutely crucial for its success now to play out. But if that is happening, yes, I believe that is everybody will benefit from that.
Amazing, thank you. Anyone on the left want to add? As we are behind time, and I would like to short the panel, but we still have up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to what Amy was saying, I can be the devil's advocate here, because on one side, it's there's this idea that there's only going to be ever 21 million Bitcoin, and it means that everyone just wants to hold their Bitcoin and keep it, right? There's just this incentive because you know that if you hold it, then 5 years from now, the value will increase compared to the products that you can buy, right? So I think this, what will lead to a major change in the way we're working is the fact that people actually have to bring true value in order to be able to get some of this Bitcoin from others, because otherwise it's just not worth it. It won't work like our fiat system works. So there's this real problem that economists are going to point out directly when it comes to Bitcoin. It's the fact that you need an inflationary world in order for people to want to get rid of their money because it's worth it to get rid of it. So I think it's easier to, right now at least, while there's this transition happening to Bitcoin, to use fiat in order to transact because you just get rid of it. But that's our job also as Bitcoiners to make sure that we bring the right value where it's actually needed and not just create useless stuff just to raise some money because someone has to put some money somewhere in the hopes of making more money. And that's a big transition, and I think that's going to be a difficult one to extend this to other aspects in certain industries of our world, particularly the financial one, I think, because for them holding is not good enough in most cases, right?
I remember actually with Knut on our first call, we talked about how we are brainwashed into thinking we just need inflation. Like it's mandatory to think, obviously, you're not going to spend your money if you don't have inflation. And we talked about that again, the natural limited resource that we all have, our time on this planet. Like so far, no one has lived over, like, what is it, 120 maybe, 110, whatever is the world record. 200, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Just the way we're built, we've evolved. And about investments, usually we again think that what we want is more money, a bigger number. But the number actually doesn't have any value to us. What has value to us is what we are purchasing with that number. I don't care if I'm going to have $10,000 in my pocket or $20,000. What I do care is, I don't know, how many flights I can purchase, how many nights I can get in a nice hotel, how many simple days I can have at the beach without needing to go and sell my time somewhere in order to increase that number again on the bank account. So it takes time, and it's really hard to actually click and stop thinking about the numbers and think about your life, what makes you happy, what you want to have in your life, and what you're trading away in order to be able to increase that number constantly, that actually constantly purchases less and less and less when you go to the grocery store.
If I may add something here, I had this thought based on what Pierre was saying, that Bitcoin is certainly not really, well, people are incentivized to hold it long term, right? Very few people spend it, you don't have the incentive to spend it.
I spend it all the time because I'm all in, like I have no choice. If you're not spending it, you're not all in, bro.
No, but seriously speaking, though, you prefer holding your Bitcoin because it's going to continuously go up, like, in value, right? And that is why, actually, coming myself, working at Nexo and being in, we have a ton of credit products, and we have like, there's a reason why people use credit products, all kinds of credit products. And it's exactly when they realize that, oh my God, like my currency is just like going down the drain, and this thing is continuously, gonna, well, obviously very volatile, but the trajectory is very clear. And, we are seeing this being adopted from small individuals initially, but then you start seeing this obviously being adopted by organizations. Eventually, I believe this will start getting adopted by countries, because I believe, like, I'm actually, like, that's my most serious conviction. I don't think Bitcoin will get to hyper-Bitcoinization first. I believe that central banks, as they realize that Bitcoin is the purest collateral, what individuals that use Bitcoin-backed credit products have already realized, central banks will eventually kind of grow up to that level, and I think probably some of them have already gone. They're just not public about it. They're going to start, using Bitcoin as a collateral, as a base money layer, right next to kind of like the government bonds that they're using. And I think the countries and the central banks who do this, first are obviously gonna, be able to extend the existence of their fiat currencies, because that's kind of like how the whole system works. And although, like, we would all love to transition, or we're thinking if we transition to a hyper-Bitcoinized world, that would be great. I don't think that's really practical and realistic to say, like, in the near future, and like that's like 10, 20 years or so.
That was like a sneak peek of our next panel, yeah, which is Bitcoin and institutional investments. We've saved the best for last. We saved the best for last. We started with very important topics that set the mood in the correct, you know, like thinking direction. So it gives you a perspective. But these are easier topics to discuss. They're easier to, you know, like, you don't need to have any preparation in order to be able to really think of Bitcoin. I say just limited money and that's it. The next topics, the next panels that are coming are a bit more complex. For them, people need some preparation. For them, they need some knowledge. This is why we save them for later.
Refining the talk over and over again.
Now we're going to begin with David Bonev. He's going to do a presentation of Bonex, who is the main sponsor
Thank you, dear.
of this conference.
Let's give a round of applause for Plamen and all the panelists he has gathered here for you guys. I'll try not to take a lot of your time. My name is David Bonev. It is my honor to present in front of you today. So pretty much, Bonex is a Bulgarian-based crypto exchange with offices in concentration in Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, and now we're working all around the EU. For us, as crypto-friendly guys that we were before actually making the crypto exchange, the most important thing is to have diversity and to become a one-stop shop for all your crypto needs, not just sell, buy cryptocurrencies and so on and so forth. So let's start with the basics. First of all, you can, of course, buy and sell numerous cryptocurrencies with us. You can exchange them via numerous cash terminals, banks, digital wallet. In Bulgaria, we have our partners from A1, Vivacom, so on and so forth. But then we get to the little bit cooler parts. We have our crypto debit card issued by Visa, which is amazing because just a few years ago, people were asking, you know, and specifically you're Bulgarian, so you know, like, how are you going to buy a loaf of bread, you know, with those Bitcoins? Well, dear, very easily. I will just send my crypto to this card and via an application. Whenever I choose to, I will exchange it for euro, and then I can pay for whatever I want anywhere in the world. So this is actually the most coolest, newest feature that we have literally since yesterday. And these guys, it's something amazing that actually I have no idea how the EU Central Bank allowed this to be possible, but it is. It's called open banking. And via a licensed software, it allows Bonex to give you access to your bank or multiple bank accounts, which means that now, instead of going to Bonex or one of your bank accounts or your online banking multiple times, you can actually go to Bonex and access your bank account there and make payments directly, which will save you time. And yet again, just mind-blowing that you'll be able to send funds from your bank via a crypto exchange. The other thing is we have an in-house crypto accounting team, because you know that, especially if you have some crypto gains, it's a real pain in the ass, you know, to do your taxes. So we have an in-house team that can help you out and do everything for you. The other thing is, which is a little bit down right now, is the Bonex Mining Oasis, which is our division where it offers a numerous facility for people to actually storage their crypto mining equipment. You can actually also purchase crypto mining equipment from us based on your budget and your specifications. Currently, we're holding a little bit over 9,000 machines in different locations in Bulgaria. And of course, here in our country, we don't appreciate the price of electricity due to the low amounts of money we get monthly. You know, the money is very small here. But actually, Bulgaria is the second country in Europe with the second cheapest electricity in Europe. So actually, for a lot of people around Europe, Bulgaria is a very special place. Of course, this is one of the things that we're most proud of, and we're actually the first crypto exchange in the world to offer the possibility for anyone to seek out or sell their real estate properties to our crypto community. Currently, Bonex has a little bit over 70,000 clients, and whomever would like to sell their property, they can contact us, and then we're going to send an email to everybody. And if somebody would like to purchase a property via crypto, we're going to take that crypto, exchange it to fiat. And the cool thing here is that whoever sells a real estate doesn't need to know what crypto is, because we are going to exchange it and he's going to receive fiat in the end, which is super cool because we're actually making a bridge from the virtual economy that we so much love into the real one. So, and I think the real economy really needs our help at the moment, yeah? This is our last product, which actually we have developed with another firm in Singapore. It's an AI it's an AI algorithm that can trade only BTC and Ethereum. The cool thing here is that unlike other funds and so on and so forth, you don't need to send your crypto assets to a third party. It only works remotely via an API. So whether you have crypto assets in Binance, Coinbase, or our partners in Kraken and so on and so forth, via an API key, the algorithm will automatically start trading your assets. The cool thing here is that it does not use leverage. You can go to the website defibot.com, and you can actually check out more information. The bot has been actually running since 2018. We have just literally 4 years later actually given this to the public. It was used by an Israeli fund that we custom tailored for them. And you can also see on the website we have exports from our accounts, from our previous clients that you can see with the results. The results are around 25% per year with a drawdown of no more than 6%. And guys, thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, my name's Natalie Brunell, and I host 2 shows now, a podcast called Coin Stories, where I interview the biggest names in Bitcoin, some of whom you just heard from. And I also host a new show called Hard Money, because my background is journalism, and we wanted to create essentially a news show similar to, we have in the US something like CNBC or some of these finance shows. You might have heard of them, maybe you watch them online. And really, none of these media outlets understand Bitcoin. So we wanted to provide an outlet that really understands both the big macroeconomic picture and how Bitcoin can fit in and solve some of the problems, especially in this debt spiral that we have that's impacting everyone globally. So one of the things that I'm super passionate about is using my skill set as a journalist and communicator to simplify the message of Bitcoin. So I want to do a short presentation on Bitcoin mining, because 2 of the most exciting aspects of Bitcoin are the Lightning Network and developments in that, but also just the base layer, the most important thing, what secures the network and makes it as bulletproof as it is, which is Bitcoin mining. And I really did not understand and appreciate Bitcoin until I understood Bitcoin mining. But it's very difficult to explain and also learn about, right? So how many people here would say that they really understand how to explain what Bitcoin mining is to maybe their friends and family in a very simple way? You understand it. Well, that's fantastic. Knut, I'm going to call on you. I think for me, at least, this was one of the most difficult parts to really understand about Bitcoin. And sometimes what I thought about is people reference Bitcoin as the internet of money. And when the internet first came out in the 90s and people had email for the first time and your @ symbol, a lot of people doubted how popular and how transformative the internet would be. But at the same time, no one really took, a bunch of time to explain on the news or in videos what TCP/IP was, how computers talk to each other, and how the email or internet actually worked, right? But now you're sending value. You're putting your life savings in this. And so people want to know, how the infrastructure, how the pipes work. And so Bitcoin mining is something that I think is super, super important to understand and appreciate. So some of this will be review, but at least maybe it will spark some inspiration in terms of how to explain it to people and simplify the message for people that are not technical at all, which is really what I do and what I've done through my news job. So what is Bitcoin mining? It is 0% trust and 100% verification. Don't trust, verify. Bitcoin mining refers to the process of competing to verify blocks of transactions and add them to the ledger. And mining computers expend processing power. They use energy, which we will talk about in a little bit, to find the proof of work. And I said find for a very specific reason. So proof of work. I always thought when I heard about Bitcoin mining, it was very confusing because the way it was described, especially by news outlets that don't fully understand it, is it's computers solving cryptographic puzzles. And I wondered, is a miner a person? People said that it was the accountants for the network, and I was completely confused by this. But in reality, it's really a system of guessing by brute force. These computers use energy to very, very, very quickly guess numbers that are too big for our brains to comprehend, and that is what the proof of work that the computers are solving is. And those numbers or the proof of work is difficult to solve. It's difficult to guess the number. It takes a lot of repetitive guesses, but it's easy to verify. And the hash power reflects the security of the network. So you probably heard recently that hash power is at an all-time high. That means that the network is becoming more and more secure as more computers are competing to verify transactions. And they verify transactions, and they're adjusted by something called the difficulty adjustment, which I always compared to a bicycle combination. This is the best way that I've kind of, decided to think about how the difficulty adjustment works. Because essentially when these computers are guessing, they have to try every combination. So if I gave you a combination, a bicycle lock, and you couldn't open it, how would you be able to open up the bicycle lock? You'd have to try every single number, right? So you'd start with 1111, 1112, 1113, until you guess the right number, and then the lock opens, right? So the difficulty adjustment is one in which it's the most brilliant thing that I think Satoshi invented. It's where the Bitcoin software automatically adjusts based on how much processing power, how much energy is on the network. So that ensures that the amount of time for validating each block remains very close to 10 minutes, and it reinforces Bitcoin's deflationary monetary policy and creates digital scarcity. So think of that bike combination again, right? Let's say there are a ton of computers that are competing, a ton of energy, a ton of hash powers on the network. Now imagine that bicycle lock becomes a 1 million digit number, right? It's going to take more power to guess all those numbers in order to derive at the proof of work. And once it's solved, the way that it's easy to verify is, the bike unlocks. The node gets the block subsidy. So I thought that was a really interesting way to kind of think about it, visualize it, because that's how the network essentially functions at the base layer, validates, broadcasts to all the other nodes, and there's a general consensus where, again, no individual member has to trust another individual member, but the network provides that overall trust because it is an immutable, unbreakable system. So let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin energy, because a lot of FUD is out there right now, right? Bitcoin uses too much energy. It's boiling the oceans. It uses more than a small country. Lynn Alden is one of my favorite analysts that has really looked into the whole issue and broken it down by the facts. And this is a quote that I wanted to pull out and read today. Bitcoin's energy usage is a rounding error as far as global energy usage is concerned. And I mean that literally. When scientists estimate that the world uses a certain amount of energy in a given year, they can easily be off by a couple percentage points in either direction, let alone a couple tenths of a percent. Bitcoin is estimated to use less than 1/10 of 1% of the world's energy. And yet, what do you hear all the time in the news? Bitcoin uses too much energy. People are saying that the narrative might shift now to proof of stake because it uses less energy. Well, that truly is a fallacy. So let's take a look at some of the energy consumption facts. Because again, we have all of these computers that are competing around the world, and they're using up energy. Well, Bitcoin mining uses roughly equivalent to the energy consumption of zinc mining and refinery. It consumes less than the energy associated with the extraction of either copper or gold. It's roughly equivalent to the energy associated with running domestic tumble dryers in the US alone. So your drying machine is using that amount of energy. Consumes 1/5 the energy used for domestic refrigeration. And a large percentage is from otherwise wasted energy sources, and more than half is renewable, and we'll come back to that. So one of the greatest things about Bitcoin mining is that it really helps with energy economics, and it's location agnostic. So miners can go to where cheap energy is. So some of the aspects that they've been taking advantage of is the hydropower that was overbuilt but is underused in places like upstate New York, in southwest China before the mining ban, but people are still mining Bitcoin in China. Nigeria, parts of Africa, huge portions of Africa have a lot of hydropower that was mainly it's going unused, so Bitcoin mining is increasingly going to Africa. And then wind and solar farms, one of the most fascinating studies, the use cases, is in West Texas, where they overbuilt all of these wind and solar farms, but there's now a supply and demand issue because there's no transmission lines to actually get the energy from West Texas to the portions that are more populated that need it. It's also expensive. There's no infrastructure to do so, and it's intermittent. So sometimes there's a ton of power, sometimes there's none. So those areas actually end up having negative or zero-priced energy. Bitcoin miners come in and they basically stabilize the grid and reinforce energy economics in those areas. So they're driving incentives to produce more renewable energy farms if that's the direction that more and more countries want to go in. And then another thing that I found really fascinating is learning about flared methane gas. So a lot of oil and gas companies, for excess gas that they can't use from the oil extraction process, they actually flare it. They flare the methane. And what they are able to do now is capture it. They plug in a generator on location, and instead of flaring the methane gas, they actually use it to mine Bitcoin. And the companies actually benefit because they can offset their carbon footprint. They could get carbon credits from the government to do so. But also, they're actually literally saving the environment because methane is 25 times as potent as carbon dioxide at trapping heat in the atmosphere, and that's according to the EPA. So if the government wants to be against Bitcoin, they also have to kind of explain why they would want something that potentially removes methane from the environment. Who's heard of ESG? Yeah, it's not just you, it's a really big push in the US, but all over the world as well. So ESG stands for Environmental Social Governance, and it's essentially a set of standards for a company's behavior to screen potential investments. And the criteria considers how companies and government policies essentially protect the environment, including corporate policies addressing climate change. So carbon credits are sort of a part of this whole movement, but basically the government wants to make the rules, and it's essentially going to pick winners and losers. And a lot of people have made, their own acronyms for ESG: extreme socialism, greed, or like a couple different ones, because in reality, this is actually very, very problematic for economics in general, as governments print money because they can't print energy. And so I always like to say that Bitcoin is actually very friendly to ESG because on the environmental side, again, more than 50% of Bitcoin mining in the US, at least, is done through renewable energy, and that's according to the Bitcoin Mining Council and the report that they conducted in 2021. On a social level, it's a peer-to-peer network offering property rights and a way to transact with no middleman, no censorship, across the entire world. Property rights to 8 billion people. That's the social side. And governance, well, luckily with Bitcoin, you have rules, but no rulers. And so what I think that we're going to enter into via ESG is sort of this new crisis, right? We had COVID, and governments love crisis. They capitalize on it. They're able to print money and stoke fear. Well, if you're paying attention to news, now it's time to offer up the climate crisis to everyone. And I just urge people to be very skeptical about it and really research Bitcoin mining, but also energy consumption and impact on the climate. We actually need, as a globe, more energy, not less. And fossil fuels are the lowest cost and most reliable. So over the past several decades, they've allowed for poverty levels to decrease around the world, and yet we still have so far to go. 3 billion people in this world don't have access to low-cost energy. They use less power than a refrigerator. That's a point that Alex Epstein has raised in his writing, Fossil Future. And the Earth has warmed 1 degree Celsius in 170 years, but during that time, because of technology, because of climate mitigation efforts, climate-related disaster deaths have fallen to all-time lows. And yet we hear from the news that this is an imminent catastrophe. The world is going to end in 10 years. In the 1970s, there are headlines from massive outlets in the United States, massive, well-trusted news organizations that said that we were about to enter an ice age and we were going to potentially freeze to death. So don't believe everything you hear in mainstream news. Be skeptical and do your homework. Renewable and solar wind, they still depend on fossil fuel plants. Most of them are made, the turbines, the solar panels, they're made in China, and China doesn't have these rules. China's going to keep using fossil fuel because, again, it's the lowest cost, most reliable. And all of this push through ESG is making energy more expensive. You probably are experiencing some of that here. In Europe, we have an energy crisis, and that has led to higher energy costs and reliability problems because a lot of these renewable energy sources are intermittent, and we've criminalized and definanced things like nuclear. So I just want people to be a little bit more skeptical, because you'll be hearing a lot of climate narratives, especially surrounding Bitcoin. So some of the best resources, just to close up, Lynn Alden, again, she puts out a fantastic newsletter. She looks at things like Bitcoin's energy use, and Nick Carter's writing. He has so many links. I recently just read out loud his comments on the White House report on crypto mining, and when you read it or you listen to it, my recording of it, you just see how biased the White House is against Bitcoin, and how we really need to educate politicians, because they're using completely biased information and sources, and misleading the public as a result. D++, I don't know if you've heard of her. She's a personality on Twitter. She's an educator in the Bitcoin space, and she does a phenomenal job explaining how Bitcoin mining works to the layperson who doesn't understand anything about coding, technology, anything. She has a great way of explaining hash functions and mining in general. So I highly recommend her. I had her on my podcast as well. Michael Saylor and Preston Pish just did an amazing episode on exactly this, the FUD surrounding mining energy. And I highly recommend the book Fossil Future by Alex Epstein, because again, yes, the climate, the earth is getting warmer, but at the same time, we can't, in the same way that earlier panels talked about leapfrogging one financial system to another, we cannot always leapfrog from no energy, which many parts of the world still don't have, to just renewable energy and expensive solar and wind. So we really need something in between, otherwise we will.
We're going to move into our next panel, on which we're going to have, I'm going to call them the heavy hitters, the Michael Jordans of Bitcoin, the, you know, all the best and the greatest. We're going to have Greg Foss and Jeff Booth on our panels. Please come on stage. And they're being joined by George Brunell. This is one of these panels where I'm going to say, thank you for coming, welcome. Then I shut up and I just listen.
What a treat to be here, by the way. How friendly everyone's been, and it's just been amazing. So thanks very much.
So I said it before. I'm going to say it again. I love Bulgaria.
Again, I'm rolling the ball over to you guys, honestly. This is a very important panel, I feel. And I just want you to take it from the right angle and do it in your way. Have in mind that the people who are here in this room with us, majority of them are already following Bitcoin for a while. Majority of them do understand the fundamentals and do understand where it is and where it's going. However, we have cameras there that are capturing us, and there is people all across Bulgaria, hopefully also some around the world, watching this conference. They're going to watch after the recording. So let's try to explain to them Bitcoin and institutional investments.
So do you want to start, or?
Well, for the first time, yeah, because you're going to want to hear what Jeff says more than me, but I want to just bring it from the perspective of, and I think a lot of people will know that I've spent 35 years in the money management business. But what people may not know is I got my start in Canada in an asset class called junk bonds. Okay, now junk bonds basically were developed in the United States in the late 80s by a gentleman by the name of Michael Milken. And Canada was 20 years behind Michael Milken. So while the USA had a high yield bond market, Canada had no high yield bond market. The craziest thing is Canadian institutional investors would own the equity of a high-yield bond company, but they wouldn't buy the bonds, which rank higher in the capital structure, because the bonds are junk. Now, this is the parallel that I want to draw over the discussion period as to how I lived a 20-year career in Canada, seeing an asset class go from zero in Canada to the point where every single institution in Canada now owns or manages a high-yield bond portion of their distribution platform. And why is that? Because as soon as one starts doing it and making better returns for their investors, other institutions will do it, or they lose their clients to the platform that is providing this service. So where I'll come from this argument is a prior asset class in Canada over a 20-year period that started at zero and is now 100% penetration on the institutional side in Canada. I just wanted to lay that and then, you know, give you a...
Yeah, no, I think that fits perfectly. When people ask about institutional investors, really the underlying part of the question they're asking is, when is Bitcoin going to go way up in price? That's why they're asking it, without realizing that what institutional investors is a natural function of all of you using it and creating demand that the institutional investors have to play to be able to keep you. And if they don't, they won't keep you. And when Fidelity starts coming into Bitcoin, they see an opportunity, a market-based opportunity, to be there first and to build other products onto this to attract you. And then BlackRock comes in and says, I'm losing customers to Fidelity, and I must do this as well. So it's exactly what Greg just said from a different market than is just happening, and we're early in this in Bitcoin. And we're so early in Bitcoin, and this is just a natural progression. In addition to that happening, you have, I'm sure everybody has heard kind of rumors of central bank digital currencies. And what a central bank digital currency removes the need for a bank. Because why would you need a bank to be able to distribute and not operate a free market institution for people to hold their money when you can do it directly from the government? And so you're starting to have banks starting to understand, if they don't move to a free market, if they don't move and adopt what populations want, then they're going to be roadkill anyways. It's going to be, their existence is going to end. And just remember, this is how all markets change. Markets don't change typically from technology perspective anyways. They don't start from giant monopoly companies saying, oh wait, I'm going to reduce my margins and create a better way for people, right? They don't start there. The giant monopoly protects what they have, and the new technology offers people a totally new and better way to solve it. And so the people furthest away from the monopoly go first. The people most hurt from the monopoly go first, and then more and more people build to the new system, which destroys the monopoly. So that's what's just happening today. I know it's early, but you can see, if you understand what this looks like, you can see the acceleration and eventual institutional adoption. And you can't expect which one, when, everything else, and that's just, it's a fool's game trying to play that, but you can see the trend. So, George?
Makes total sense. Everything that you're saying, I completely agree with. I think it's, it's really, the game theory plays out perfectly in this regard. One thing that I think a lot of people are also asking is, like, when is this going to happen, right? Because we've been talking about institutional adoption, like the big money coming in for, like, honestly, ever since I joined crypto 5 years ago, since 2017, we didn't really see much traction until 2020, I guess, right? When the big thing happened, and then when Michael Saylor, got in Bitcoin, when Elon Musk got in Bitcoin, at some point I personally felt, and I think a lot in the industry felt like, well, by next year, all the public companies are going to hold Bitcoin on their balance sheets. But for multiple reasons, that didn't happen. I think one reason is probably liquidity, right? The infrastructure, like, it was there sort of for the enthusiasts, right? We can say probably these were the kind of like Michael Saylor was the institutional type of guy, like the retail Bitcoin owner in 2013 or so was, right? So a lot of the infrastructure wasn't there, wasn't that easy to plug in, there wasn't that much of established of a path. But then also the regulatory landscape was not that accommodating, right? And this is what you've been saying, like I actually didn't know. But you said basically that it's been this week that the law in the States just changed, right? So it makes it way more easier for those institutions to
Less
adopt.
penalizing if it's called FASB, so Financial Accounting Standards Board. It's an accounting interpretation of holding this on your balance sheet. You don't have to write it down negatively if it falls in price, and hence it would impact your income statement. But yes, correct.
Which could be indeed one of those next triggers, and not just in the States.
And just carry on, why is it the next trigger? And the next trigger is, Michael Saylor, for many that don't know, is he controlled all the votes in the company. But he's a public company, he controls the votes in the company, meaning he can make a decision to be able to take his balance sheet on Bitcoin without worrying about losing his job. But on a normal company, normal company doing that, even if they wanted to, and then Bitcoin went down by 20% in the quarter, it could wipe out the company's, not the real earnings in the quarter, but their accounting earnings in the quarter. And that would send their stock plummeting, and the CEO would be fired. So that accounting rule change, that now you don't have to do that, is a big, big deal on other CEOs saying, wow, now I don't have to risk my career, and I can put some Bitcoin on my balance sheet. Sorry.
Yeah, 100%. No, I just wanted to make the point that these things take time. We need time to build out the infrastructure. We need time for people, because I don't know how this law came into force, but I'm sure Michael Saylor did play a role.
Yeah, he was trying to educate them. There's no question.
So there's a lot of this like lobbying, if you want, that is taking place all over the world. There's the regulation in Europe that is also happening with MiCA that is expected to come in a year and a half or so, which is going to kind of set the rails. And when there's regulation and rules, it kind of normalizes the concept of where I can now have exposure to this.
So it's important to understand, people, that we're talking two types of institutions here. We're talking publicly traded companies, and then we're talking pension funds, mutual funds, insurance companies at a different level, okay? But all of them suffer from a theory in English, and I hope you'll understand what this means. Or the literal translation is the theory of agents. When you are making a decision on behalf of your stakeholders, you have no incentive to stand out from the pack. It's much more safe for you to stick with everybody else. And frequently what that means is you all run over the cliff at the same time. You're a bunch of fools. But there's much more comfort in people all running over the cliff at the same time than there is standing out on the pack and all of these people stay here and something bad happens to you, okay? So the theory of agents applies whether you're on a board of directors or if you are in the pension plans and insurance companies, you're called the Investment Policy Committee. So there's a committee of old fat white men sitting around making the decision that, God forbid, we invest in this thing called Bitcoin because they're 65 years old. They don't understand it. They don't want it to be a blemish on their career. But most importantly, Clement, nobody else is doing it, so I don't have to do it. So they're myopic, okay? Now, that's where game theory comes into play and everything like that. But most importantly, it's my estimation that it will take at least 6 years for an investment policy committee to come to a decision to invest in a new asset that's only been around for 13 years. Okay, they can't possibly do it. They don't have enough information to study the correlations with different asset classes. Okay? And they also can back off and say, it's only $350 billion. I can't even possibly get involved in this market because if I'm a $1 trillion asset manager and I want to allocate 1% of my $1 trillion, that's $10 billion that they need to move into an asset class that's only $350 billion. They are going to impact the market. Okay? So all of these things come into play. There's dynamics, there is human conscience, There's cover your ass, okay? CYA. You should write that down. That's a Canadian acronym. Cover your ass. As long as all of us idiots go over the cliff together, we're all fine. What a bunch of morons, right? But it's the way it works. So that's why you guys are so advantaged right now, because you don't have to report to these idiot committees. You can make your own decisions. For once, the people at the bottom of the privilege and perhaps less money individually, but more money collectively than anything in the world, you're changing the world. We don't want them to get involved until you guys all have your allocation, and then they'll get involved, and then Bitcoin will be trading at $2 million a Bitcoin, and you'll be like, thank you very much. Where's that T-shirt? Yeah. I told you so. Yeah. Idiots, be laughing. Grin.
Yeah, you're front-running all of them.
Yeah.
Many people in this room front-ran Elon Musk. And you're front-running Michael Saylor, and you're front-running every institution. And the people that aren't in this room that are listening to this, you're front-running most of the institutions on the planet right now, and all it takes is an open mind and curiosity to do your own work. It's all it takes.
And guess who's a better risk manager? You guys. You've done the work. These guys, yeah. You understand the best asymmetric investment opportunity ever. You understand it better than these people. There's another expression, Charlie Munger. Does everyone know who Charlie Munger is? You know he hates Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. You know he hates Bitcoin, right? Charlie Munger shouldn't buy green bananas. Do you guys understand what that means? He shouldn't buy green bananas because there's a good chance by the time those bananas ripen, he's not alive, okay? So it will take care of itself. This is what happens in life. You get these idiots who should not buy green bananas. Time takes care of itself, all right? Over to you. I won't get back into Canada. I'm certainly not going back to Nebraska
not to the US
soon,
either.
So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. And then you have not Charlie Munger, but Warren Buffett, who says Bitcoin is a rat's poison.
Well, so they built off of each other.
Which is irony. Irony is you listen to them forever, follow the incentives. Yeah. They designed a business about following the incentives, and they can't see that the broken incentives that they portray, that they therefore are ruining the world, as they can't see the fixed incentives of Bitcoin fix the world.
Because they own a ton of Bank of America stock, because they own a ton of Wells Fargo stock, all of which will be disintermediated by this beautiful technology and the payment rails that it brings to the equation.
Yeah, well, I always like to have a positive perspective, so it could be that, you know, when he says Bitcoin is a rat's poison, maybe he really means that the rat is the fiat system.
Well, that's it, 100%, but
right?
He'll get hurt.
Yeah.
He'll get hurt.
But yeah, like actually one of the things that I absolutely love about this front running of the institutional class is that, you know, as the number up technology does its thing and it continues to grow up, eventually they have no choice, like you said, but they just adopt it. And not just no choice, they will just have to do it because as the asset class grows, right, they have no choice but to have exposure to these asset class. And what's really interesting, so you mentioned this, like when you started with the bonds, right?
Yeah, bonds, yeah.
A very similar trend, you know, Fidelity, I've read one of these reports they've observed with commodities, if you think about it. Like 20, 30 years ago, institutional investors didn't really have that much exposure to commodities at all, and that has changed, you know, like.
And why is that? Because of the diversification benefits. So the traditional portfolio right now is 60% equities, 40% bonds, right? You've heard the 60-40 portfolio. It just had its worst 9-month performance in 50 years. Both bonds and equities are down more than 20%. There was no balancing. Usually in the last 40 years, because interest rates started at 14% and went down to 1%, when equities went down, bond prices went up because yields came down. But eventually, there's only so far that yields can go. So that 60-40 portfolio just logged its worst 9 months in history. Bitcoin is the best asymmetric upside They know they need to get diversification. And here's the kicker. Bitcoin is now less volatile than the Dow Jones Industrial Average. So for all those institutions, and I'm not pitching to manage risk or to think of risk from a volatility perspective, but a lot of people do. Well, if the volatility is lower than the Dow, but the asymmetry is 100 times higher to the upside than the Dow, don't you think these risk managers better figure out how to dig themselves out of a hole? They're down 25% across their whole portfolio this year. Imagine if you're a pension guy in the UK. Oh, I'm in these risk-free bonds, these risk-free gilts. You just lost 50%, 5-0. Lives are being destroyed. You need diversification. I've never seen a more attractive asset class. You guys have heard my pitch. Just don't own zero. Jeff and I are, more along the lines of Bitcoin. Please do me a favor and understand that Bitcoin is the only thing that solves the fiat Ponzi. I'm not saying don't own other crypto assets. Actually, I am. I'm kidding. No, look, just focus on Bitcoin for its insurance on the fiat Ponzi. Do other digital assets for other DeFi and all of these things. But Bitcoin's the only truly decentralized option to hedge yourself against a 60-40 portfolio. It's only math. You guys are lucky. Really, really lucky to be here in Bulgaria, where you guys, believe it or not, yeah, but look, like, this is the best. This is the best crowd. Like, you guys are behaving like it's a university auditorium, and it's amazing because
this 500 people will bring on the rest of Bulgaria.
And you're way more powerful than the 5,000 people in Canada and all the people in the... Was that me?
Is it me?
Anyway, I apologize. Look, here's the cool thing, guys. You are at an opportunity for you and your children way out in advance. And be thankful. We don't actually want the price to go straight up. I think it will someday. But you got to prepare for that eventuality and actually be happy that you have more time to stack this. The institutions, I promise you, I'm going to share something with you because it's not all... The second largest pension plan in Canada, I talked to last week about how much work they're doing on Bitcoin, okay? The second largest pension plan in Canada also lost their shirt in Celsius. Ooh, who could that be? It starts with 4 letters. Oh, not them. No, but it's... No, I'm kidding. Exactly. But they're doing the work, and this is actually exciting, okay? On a relative basis, they're far larger than a pension plan in the United States because the concentration of asset management in Canada is much more concentrated in Canada than it is in the United States.
I want to put something on the table. On the previous panel, I don't remember if it was George or someone, though, said that Bitcoin standard and global adoption, actually, it's not going to happen the way we want it. Actually, it must happen, it was you, wasn't it? It must happen through institutional adoptions and state-level adoption and so on. And we talked about when they're forced to do it. They're forced to have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. I remember in 2020, I had this thought, Bitcoin just won. And the question is like, what happened that made me think that? It was when PayPal got into Bitcoin. And now the question is like, how did Bitcoin won when PayPal got into Bitcoin? Yeah. It was Strike earlier that year, 6 months early, they announced their earnings. And they said, I can't remember what was the number, but X amount of money they made on Bitcoin. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that's very cool. And then 6 months later, PayPal announced, we're into Bitcoin as well. And I thought, I remember back then on my streams, I had this episode where I deeply explained how they are not supportive of Bitcoin adoption. They're not like, oh, Bitcoin is so great, it's going to do so good for the world, let's do it. They're a company that are for profit. If they get into it, they're like, we are going to make money on this, and if we don't get into it, Strike is going to bankrupt us because every client that wants to purchase Bitcoin, wants to transfer Bitcoin money, they're going to go there. So they were forced. They're armored forced by Bitcoin, which doesn't have a CEO, no marketing department or anything, completely decentralized, all developers all around the world, develop for free, put their code on GitHub. And at that moment I said, Bitcoin just won. Yeah. That's it. So what I'm
What do
asking?
what do you think's happening in El Salvador? What do you think's happening right now? One thing, your recency bias, our recency bias, human beings' recency bias, is taking whatever current event and saying, okay, why isn't this driving this? Because you care about it so much. And that's not the way markets evolve. So El Salvador is over 10% GDP growth this year. That doesn't where else in the world are you seeing that? I went to El Salvador, and when you see the amount of tourism that's racing in there, and then people go there and they wait, wow, there's something happening here, and they move their business there, and they move there, and they buy houses there. And you see an entire economy flourishing. And then other nations look over and wait, how did that tiny little backhole country that was all of the negative externality of the U.S. was sitting in El Salvador? How are they doing it? Well, they just went on to a Bitcoin standard, and you can see the global adoption starting to race forward. And I would say Greg and I are fortunate because we get to see this at a level that many don't. So we're in the rooms of in many politicians in different countries and presidents calling and talking about how do they bring their country on. And what I can tell you is sometimes it takes some time. It takes a learning process, just like all of us went down the rabbit hole and started to understand. We think now what we know everybody else knows, and they don't. And so that learning, though, it's coming. And it's coming because of exactly what you just said. It provides an advantage, and it provides an advantage to people in both their citizens, and it provides an advantage if you go first, a value advantage, and you're competing against the world.
So could I just add just on the El Salvador front? So here's what mainstream media wants you to hear, that they lost $50 million on their Bitcoin holdings, right? What mainstream media doesn't tell you is that they are a country of 6 million people and a prior GDP of 28 billion US dollars, where the GDP just increased by 10%. So that's $2.8 billion. So maybe the Bitcoin came down by 50 million, but the top line went up by 2.8 billion.
The amount of tourism increase they had in the first quarter of this year was well over the 50 million, the revenue from the tourism increase. So it's such a non-starter.
6 million people, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's about the size of Bulgaria, right? I need you guys to understand, like, you know, it can start small, but I have a joke. It's not, you know, I said it. I don't think Canada will be the country that adopts Bitcoin as a G7 nation. You may not have known, but Canada is a G7 nation. So perhaps it was Natalie or someone on their podcast asked me, what should Canada do if they don't adopt Bitcoin? I said, learn to speak Spanish. I seriously mean it. So look, maybe we better learn to speak Bulgarian too, right? My only wish is that this is other countries in the world that see it before the big, foolish, myopic countries see it.
Just to mention one fact for the people who might be watching this and don't know, what you refer to with the 50 million, the 2 billion, is that El Salvador, the country, have purchased Bitcoin.
Correct.
And Bitcoin's price went down. So on paper, they lost money, right? Because if they sell what they bought, now they're going to get less dollars back. But this act of theirs actually attracted so many people in the country, foreigners, to come, to travel, to see, to purchase houses there, to live there, to move their businesses there, that actually the GDP of the country went up with billions of dollars.
Yes.
Yes, true. Yeah, it's a tremendous arbitrage opportunity for jurisdictions, as I see it as well. I really wish, you know, we could be an example. I'm not sure, but I guess it depends on all of us here.
No,
really.
but education. So hats off to you guys to learn. Plamen for putting this on, George. Like, it's all about I told a friend, and then they told a friend, and so on, and so on, and so on. It's only 13 years, everybody. Don't overthink it. We are so early, and therefore so lucky to be able to see the next 20 years play out. Cool?
Yeah. I want to ask one question, though. To a person who lives in hyperinflation, he sees the value in a foreign currency that doesn't hyperinflate, or into Bitcoin that also cannot, not just doesn't, cannot hyperinflate. So would you say that there is a situation like that where institutions can get into, or just something on a global scale that is going to force on different places around the world, not just in the US, for institutions to see as Bitcoin as that savior, just because, like, let's say in Argentina or whatever, they're selling their currency, they just want dollars, or they want Bitcoin, doesn't matter, just want something else.
So in most of the world that you have high inflation, you also have high Bitcoin adoption. It's just a natural course. It used to be, I want to get dollars. Now it's typically high Bitcoin adoption. So, so yes, still today, a lot of people they're racing for dollars in those places, but they're also, they're typically higher Bitcoin adoption. And that higher inflation is going to come everywhere, and it has to be higher and higher. We'll talk about that on the next panel. So you can expect Bitcoin adoption to explode through that. And even when people are saying, even when you say, here's the problem, here's the mind problem. A transition in a system like this is such a hard thing to understand when you're measuring the system from the system. And the system that you're measuring is 4 orders of magnitude bigger than Bitcoin is today. When Greg talked about Bitcoin being 450 billion, and you say how big the existing system is. It's 4 orders of magnitude bigger.
That's 10,000 times.
Exactly, not 4 times, 4 orders of magnitude bigger. And so that reference rate is everything you're measuring the world in. And when you measure your Bitcoin in that price, and that is the reference rate that's being manipulated, you're actually measuring in the error code. And but people are so used to doing that in their existing currency. You measure your house in your existing currency. You measure what you're buying at the store in your existing currency. You're measuring, and that is the error code that's being destroyed. So it's really confusing to people to understand the system change that is Bitcoin, because it's outside of the system. In fact, what's happening is when people are talking about pricing Bitcoin in their currency, like think about it, what it is in your currency, think about it, what is Venezuelan Bolivar, US, it's all different. And it's all different by the error code that is the currency being manipulated. When what's happening is Bitcoin is repricing the entire system into a new system, but it's early. But that early means you can take advantage of that early. And when Greg says it's the best asymmetric bet of all time, I don't think there's ever been a better asymmetric bet than Bitcoin.
I love this example. Actually, I've heard Plamen give it in terms of the repricing, where he's like, because a lot of people here in Bulgaria, they're thinking in terms of saving in property, right, in real estate. And so Plamen has been saying, like, what is it, 6 years ago, you needed maybe, I don't know, like a few hundred Bitcoins to buy a regular apartment. Then you needed 100, then you needed, 50. Today you probably need, just I don't know, like a few Bitcoin or so. So it's like exactly this repricing.
So real estate will fall to its utility value in Bitcoin. It won't look like that if you're measuring from the existing system. But real estate all over the world will fall to its utility value in real estate in Bitcoin. It won't look like a store of savings away from a manipulated system, because the only reason it goes up is because of the manipulation of the system that people try to store their money in, so they can keep more of the money than other people that are just holding cash or working for savings that's getting destroyed. That's the only reason it goes up, because of that manipulation of the system. We believe it goes up because we want a nice house. We believe it goes up because we're going to make more money on that house over time. The only reason it goes up is because of the manipulation of the system. You've been programmed to they don't make more land. Like, look around. Like, there's lots of land. They look around at some of the places, some of the cities that have no one in them in Italy that you can buy buildings for nothing. They'll give them, look around. It doesn't look like that. It's a manipulated system that you're in, but you believe it. And real estate is going to be repriced to its utility value in Bitcoin, and you only see it if you measure from Bitcoin.
And that's probably a good way to sum up, Plamen, because how many pension plans do you think have huge commercial real estate holdings? So they've tried to diversify out of So 60-40 has become perhaps 50% equities, 30% bonds, and 20% other assets that include real estate and private equity. Well, right now there's a ton of unmarked to market real estate assets globally.
And with the tightening.
Look, it's just a matter of time before they need another asset class that's non-correlated to this. So I think it's a good, very opportune for the future. And yeah, keep staying the course, discipline, have a 20-year time frame, outsmart these pension plans because they try and plan ahead for 20 years. But in the case of the UK gilt market, they drove interest rates down to a level that the only way they could maintain their performance returns was to use leverage, right? So they levered their bond holdings 3-to-1 and then lost 50% levered 3 times. They lost 150%. So they lost the whole strategy plus 50% of the assets blended across the other strategies in their portfolio. It's a disaster. Call out the fraud. The fraud is fiat. Stick with Bitcoin. Cool?
Yes.
If I may, are we finishing? Or?
No. We need to hear one more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Are we closing up now? Or?
I was going to ask, we have 5 minutes on the timer. Let's do a question. Let's do a question from the audience. Yeah, that's all right. We wrap things up. I think it's good enough for the panel. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? If you do not speak English, you can ask your buddy next to you to translate the question. Forest of heads, hands. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, like, oh my God, like, let's get that guy over there. Yeah.
In the meantime, say what you were going to say.
I
cut you off.
At the end.
All right, brother.
Hello. I would like to thank you guys for coming in Bulgaria. So my question would be related. If you had like a close relative who is like working in the government or in the bank, how would you convince him to throw off alcohol, if we say alcohol is the fiat system, and we tell him to take the pill which like fixes this problem? What's the way to convince like drug addicts to?
So, and again, once you understand Bitcoin as deep as maybe some of the people in this room, it makes it look like everybody else doesn't. That's actually why, and the more you yell at them about the fiat system, the more they reinforce the fiat system because it's 4 orders of magnitude bigger, and the more they think you're a crazy person. And it's just it's 2 different frames of the world, and those frames of the world, I often use this example. If you were at Amazon from 1995 to 2010 as an executive at Amazon versus being an executive at Sears from 95 to 2010, you have 2 different frames of the world. One, hopeful expanding, one dying. And that, and then Sears fails, and everybody's displaced. But the entire way there, you're trying to protect that failure. It's just a different frame of the world. And many people in this room are in the frame of the world that's open, new, exciting, hopeful, truthful, everything else. And they can't believe once they're in that frame of the world that other people don't see it. They don't see it. And so how? Ask them a question. Just ask them a question and ask them how it is they solve their problem. And my book did that in technology being deflationary. How is it possible that productivity, all of the productivity of our work is supposed to drive prices down? Why do prices go up? Just ask them that. And
we have one more question over there. If productivity is going up, why aren't prices going down? It's such a simple but so hard to answer question when you have the fiat goggles on.
And then the only thing they can do is come to the conclusion, no, because the next thing to that, once they break that, okay, prices should be coming down. Oh, no, but we have to make them go up.
Yeah.
And then when they say that, say, why? Why? And then who gets to decide? Who do you decide that just gets to just destroy your money with a keystroke? Who wins, who loses? Just ask them those 3 questions on the way there, and then walk away and let them figure it out. They'll come back to you.
So yeah, thank you from me as well for coming here in Bulgaria. I have like one question that's, because we're here gathered and talking about how great is Bitcoin, but can we talk like a little bit about what are the weak points? Like what's something that probably fiat is better in, and what are the weak points of Bitcoin and crypto as well? Yeah.
So in my view, every crypto is going to go to 0. And Bitcoin is going, and you might be able to trade it for a while, and I'll get into that maybe with Natalie later. But I suspect that I've done the work on this to a level that I wouldn't have said what I just said if I didn't completely believe it, from a structural nature of what makes Bitcoin different and why I'm investing on top of the layer 2 and 3 solutions. To answer the other question, what makes it weaker? Nothing. The only thing, it's the first time society has ever had decentralization and security together, and that changes the rules of how we organize ourselves, but it changes it so drastically that we're not used to those rules. We don't understand what that looks like, and so we carry our baggage from our previous system and the way that we've always organized society into how this has to work, and most of the problem is in carrying legacy thinking into a new system. So if I said, what's the problem? That's that problem, and it creates so much confusion about what the new system will deliver, but people believe it because it's hard to see what the new system, any new system, just think, when you measure something, you're measuring the new system. As an entrepreneur, I'm very used to creating something, and to create something from nothing, you have to intuit behavior on the new before it's there. You have to predict people's change in what they're going to do given a different ability to do something. And so what I see as the biggest challenge in this today is people are predicting, oh, it's just all these new rich people that they control the world, and the world doesn't change. It works so differently than the existing system, but it's our minds that can't understand that until it's there and working for more people. But we can explore that more. But if I said, for me, that's the biggest thing. I don't think there is a negative on the new system. There's perceived negatives because of our bias from the existing system.
As we say in Bulgaria, we're looking for a egg under the rooster or something like that is the expression. Okay. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Just one final note I wanted to say on like this whole point that Jeff also started in the beginning, and it is about institutional adoption, government adoption, adoption by banks really is a grassroots movement, and it takes time, and it takes education. And I think my, appeal to all of you guys would be, and the reason why today, we gave out the little Bitcoin book to every single one. If you haven't taken it out, go to the next booth, take a book. But the reason we're doing it so you can think of someone who, needs to learn about this, someone who can also share this with other people, because we have these people in society who are like connectors, who are influencers. Think about this guy or this woman, who can have a major influence, who can kind of like continue this grassroots movements. And could be the book, could be some of Plamen's videos, could be some content that has made your shift, and you think has a very high chance of making the shift for that important person who doesn't have to be a banker, but he can also continue that movement as well.
I need to add on to this. Don't just do that to who you think is an important person. Here is your power. In a system that looks like this, like it does today, then you can be the important person. All it takes is moving over to the new system, because where other people don't know, what Plamen just did, all it took is a phone call to us, and we met from a video he did with us, and he's creating a leadership opportunity in Bulgaria that hopefully he spreads to thousands of minds, and then tens of thousands, and then hundreds of thousands, all from a phone call and believing in a new system that creates all of that value that then can transfer. And every one of you in this audience and everyone listening has the ability to do that today because we're so early in this new path.
And this will sum it up, because you are your own institution. You are your own risk manager, okay? Remember that for the kids. Is my mic on? Cool?
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, we're finishing the panel. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. And
all right. So, Natalie, great. Wasn't that a great presentation? Yeah, you know, when it comes down to a world that you can't trust mainstream media, you actually can't trust central bankers either. When it, you have to understand that nobody has all the answers, right? So, one of the biggest themes in macroeconomics right now is, you know, how the Federal Reserve had us believe that inflation was transitory. They are going to redefine transitory, much like they're going to redefine a definition of a Fed pivot, much like they're probably going to have to change their inflation target. All of these things are part of a narrative that you need to be questioning the people who deliver the information, right? Perhaps the most disconcerting thing I've seen in the last, I'm going to say 2 years, is that Ben Bernanke was awarded the Nobel Prize. I mean, that is an absolute embarrassment. That being said, we are living in a system right now that is the consequence of the actions of the central bank in the 1980s. Okay, so you guys remember that Paul Volcker in the 1980s was fighting inflation, which incidentally was the similar level to the current level inflation, CPI inflation we have now of 8%. Where did he have interest rates? He had interest rates at double digits. Okay? Then came Alan Greenspan. Then came helicopter Ben Bernanke, who gets the Nobel Prize for solving a financial situation that his two predecessors caused. And he was the one that assured us subprime mortgage crisis is well contained. So I'm just trying to set up a situation in the learn from our past to bring us to the present situation. We are dealing, in my opinion, with a situation that scares me as much today as when I was managing risk in 2008 and 2009. Okay? Don't underestimate the true level of risk that we have in the global financial system right now. Now, the positive is, when was Bitcoin designed? 2009, in response to the global financial crisis. Thank goodness we have a tool now that we can use to hedge the failed policies of the central banks in the past. So I'll just open, I'll throw it out. Please build off of what Natalie said. Don't believe everything you read in the mainstream media. Question the ethics and perhaps even the intelligence, well, certainly question the intelligence of the global central bankers. This is the most risky time in the markets since 2009, and the problem is cycles are shorter and the negative responses are greater because we've just kicked the can down the road. So on that note, I'll just pass it over to our panel. Risk happens fast, and today, risk happens faster. Why? Because of all the things we've done wrong in the past.
There's just no place for the debt to go anymore. So what ends up happening when we talk about what Volcker was dealing with in the U.S. At that time, U.S. was still the reference rate currency of the world, but the U.S. had 30% debt to GDP, and so by causing a collapse of the economy in the U.S., they could transfer because when you cause that collapse, all of the people still need services and everything else, and they don't have jobs, and they go to the government and they try to get jobs. So the market collapsed, but all they did is moved the debt up to the government level, where it grew and grew and grew and grew. And so now you have the country with the reference rate currency of the world, the US. It's trading with all other nations. All other nations are tied to that. That has 130% debt to GDP. And so you're in a debt trap. And so you cannot get out of that debt trap without much higher inflation or without deflation. And with the deflation, what ends up happening is the credit collapses, but the credit is the entire system. So it's not the deflation I talk about, the good deflation. It's it's debt deflation, and every single thing collapses. Every bank collapses. Everything continues to collapse if you allow that deflation to continue. But it's the reference rate currency of the world, which everybody else transacts on, and other currencies are pegged to. That has to inflate 10% a year on an ongoing basis to try to get the debt under control. Unfortunately, that's the facts. Now, how it gets there, tighten, loosen, but it needs to debase the currency. And that currency, being the reference rate of every other currency, that means the pain to every other currency and pain that's coming to every other nation relying on that trade is extraordinarily difficult. And then those currencies have their debt priced in the US dollar. So as the US dollar gets stronger, they have to sell everything to try to get enough dollars to be able to pay back a debt that's unpayable. So our macro setup, when Greg talks about it scares him worse than 2000 or the same as 2008, it is much worse than 2008. In 2008, there was a way to pretend to kick the can down the road and solve this. Now, it didn't come without cost. The cost was transfer of wealth from the middle class and poor to the rich. Big monopoly companies getting stronger and co-opting lobbying process and everything else. And the same people that created the financial crisis in the first place get rich by solving it. And the same people get Nobel Prizes for solving the problem that they created in the first place, which is just ludicrous. And because of status quo bias and recency bias and deferring to experts, when things are bad, we go back to the same experts that are creating the problem and make it worse. Can you solve it for us? And so it's worse. And we're now near the end of the kicking of the can down the road. Now what that means is you have to expect the unexpected. It's going to be really volatile. Things are going to, I can't tell you exactly when the wheels come off in every country. I can just tell you the wheels are going to come off in every country. And it's going to be, and when Natalie talks about that don't trust the media and everything else, or not, it's just in that type of chaos, you can expect that a lot of people don't know this. They don't know that the plumbing of the financial system is completely broken. And they're trying to, and they can't fix it by more glue and duct tape, and it's coming apart. That's where we are in the world, and Bitcoin is that transition path outside of that system that we hope moves faster to protect people from the worst of the system coming apart.
I'd like to add my point of view. When this system obviously came to a halt or to an end, to me, it was like 2008 when the Americans saved their asses, printing a ton of money to the post-GFC. And that's when players like Russia, China was like, hold on. This is not the set of rules we agreed on. We know we print you 2% new money, we distribute it this way and that way, and we all kind of cheat on our own people. But these are like global set of rules, the so-called targeted inflation. So when the Americans print money, they pretty much force everybody to do the same, because their currency will become, in comparison, more expensive, their exports will go down, employment will go up. So since we don't have a gold standard, when Americans print, everybody else has to jump. But to me, it's like the big other players at that moment decided that they don't want to participate in this same game. Like when the Western world prints money and it gives financial promises in exchange for energy, real products from China, or raw materials from Africa, it's a good game if you're a Westerner, but really bad game if you are coming from the East and the South. So to me, it looks like Russia and China are forcing the change of rules. And Russia pretty much sold all their treasuries in 2012 or 13, which means that they already didn't believe in this financial promise in exchange for energy. And probably since then, the so-called deep state has been working hard how to decouple Russia from Europe, which combined together are pretty mighty force. One produces energy cheaply, the other one produces craftsmanship as end products, which are sold 20 times more than the energy input. So if the dollar, and right now during COVID, I mean, just 2 years ago, they printed what?
$9 trillion.
A few trillion more.
Well, yeah, to put that in context, in the great financial crisis, 900 billion was printed for TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program.
Started at 300.
For COVID, 9 trillion. Okay.
So this is the end game. I mean, it looks, by all accounts, it's like the end game. And it's a game scenario, I imagine. Let's say the Americans know that the game is rigged in their interest, but all the big players already caught them off guard, let's say. So if you can print money faster than the others, you have the benefit to buy as much resources as possible before the game is before things are over. So imagine the Americans when they print, they literally gave money to bank accounts in personal bank accounts. That was the first time, right? We didn't get that here in Bulgaria or in Asia. I mean, even during COVID, generally the government did not give away money. But when you have the world reserve currency, you have the privilege to literally give away money to people, and you give them a signal, spend as fast as you can. Because things are not going to be the same in the next 10 to 15 years. There will be a new system in place. Probably after some chaos, some hot wars here and there. Historically, usually wars help a lot to change the system, to reset the game. From all game scenarios, for me, nobody trusts anybody now. I mean, among the big players, Bitcoin looks like this silent little player, which can play a big part when big players don't trust each other to exchange, trade. They will have no choice. They will have to trade one way or another. We don't live on separate universe, you know. Yeah, and trade is what unites us.
I think that is important, but it's important. If you have the reserve currency of the world, what that requires from the Triffin dilemma, somebody has to buy, somebody has to sell. And what that means is in one country, you have to have high living standards. You have to spend a lot. It has to be financed by debt. And so in the other country, it has to be financed by you essentially giving vendor financing loans for cheap labor to be able to. And the world trade balance has to equal zero. So that is the map all over the world. It has to look the same. Same thing in the euro. When the euro experiment starts, the euro says, okay, Germany, everybody in Greece gets a raise, and here you go, and you buy a whole bunch more products from Germany, and we lend you the money to do so. Oh, you can't pay them back? Oh, our banks are going to fail. Right? That's actually what's happening all over the world. In other words, what that says is you need a neutral reserve currency that can flow all over the world instead of one country having control the currency. Now, think about it from a U.S. perspective, even if instead of it's been manipulated against everybody else. What it means for a U.S. perspective is there's no way to create economic growth in manufacturing in the U.S., including of critical components for supply chain for the geopolitical or war machine, including. Those have to be outsourced to cheaper countries, cheaper labor. And so you outsource all of what your future as you create this. And so it creates a geopolitical mess all over the world as this is racing back and forth. And that mess is what you're in today. And over top of that mess is you're going to hear different things from different states and trying to say it's those people's fault over there. And you'll likely believe it. But it's just a structural problem of the global financial system that we are in that is nearing end of days. And when it nears end of days, it causes this relation back and forth. Now you have to be very, very careful. And I say that very, very careful because when you're in these end of days, you can expect volatility too. If you were all in cash, and then the next day, they change that reference rate and cash it gets destroyed by 40%. You're effectively wiped out. Or if your pension, like the UK, like Greg was talking about, is in that, and you've worked all your life to be able to retire, and it's gone, you might be mad, right? You might go and try to look for what's the problem, but that is a likely event in a whole bunch of things. And then on the other side of it, if you've taken a whole bunch of loans against Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin goes down for a while, and you lose your job, and you can't pay the loans, your margin called on Bitcoin. So in this type of event, and now if Bitcoin goes up, then you can make a whole bunch of extra money by taking that loan. But in this type of environment, with all the risk coming, I would be careful on margin. I would be careful on leverage.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a more radical opinion about the macroeconomic situation. And again, in my opinion, we're currently, each and every one of us, being part of a economic and psychological warfare that's being waged on us by the central banks. And let me elaborate why. So, first of all, at the moment now, keeping your money at the bank, it's not profitable at all. First of all, inflation, it's worse than any amount of money that the bank gives you as a deposit. First of all, we know that even last year, the percentage that the bank gave on a deposit was negative. Now they're, floating around 1%. So pretty much the inflation is eating your money, but this is done on purpose. The banks don't want your money in the bank. They want you to actually spend it so you can actually stimulate the economy. This is the economical warfare, for you to make it uncomfortable, for you not to actually have and save money. That's why I always have those commercial, get the gifts to your loved one, go to the Maldives, get that car, get that leasing, buy that jet ski, whatever. It's all bullshit. It's all an illusion. This is the economic warfare. The psychological one, it's pretty rough. It's what actually, literally, makes us into the biggest slavery nation ever. Let me elaborate why. Because currently, let me give you an example. Currently, you're working 8 hours a day, and you get paid an X amount of money. So 1 year ago, for that same amount of time that you input, you get an X amount of money, and you could afford an X amount of things. Currently, for the same amount of time that you're working, you cannot afford even the same things for previous years. And that means that now you have to do two things. You either have to work multiple jobs, or you have to use, let's say, no offense, Robin Hood, without any knowledge, invest into stocks, bonds, things that you don't understand, just to make ends meet. And this is actually economic slavery, because now the banks are literally stealing from your time. You're working more and more, and you can afford less and less. And that's actually stealing from your life, literally.
I agree. So I guess one of the things I need to bring to the table is a perspective of risk management that I've learned over the 35 years is when information changes, change your outlook. Don't stick to a dated investment policy guideline, 60-40. It worked until it didn't. We talked about that on the previous panel. There's an old adage, don't fight the Fed. I'm sure you guys have heard that. Now, there are some practitioners in the market that actually believe the Fed is moving down a path where they don't care what happens in the rest of the world. If you call it economic warfare, that is absolutely a potential. I'm probably in the camp where I believe that the Fed is more of a clown car than it is a evil organization, okay? But I could be wrong. So remember, this is an opinion that's not 100% certain. It's actually my opinion that Jerome Powell wants to be Paul Volcker, but he can't possibly be, because when Volcker had interest rates at 12% because inflation was at 8%, he had 30% total debt to GDP. And today, Jerome Powell has total debt to GDP in the USA of 125. I think Jeff said 130%. It's mathematically impossible to bring interest rates to the same level to fight inflation. So it's my opinion that you either have a deflationary bust, like Jeff was saying, or you have global depression. You know, we're using the word recession. We're pussyfooting around. Come on. It's going to be a global depression, people. What's the good news? All paths lead to Bitcoin. This is the perfect outcome. I don't know which scenario plays out, but Bitcoin's the solution in both scenarios. Like, this is how you manage risk. I can't be wrong. Like, do you know the word fuck? Like, this is the best fucking position we can be in right now because we can't be wrong. We don't have to rely on either a clown car Fed or an evil Dr. Evil Fed, right? Both paths lead to Bitcoin. My risk management job is done. So you should be actually happy, although my preference would be I don't want suffering. I actually don't want the world to go into a global depression. I don't think Jeff wants it. And by and large, I would say nobody here wants to punish the children of the world. It's not the USA that's going to feel all the pressure. It's going to be the First Nation, the peripheral nations, right? Like it always is. So when I first started trading in 1988, it was the Latin American debt crisis. And Mexico and Brazil, Argentina were all bankrupt. Do you know that during my career, Argentina has gone bankrupt 4 times? Another way of saying that is if they issued a 30-year bond in 1988, it's never matured. Not once, it's never matured. Not twice, it's 4 times. And yet the clown world still lends them money. Think about how broken this system is, how eventually it will collapse one way or the other, and then how all paths lead to Bitcoin. You know, we could get real granular about whether they should pivot if the Fed funds overnight rate, which is currently at 3.25% and it's supposed to go to 4%, whether it's going to get there. Again, we're getting too fancy, in my opinion, especially for a group of people like yourselves who don't have control over it. You only have control over what you can do in the eventuality of either outcome. And again, I'm very happy to say it's my opinion that both paths or all paths lead to Bitcoin. My preferred path, though, is a transition, orderly transition, where you move away from global reserve currency being the US dollar. What is that? I believe it's when oil and natural gas becomes priced in Bitcoin globally. Now, there are some people who don't view Bitcoin as being digital energy like I do, but nonetheless, that would be an orderly transition that allows the US dollar to maintain reserve currency status, but Bitcoin would replace US treasuries as global reserve asset, okay? And that's sort of an outcome that I'm rooting for because, again, it's less damaging to the people that matter most to us, which are our children and people in less privileged countries that right now are getting destroyed by the US dollar wrecking ball. So I have one last, it's sort of funny, but all fiats are melting ice cubes, right? It's just that their relative rate of decay is measured against a US dollar, which is also debasing, but it's actually just debasing at a slower rate than secondary and tertiary fiats. But here's the expression. Perhaps you've heard me say it. There's two, actually. First, the US dollar is the best-looking horse at the glue factory. Doesn't make it good, but it's still. And the second one is, it's like the US dollar is the best crack house on a crack street. They're all drug addicts. It's just that the US dollar looks best. So don't overthink things. It's only mathematics. All paths lead to Bitcoin. They start in the credit markets where I've spent my whole career. And that's why I think Bitcoin and macroeconomic concerns will reverberate out of the credit portfolios and the credit systems and move to Bitcoin. That's my hope.
And just building on that, that's what I wrote about in the book. I wrote about in the book, essentially, the free market and technology. Technology is just a word describing what we do to come up with better ways to do it, right? That's all, and it describes our innovation to make our lives better. And that, what you understand is that has to be deflationary, has to drive prices down. And when I looked at the other side of the ledger, what we're talking about, is you realize is the debt has to grow to be able to stop that from happening, and it has to keep growing exponentially. And one of the points I made in the book, and you wouldn't see it inside a country, because inside countries, they're just kicking the can down the road further and further and further, and it's rolling up. And it starts at individuals, and then it moves to banks, and then the banks don't want to fail, so the government takes over the bank. And so it just moves up the stack. And we're now at the government debt stack that has grown. When I wrote the book, the debt was, in the last 20 years, to offset what was happening in technology. And remember, this is to offset you not working as hard, you getting stuff cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. That's what it's to offset. It's that productivity reaching society. To offset that and transfer that productivity to a very few number of people, this is the debt stack what we're talking about. And you created $185 trillion of global debt for $46 trillion of economic growth. Almost 4-to-1 debt to GDP growth. Now that's not, the GDP growth is one thing, that's not the earnings you make on the GDP growth. It's the, if you tax it at 100%, you couldn't fix it. And you knew that technology is moving faster and faster. And the only way that a free market company could actually make more money to get us to use it is to actually remove labor faster with technology. And every time they did it, you had to create more prices going up to be able to stop that from happening. And so you could see totally perfectly well that you were going to end, you're going on two different paths that are opposing paths. And you're driving society to the brink through that path. And what happened? Obviously what happened, and it happened, what people don't realize is well before COVID, the market started cracking. In September of the year before we saw COVID, the market started cracking, started breaking down. And what's the
reverse repo?
Reverse repo started breaking. So they started trying to fix that in the reverse repo market, which has consequences around the globe. And then COVID, and okay, and now we're going to jump in. But here's the point: it's an exponential path, and it has to be exponential. So that growth in debt has to be exponential to a point that there's no possible way, as Greg says, to pay back that growth or pay back that debt in nominal terms. You have to destroy currency values to be able to pay it back. And now, globally, everybody's looking. There's this in chaos theory. There was this experiment in 1987. There are 3 physicists that did this great experiment, and it's called the sandcastle game. And what they did, you drop a piece of sand on a table over and over and over again. And what the sand would do is it would reach a critical state, and then it would collapse, avalanche. Then keep going, reach another critical state in a different place, avalanche. And then they created a computer program to be able to do that faster. What they found is you could never predict the critical state that caused the avalanche. You could never predict the next grain of sand. Sometimes 10, sometimes 1 million, sometimes 100,000. You could never predict it. Really critical. So you have everyone believing they can predict it, every event that people are saying, oh, Japan's going to fall off the rails, 2008, now it's going to fail, and every single person predicts that they can solve it when it's mathematically impossible to predict it. And worse, what they did is in that experiment, they color-coded, and what it describes is nonlinear systems. So chaos theory describes nonlinear systems, and our economy and our interactions with each other is a nonlinear system. So then they color-coded the green and the red as it reached critical state, and green as it wasn't. And what they realized is underneath this, every time you had an avalanche, every time you had over and over and over, it built more and more critical state, and they're called fingers of instability that were red underneath the entire sandcastle. And then all of a sudden, one sand anywhere took the whole sandcastle to the ground. That is chaos theory, and it describes perfectly well a system like the economy that we live in. And what it means is when you're listening to Ben Bernanke or the Fed or anybody in the news and saying this is the thing, or us on the stage saying this is the thing that's going to cause it, it's total bullshit. It's just total bullshit. Look at the trend. Look at the trend. I can't tell you what the thing is that's going to take it down. I just know it's coming down. And so I'm spending my time building and investing in the future I want to see for my kids on a different protocol that brings hope, truth, and a better world.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Well, world reserve currencies don't last forever, historically. And
neither did the empires.
Yeah, so obviously the dollar is at its last leg. What do you do when you're a parasite on the planet? When you consume 1/4 of the energy resources? How do you subdue the animal instincts of people to keep their quality of life much higher at what it should supposed to be in comparison to their export potential? I mean, just to give an example, the GDP of America is 10% in exports. In Europe, it's 50%.
Right.
So who's more kind of useful to the world? But you've got the biggest export for America is dollars itself, right? Digitally mostly. I lost my train of thought.
Their biggest export is inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
Yeah,
and the developed world has become masters of disguising inflation, especially since the 60s and the 70s when they broke the gold standard, where they do print 10% new money, but most of this inflation doesn't stay inside their borders. They export it through globalization. That's been the norm last 40 years. Globalization, bring cheaper labor, cheaper products. And it's the developing territories that have to be hit with inflation. So the developed world had the privilege to print money, to create make-believe work, literally social influencers, whatever shit they can come up with, whereas the developing world has to do the real work, the real proof of work. And now with the deglobalization, quite forcibly started this year, obviously. It started years ago, but with Russia and Europe, that's pretty obvious point of no return for many years to come. The Western world doesn't have the privilege anymore to print and export. They will have to pay the price for all their misdeeds last 40 years, all this printed
so I'd be careful.
artificial currency.
I'd just be careful with that. And that's why, because you could say that if they tighten, so let's play that game theory. Let's say they keep tightening.
But you cannot buy energy anymore for free or cheaply.
But here's the thing. U.S. is energy independent, so
Okay.
and they're food independent. So if they keep tightening and the rest of the world falls off the rails, and then they say, oh, now we're going to help you out.
They sacrifice Europe as before.
Yeah, and they sacrifice
like
Europe.
the Second World War.
And they sacrifice Japan, and they sacrifice, but they still do have that. But they might decide to do that, to decide to risk the risk with China is too great, or the risk with Russia is too great, and there is nothing right now that China or Russia could do about that choice. So I just want to
new economic alignments.
Yeah, but the new economic alignment, somebody would have to be the buyer, somebody would have to be the seller, and you have two, and you have countries that, now that might happen, but in all of the different eventualities here, I think you just have to be careful about reserve currencies like that with global trade platforms on a network effect don't end immediately. They end with a whimper over time.
Or with long inflation,
exactly,
elevated inflation for a long time to come. Whereas the East doesn't have to pay the price through high inflation. So this will change a lot of things. I mean, Westerners will become very anxious why everything is going up, going up, going up. Whereas I see the rest of the world doesn't have to do the same. You know, inflation will force a lot of normies to open up their eyes that there's another path with deflationary currency.
Yeah, and maybe, but again, when people live, what I worry about the most is when people live in fear, they turn towards the fear. They don't see opening. They don't typically, although, and why I try to talk about this in not bad actors, but a system just doing what it's going to do to protect a system. Now, and I know that makes me maybe potentially different in the Bitcoin community too, because once you understand Bitcoin, you assume they're bad actors. But that system is just a system reinforcement, and most of the people in the system have no idea even how the system works. It just reinforces on itself. And you'd have to argue if you just looked back from where the planet's gone over the last, forget the last 10 years, go back before that, we lifted the world out of poverty, a lot of the world out of the poverty in China and everything else. So if you argued that was a bad thing for society.
Thanks to globalization, until the game was in the benefit of the West.
Totally, but it was always in the benefit of the West. That's the thing. The West had to open up China to be able to keep the game going, and that benefited the world to be able to do it, and now it's no longer benefiting the U.S. anymore, so the rules are changing. And so these things, when things change, realize they've changed.
Talking about change,
just a few, let me give you an example. Just a few days ago, the American government made new regulation, which is making it illegal to work in the semiconductor industry in China.
Yes.
So literally, they're already fighting China on many fronts.
For sure.
They know it's over. They cannot build new trust into a new system unless there's a real big mayhem and war and whatever. So something new will come up. It's not the dollar, it's not the euro. It's
Do you know actually what is the new? What is actually, because listening to you guys, and it's something that I've been thinking for quite a while. That we've been talking about how we can fight the system, how we can open the eyes, the minds, and the hearts of the people. And guys, to be honest, talking about change, talking about evolution, we don't actually have to impose it that much, and it's for a superiorly very simple reason. The change comes from those who govern, and those who govern are not going to be, as you said, the elderly gentleman at the age of 65, 70. Guys, it's going to be our turn, literally. We, the new generation, and the guys who are going to be on the positions of the people that we are trying to fight, we are trying to oppose. There are already people in the Security Exchange Commission, in the government. You know what? Some of them are younger guys, some of them are older. But currently, you cannot stop the new wave of thinking. And as soon as the people who are opposing the system that we are trying to integrate at the moment, let go of the world.
That's a passing by period. We don't want their permission anyway.
The thing is that you don't have to, because we are going to be in that position. Because as soon as we do things like this, gather around as a community, talk about it, and you guys tell your friends and make them interested, and not just about the volatility and how we can all buy Lambos at some point. Fuck that shit. It's much greater. It's about generation. It's about an wealth of equality, something we don't have right now, because the system is not fair. And as soon as we, as a community, get in the positions where we make the decisions, and that will be a certainty, then the system will change itself.
Yeah, I mean, I can give an example by myself. When I started doing business when I was 17, let's call it business, building websites, I had no idea what I'm doing. I just knew that I liked the idea of building websites. knowing what I know now, I would be scared to start a business because I had to go through a lot of, bullshit later on. But I tried to stay away from the legitimate building of business until I had some cash flow. I was like, I don't want to touch these laws and accountants and lawyers and all this, bullshit. I was using a friend to bring the revenue through him. He pays to me, totally in the dark. And I liked it because it was so free. I built something out of nothing, just with my brain skill set, reading a page, reading some book about HTML. So this was such a true freedom for me, because I come from nothing, and I was able to participate in the global marketplace, because there were no barriers to entry. It was a green, big field on the internet. 1999, we're talking, 1997. It's the same with Bitcoin. It's this huge new field where if you have, for now, more of a digital skill set, you have access to way more opportunities globally to participate with other players without having to go through artificial intermediaries, which make starting a business or competing expensive unnecessarily, just to protect some vested interest. So naturally, these people that are growing up now, they're in their teens and start to trying to figure out how to make their life better, naturally should tend to come to the Bitcoin world, where the world is your stage, and there are no barriers. There's no ID verification, no shit like that. I mean, you just do something useful, and people can recognize you with their satoshis.
Although that's the first time, because we're friends with you since a long time, I would disagree with you, to be honest. And coming from the, even if you think about it right now, the MiCA regulation will, although it's really brutal, because this commission, for those who don't know, are now coming up with a regulation that will pretty much, which is kind of cool at the same time. It will give one regulation for the entire European Union. And of course, the bullshit part of it is that every decision is being made on closed doors. Being from the crypto corporate sector, we do know a few things because they actually need to inform us so we can actually adapt. And the one thing is that by the end of 2023, all of the transactions that you guys are now doing, if they are above 1,000 USDT, they will be not just similar, they will be equal to the online banking sending. So that means you will actually have to send what is the reason of you sending that amount, to whom you are sending it. And of course, I know now, right now, what you're feeling. You're feeling disgust, like, oh, they're taking, especially for you.
That's for custody tokens.
No,
you can't shit anything if it's a private wallet.
Yeah.
And again, game theory. When the government is trying to impose its bullshit.
But you need to cash out at some point,
So no, you guys, here's the thing. It's not, if you think technology is going to be stopped by that, you're missing the
No, that's what I was going to, I was going to
it,
finish my thought, that this is actually a good thing, because although for some, and especially the guys that we've been in crypto since a longer time, we're used to the frivolities that the crypto sector offers, but actually this is going to open the doors with a kick that was never entered before. So actually, the institutional players and even everybody who was squeamish or conservative about our sector can now enter more freely. And we love that, because that means not just more, cash flow, which will pump the price, which is of course good. We're not, just for the technology. Let's be honest. At least me.
But that's an intermediate. That's an intermediary process where we need to exchange shit tokens like euro, dollar for satoshis. Long term, your business is out of business, because we don't really need that exchange. Imagine a world where we measure things in satoshis.
And that's the
I would love to.
And that's the thing. Where this is going. I run a venture capital firm in Bitcoin only. It's called Ego Death Capital. If you're building on the Bitcoin ecosystem, Lightning, other companies, then give me a call. We'll look at it as investment. We're making investments in this. And what I will tell you is nobody understands. If you're not in there and understanding what's coming, then you just said that. There is no way to stop this technology that empowers the world from stopping. It's going to accelerate. It's going to remove the ability for transactions to be tracked everywhere. And the governments are they're trying to play catch up, and this is moving faster. It's impossible to, it's going to be impossible to stop this. In a certain country, if they try to stop it, effectively what they do, because it's an open protocol network, then all that happens is they shut that country off and those citizens off from effectively the internet. So it's like North Korea saying, we're going to ban the internet. How did that go? Right? And it went really well for the power of North Korea, but really terrible for the citizens. And so because this is an open protocol and we are globally trading individuals, then that race creates somebody shuts it off, it creates an advantage for another country to go faster, and people will just move to the new country. And what that new country needs to do, it will attract the talent. Remember, all of these countries are attracting capital. They're trying to attract the best jobs, the best people, and everything else. And now you have something that's outside of the control of any government. You can't financially repress it. You can't take it from me. I can store it in my head, and I can get on a plane and I can go to another country. Try to stop that.
I truly believe that Bitcoin allows you to be individual sovereign. With all my assets, I can vote with my feet. Big people can become way more, what's that called?
Independent.
Independent, I mean, move around where there's better opportunity, and there's no barrier that can stop you. Because usually governments hope to give you a hard time when you try to leave with your assets. You're like, I really have to give away so much. Do I have to do that?
And you stay there because all of your wealth is in that country. Your houses are in that country.
It's sanctioned by the state somehow.
Your houses are in your tax. You can't get out of the country unless you leave as an immigrant, as a refugee.
Things change a lot with Bitcoin. I mean,
so here's a cool statistic. You know, bringing it back to a macroeconomics discussion a little bit higher level. Fiat currency is good for something. It's good for avoiding the necessity for barter, right? Like you have a product in one country and you need to trade tea in China for, I don't know, USA product, wheat, okay? You don't trade, you have a currency and it makes the necessity for barter, takes that away. But here's a stat that probably a lot of people don't realize. Total global economic trade versus total global economic foreign exchange transactions.
Trillions in days.
Trading is 7 times the size of global trade. So foreign exchange transactions, speculation, is 7 times as large as global trade. Doesn't that indicate a level of financial excess that there's too much speculation in a system called the fiat Ponzi? So bringing it back to that level is Bitcoin is a solution that is not just a store of value, it's a payment rail. Okay, and I think this is what Jeff is saying, building a technology on top of a payment rail. Layer 1, base layer versus layer 2 and layer 3. So do you guys want to do questions or whatever? But remember that the fiat system itself promotes excess by allowing speculation in the fiat currency that was designed to facilitate international trade. You have banks in there trading 7 times the total amount of global trade because they're speculating on the DXY. The global wrecking ball is going to continue. Let's get in on the game and crush all the other countries. But it doesn't matter. We're making money doing it. It's going to end, people. Sometimes it's going to end more violently than we want and potentially faster as well.
So that's I actually just want to build on exactly what you said. Because when we talked about before a system that's 4 orders of magnitude bigger, and what each of us do in that system is try to make enough money to escape the system. Isn't that ironic, right? How can we make enough money to get out of that system? And the irony is we make it stronger as we do it. And we make ourselves weaker as we race into the system. And also, that system, because it's based on manipulation and effectively coercion and control, the only way to stay solvent is to remove your individual rights and freedoms and control you more. It's the only way. Capitalism and communism are the exact same system under manipulated money. It's not a free market. It's all resides on a free, and so it has to, as you get deeper and deeper into this, it has to remove your individual rights and freedoms, and that misinformation or coercion is really a control function of the existing system. And why people don't rise up into it is they don't think it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And when you run into dictatorships, why don't you ask, why doesn't everybody stand up on the streets? Because the data shows if 3% of people stood up, dictator falls. 3%. Why don't 3% stand up? Because it's so risky to stand up against that oppressive nature that the first people shot, or imprisoned, cut off from the financial system, and it happens over and over and over again. So that fear keeps the silent majority stuck in a system they know is corrupt, but they keep on feeding it and making it worse and worse and worse. They know it's corrupt, but they think maybe I can escape it before that happens, or I'm silent, or I don't want to stand up together. And that's in the world we live in today, 3%, and those are the numbers we see all over the world. Why don't people stand up? And they don't stand up because of the same thing. And now you have this thing called Bitcoin. It is the most peaceful process, and all you have to do is go buy it, and nobody knows. And and as you do it, you're creating a world where those 3% right now we're maybe 1%, and as it turns into 3%, 4%, and the economy that's generated out of that, because now we have 170 million people on Bitcoin and they're all trading with each other and it's driving values. As it turns into that, the system that is based on the coercion falls apart, and this one emerges. And every one of you, that's the most beautiful thing about this. You don't have to yell at the clouds. You don't have to yell. All you have to do is start thinking and doing more time in this. And as you do, nothing can, you don't have to march down the street. It's the most peaceful protest away, and you create the world you want to see.
Or vote in theatrical, public votes for criminal cartels calling themselves parties.
Right.
Why would you do that? I mean, with Bitcoin, it's way easier to find your own tribe globally. Because, okay, the social circle, yes, but Bitcoin itself unites people on so many levels, beyond race, beyond whatever it is. That's what I find beautiful. You know, it's way easier to connect with other Bitcoiners.
Yeah, and in that too, I would say most people in the world looking at technology, looking at Bitcoin, are still measuring Bitcoin at the protocol level. If they're doing that, they're measuring Bitcoin, the asset class that made a whole bunch of money, is going to keep going up. And that's true. That owning Bitcoin is essentially like owning the internet before. We weren't allowed to invest in it. No one invested in the internet. You invested on the companies on top of the internet, Apple, Amazon, Google, that were built on top of the internet. But investing in Bitcoin means that you're owning a piece of all value that ever comes in the future on top of it. It's accruing to you. But on top of Bitcoin, the Lightning Network and Liquid and a whole bunch of Fediment, a whole bunch of stuff that's coming that nobody sees yet, is going to radically change our world. And it provides an adoption rate that is so staggering. And I think quite often about this, just because protocols develop and they harden over time. And so the protocol, TCP/IP, came out of DARPA in the 60s, wasn't connected to anything people could really use, or most majority of the population, until 1989 HTTP. But even in 1989, if you asked people what it would do, and by the way, it powers everything around your life. It powers your phone, it powers that same stack, that same protocol stack. Even in 1989, people would have totally missed it. Paul Krugman said the internet's going to be no more than a fax machine, no more value to society than an internet. So the experts constantly miss what's happening, especially on protocol layers. So Bitcoin, with the asset, is protocol layer 1, and Lightning, and a bunch, layer 2, layer 3, and what's coming on top of this, when people don't have to think about the plumbing, because it's hard to teach people the plumbing. Right? They don't think about the plumbing of the existing financial system we're talking about macro now. They don't think about the plumbing of the new financial system that's emerging. They think about the products that give them value, what gives them value in their lives. And being able to invest in those companies right now and see what's coming to give you value that brings on massive adoption, the billions of people, and it's way easier, is just, it's so unreal to be able to see and play this and work with the entrepreneurs building the future, that I wish you could all see it. I wish you could see that, because you wouldn't be playing in any other shit coins. You wouldn't be gambling with your savings. You would be spending more time trying to understand this, so that and what's coming.
I have two questions. I have two questions. Oh, is the other one? I have two questions that I want to put on the table. First one is going to go for Greg. So the first question is about 6 months ago, when you did the first conference.
Yes.
On my lecture, I talked about how I don't think it's normal that in today's age, where we have these smartphones that have 1 million times or whatever it was more power than the computer that we used to get to the moon, in a world where I can just call you guys overseas, over the ocean, in Canada, zero whack, and just can talk. In a world where we are striving towards self-driving cars, and we have now actually rockets that lift off and land back. In order to protect my savings, I have to be also a trader. So I have to be a taxi driver, or an accountant, or a lawyer, or an architect, or a software developer, and also like a financial expert or a trader or something, in order to constantly purchase gold. Now I have to move my capital into silver. Now I have to move it back into stocks. Now I have to go into bonds. Now I have to go somewhere else. And how much effect does the doings of the central banks, the increasing and decreasing of interest rates, and QT and QE for the balance sheet on the central banks, how much that affects the normal people and the markets, including 2008, the global financial crisis, with the bubble of the real estate, and then the whole crash. So how much do these institutions affect us? And would you say that in a scenario where we have Jerome Powell, as I call him, the god of fiat, the god of the dollar, do we have a free market, or do we have a market where actually just like a sheep that are just following our leader?
It's a great question, Plamen. I guess my simple answer is, when you manipulate the cost of money, it leads to bad decisions, including the life support for companies that otherwise should have gone the way of creative destruction, the basis of capitalism. Jeff mentions this in his book. Creative destructions would not have allowed for zombie companies in the United States. Right now, historical number of zombie companies defined as companies with only 1 times interest coverage to service their debt. Well, it's at historical highs, and it's probably because the Fed kept rates low for so long that they could be kept on life support. Here's the way I'll answer that is comparing it to the United States of America. If the United States of America was rated as a corporation rather than as a company, it would be rated as a zombie country. Same time, same level of interest coverage, only 1 turn of interest coverage, people. Get this out of your mind. This new paradigm is that countries can fail because all the financial risk has been kicked up to the country level, okay? They were financial crises on top of financial crises that kicked the burden up to the country level, the sovereign debt level. There's nowhere else to kick it. It can't go any further. So manipulation of money has caused this. I would just say the solution is a form of free market, beautiful free market decentralization in the form of Bitcoin, which will bring proper risk calculations into the metrics. It's not that I'm saying I want people to lose their jobs because they work for a zombie company, but creative destruction is an absolute necessity in order to, like a forest, you got to burn the floor of the forest so that massive forest fires don't happen, right? If you keep all the brush on the ground of the forest without letting it clear out, the forest fire that comes is way more severe than would have been if there were minor forest fires all the time. So, and that's, by the way, this is a study they did in California. Down in the Baja Peninsula, where they never clear out, they let little forest fires occur. They don't have the same types of fires they do just north of the border in California, because it's a natural replenishing of the ecosystem. We need a natural replenishing of the ecosystem. In capitalism, it's based on a Bitcoin standard. I hope that let's look back at how humanity has survived, how nature has survived, and build a financial system on that basis. Would be my answer.
Okay. Because when you get to what he just said, like where we are in the cycle now, then you get theories of somebody who's never sat in a risk chair, somebody who's never built a business, but their theory is a function of them going to school and coming up with ideas that would never work in the free market or to anybody that is actually run a business. And their theory, like modern monetary theory, is essentially says there's no cost for making up money forever. And if we could have solved human abundance by making up units of more money, don't you think society would have figured that out 3,000 years ago or 5,000 years, if it was that easy? And so when you see these, like, it's just insane ideas. And yet, because the system is so unstable, and it has to get worse, we'll vote for people who will tell us they can give us more free money, without realizing they're actually walking into our house and stealing it from our house or our back or other pocket. And we'll vote for those people because of the consequences of not doing it mean the whole system collapses.
There's something else I see about your question. It's about the credit contraction, credit expansion. It's the monetary magic machine, like how they create money. Before, it was few elitist people or close to Wall Street or the financial guys who knew how the machine works. They get telegraphed in advance to everybody else how they can take advantage of this. Yeah. But now it's the whole fucking retail internet who knows what they're going to do next. Everybody's talking about pivoting. They have to change the system. Too many eyes are on them. One single action and the whole markets can go berserk. This is not normal. Too many people and energy are focused on this, commissariat. I don't know what's in English, at the federal level. The same with the offshore companies. Before, when they created them, the deep state in the 70s, they were designed for, black budgets, for total privacy for the very rich people. Suddenly, because of the internet, very normal people, regular businessmen, can create offshore corporations. So that's why they created these information exchange systems, to destroy the idea of offshore corporations. So they already destroyed the privacy of offshoring. What are they going to do to try to recreate another system to hide their deeds? Because everybody knows how the Fed is playing, how I can try to profit from this. But how can we make all money from nothing if we just try to speculate on their activity? It's total bullshit.
I want to put on the table my second question, which is related to the first one. Because we talked about how debt is being kicked down the road, but also it gets on a level higher. Just yesterday I checked again, and in EU there is at the moment 7 countries with debt to GDP over 100%. There is a few over 150, and our neighbor south of here is at 190, Greece.
It's bankrupt long time.
They already defaulted like 2013 or something. My question is like, because we talked earlier about, again, getting to Bitcoin standard could be a completely different road from what we hope or what we expect and so on. And you said it doesn't matter if it's going to be a deflationary burst or that. We're just, there are stories because all paths lead to there. But I just want to figure out in my head, like, what happens to all of these countries with really high debt to GDP if they cannot service it and they're a lot at the same time?
German pensioners take a hike.
So what ends up happening is for the EU to stay together, Germany has to continue to fund all of those countries, and they won't. Because why they won't is there's going to be a populist leader saying we're going to cut off the periphery. And that's going to turn into, and you'll see more and more populist leaders get elected because people will get so frustrated by not being able to pay their bills and heating. They'll get cold and they'll get hungry, and they'll overturn governments. And those governments will blame somebody else, and it's not your fault, it's theirs fault, and it'll make the problem worse. That is unfortunately the situation we are in the path. And when I say expect the unexpected, expect. When people are in that spot, they turn inward, and just think about what you do. Think about, well, I need to protect my family. You don't think about the person in Africa that your system is causing pain to. You think about myself. Most of your thoughts all day long is, how did I show up? What did I think? You don't even think about your family, and then you think about your family, and then you think about your friends and your neighbors and everything else, and maybe your country, or if your country is Bitcoiners, other Bitcoiners, so our self-interest is what drives us. And when you take away things, we turn more self-interested, and it's just a natural human condition that our politicians, when it turns like this, turn that populism against us to be able to drive control. So unfortunately, that's coming everywhere because there's no fix from the existing system. And so the faster we can move people to Bitcoin, the more they're going to be protected from that. When you called and said, would you come here? That's the reason I came here. The faster that, so when you have people like you that are talking to audiences about that, and you can infect other people to be able to do work, to be able to understand the importance of that work, so they can talk to other people about it and why that's so important. Because it avoids the worst of what the existing system is going to bring on. And the existing system has no way out. It has to get worse.
Last word to him.
Okay.
All right.
Because we want to take questions after that. So, do you want to add anything or?
No.
No? Okay, good.
That's a good last word.
Let's ask 2 questions from the audience. So if someone wants to ask something, Jeff or Greg or Severin or David, right there I see the first hand, and right here I saw the second one.
Yep. So my question is about the USA. So their debt is so high, I mean, in terms of the GDP. And so they have to increase the interest rates in order to save the economy. But in this manner, they're going to collapse the European Union. So my question is, how do they, so who is going to save them from the bankrupt in the end if they don't do this? So if they're going to print the money till forever, or how does this going to happen? I mean,
Jeff mentioned that they're energy self-sufficient and food self-sufficient, so they could kind of save themselves when they print too much money or even increase the interest rate at the expense of the rest of the world. But I believe this is the last short squeeze they can do on the world. After this, because the wrecking ball, it's destroying economies, there could be another Plaza Accord or an agreement to try to get away from this behavior. Because, again, they look only in their own interests, which is natural, but way more people will probably suffer consequences of their, policy of too fast rising interest rates.
And the U.S.
Europe cannot afford these levels for sure.
The U.S. will too. Just the same reason that they didn't predict the inflation. First, there's going to be no inflation. Then inflation is going to be transitory, and then we have high inflation. Why people don't see that is because that distortion of money, it comes out on a lag. It comes on quite a lag. So the tightening policy right now in the U.S., the U.S. dollar is going to go up. That makes imports more cheaper, but it makes exports, so all of those businesses are going to fail. The zombie companies are going to fail. And as they fail, all of those that unemployment, which is a lagging indicator, is going to explode. And the debt to GDP, because the economy goes down, explodes. And as all of that unemployment hits, all those people, they're going to turn to the state for services, unemployment insurance, medical, whatever, to be able to not be on the street. It explodes more. So at some point, they have to invert and go the other way in a big deal. And why they have to is because every central bank that goes through this always loses independence. There is no central bank with independence over a long time because the people demand that the government take over and elect somebody else to take it over, and you have helicopter money.
Like Turkey.
Yeah, like Turkey. Yeah.
But also, a reason why they say transitionary inflation, my belief, they probably didn't expect that China will play the COVID game for, they say, 5 years, zero COVID policy. But the hidden thing here, from what I've gathered, is that they try to kind of destroy supply chains, which is a problem for the Western world, which depends on their production capacity. So if the Americans print the money and hope that things are back to normal, we just inflate it away, it goes around the world. But then China comes along and says, oh, well, we've got zero COVID policy, we test everybody every few days. Business is not back to normal. Then you've got Russia not playing ball with the energy and all these other issues. So their hand is forced because things didn't work out as they expected also. Yeah. They were hoping they were going to export the inflation away. But now actually inflation is sticky because what they print stays inside their borders. The supply chains are not working as before. Globalization is going down. This is so very negative for, whoever prints has to eat it now.
Okay, and we had a second question that we have to ask right there. And after that, we're taking a break for 30 minutes.
You can take one more if you want.
Hi.
Okay.
My question is about Bitcoin is going to completely revolutionize the financial industry. But outside of that, which industry will, in your opinion, each one of you, will have the biggest positive impact as an industry?
Yeah, all industries, starting with energy. So energy and Bitcoin is synonymous. Energy companies will be Bitcoin miners. It's a pricing mechanism for more energy and a natural free market pricing for energy independence. And so if you're an energy company and you don't Bitcoin mine, that means energy companies that Bitcoin mine are more profitable than you and will eat you. And so that would be the first one, but you're going to see, and then as that wave, remember, energy is in everything, as that wave transitions across society. And people think energy prices, technology is everywhere else, but energy prices should go up forever. Like, it's insane. We have tons more energy. We have tons more energy sources. We have technology in energy, fracking, so better distribution, more robotics, better exploration. The world stranded energy coming online, yet prices go up, and because they're measuring from a system that's manipulation of energy prices going up.
Last question from
you.
There.
If I can add also, I think the most important asset is petrol. Because if you quit the dollar from petrol, you take out the instrument of monopoly.
We'll probably develop way more energy resources, but petrol. Petrol was designed to benefit the reserve currency of the day. Because it's back then, there were not unlimited amount of places where you could extract it.
That's right.
I mean, just even a century ago, we already had technology to make electric cars, but they killed it because, of course, it's not as easily controlled. The rulers of the day always choose the technology which can be controlled by less amount of players who can be corrupted one way or another, to back up whatever.
Although electric cars are, they're very dependent on lithium, which is also, that means that the bigger...
It's a lot.
Yeah, the bigger export of lithium, that... All right, so yeah.
I have a quick question. It's related to the deflationary nature of Bitcoin. For example, if Bitcoin became a global currency, how that deflationary nature, what will be the effect? Like, for example, currently if you have fiat currency, you need to make some business to keep your wealth?
That's in the fiat world.
We're gonna explore that a lot with Natalie, but and so let's park that and we'll I'll deal with it.
It will be explained in the next
next one after the break.
Thank you.
All right, well, first of all, thank you so much again for having us. It's so exciting to see such a full house and the excitement and the knowledge spreading. I became passionate about Bitcoin just in the last 2 years. I first started investing in 2017 and I did not understand it. But there were 2 books that were really pivotal for me and that set me down this journey and ultimately led to a career change. I've been doing interviews for over 10 years, but I decided to focus entirely on Bitcoin and how broken our financial system is and how Bitcoin can be a solution and a conduit for positive change. And the 2 books were The Bitcoin Standard, which, you know, if you've read it, the history of money and how Bitcoin is a superior form of money. But really what put everything into context for me for today, where we're at today and why we have some of the broken issues in our system is The Price of Tomorrow, written by Jeff Booth. So I really appreciate the chance to learn from him. And let's start off with just a little bit about what led you to write that book, because you focus not on Bitcoin in the book, but really this idea of we have technology which is deflationary, but yet everything around us, as you mentioned earlier, is not only getting more expensive, but we're driving, we're financializing the world and we're creating stores of value in things like real estate and stocks because of how manipulated the system is. So what led you to write The Price of Tomorrow?
I've been an entrepreneur all my life, first not in technology, but starting kind of when I saw what was possible with the internet. As the internet was developing, I thought I have to get into technology, to create a technology business using this tremendous tool. And the first part of the technology, a logistics software that we built in '99 through 2001, that cost about $5 million to create, 2.5 years to create it. Lots of coders, lots of pretty extensive software. And then today that software is it's free. It's not our software, but it's way better software today, and it's completely free. And I saw that time and time again throughout everything I was building, not just in my own company, but companies I was advising or investing in. And I couldn't square the peg that why are prices going up when every bit of technology is moving into every industry at blinding pace. It's moving faster and faster and faster. Why are prices going up so fast? And then so I would talk about it all the time, and then and I would learn about it, and that led me to learn about the existing financial system. And what I realized is we lived in one system that we took for granted that it was always going to be the system, and that system required inflation to survive, and that it required inflation to survive because it was a credit-based system. And if you allowed the credit to collapse, the whole thing would collapse, including all the things that made up the system. And people thought, so they think that money is their money that's sitting in a bank, but it's actually credit, and the credit must keep expanding. And it was, whether we liked it or not, you could not face it wasn't about liking it. It was, that was a system that was true, and it was also true that technology created productivity, and that productivity created value through deflation that should be flowing to society that wasn't. And so I extrapolated from that 2 systems colliding to each other, what would happen to society if you continued on that course? And what I came to, and probably even 5, 10, almost 10 years before I wrote the book, I told everybody. I talked to, if you were listening to me at a campfire, you didn't want to listen to me at a campfire anymore. No one wanted to talk to me about this anymore. My friends did, because I couldn't, once you see something that no one else sees, you can't unsee it. It's like Bitcoin in that. And then I looked at my kids, my young kids, and I realized they wouldn't live in the world that I grew up in. The world would become more polarizing. It would be more dangerous and everything else. When we had a choice and we could live in a different world, and we had abundance, abundance could be all around us, but we were stuck in a system. And so I decided to write the book, basically, as any entrepreneur would do. I wasn't an author. I felt compelled to write the book because of that.
Well, I love one of the themes that you touch on is this idea of we should have abundance, especially because of technology, but yet we don't. And you talk a lot in the book about growing wealth disparity. And we see that more and more, not just in the US, but really everywhere, where a small percentage of people have a bigger and bigger piece of the pie. And that was accelerated with the response to the pandemic. Billionaires got even richer, and everybody else is sort of fighting for the smaller slice of the pie, and how that leads to populism. So now we see people feeling frustrated and looking for someone who could potentially be their hero or their savior within a particular political party, yet that's not really where the core problem is, right? And so you see this populist uprising, it's fertile ground for revolution, but the sort of frustration's displaced. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, and when you understand inflation, so the first question is, why is inflation required for a productive economy? And there's a large belief by the majority of the population that it's required for a productive economy. And it's not. Inflation is required for a debt-based system to survive, and we live in a credit-based system, but it's not required for a productive economy. And so people conflate that because they're worried about the debt collapse. So now what if you break down inflation and you grant somebody an ability to create more money, which creates societal impact, because what that is inflation, the other side of the coin to inflation is wage deflation. Otherwise it wouldn't work. If some people weren't getting paid less in real terms, it wouldn't work. So you realize it's a theft from some of the population to others. And you realize there's no fix to that problem, and that theft has to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And when it's 2%, maybe people put up with that theft because they don't notice it. And when it turns into 10%, because it has to turn into 10%, then 20%, then hyperinflation, it has to, they start to notice it and they start to get mad and everything else, and it transfers that wealth into control of very few people. And as that does, because there's way more people at the bottom, middle, and bottom of the ladder, and that ladder just gets concentrated more and more, there's nothing you can do in society to keep out the many. There's no walls you can build high enough to keep out the many. There's no citadel you could build to stop the many from coming and taking it back. And that's the revolution and where society turns. And in that, but it's easier to blame a system problem on a person. And just remember that. And remember that in everything you're dealing with. And when you listen to the news and you listen to the nonsense in the news, it's easier to blame a person for a problem than a system. And so we all want to make a villain. And we all and somebody tells us there's a villain there, and we'll bite, and we'll create a villain, and we'll move to create more power in the person who's telling us. But unfortunately, on a system problem, we're just granting them power to do on the same system. So it just gets worse and worse. And I realized that got worse and worse, and it had to. We were living in an age of abundance. That monetary printing or money printing created an age of scarcity. And so abundance in money creates scarcity everywhere. Scarcity in money creates abundance everywhere. But people couldn't see it because they were measuring the system from the system.
How do you envision a future under a Bitcoin standard? If we do have a non-manipulated unit of account that we can rely on the base layer of a global economy, since it is a borderless currency, what does society look like, especially if technology is deflationary and prices decrease?
So there's going to be a whole, we could spend all day on this and into the night and all day, because a lot of what happens is people carry their baggage from the old system to the new system, and it looks entirely different. But let's just start with one. So I mentioned why inflation works and why the opposite side of that is wage deflation is because wages are sticky, going up. So the money flows to the people on top, and then last flows to the people on the bottom because wages are sticky. So if you had, and some people confuse what I say about Bitcoin being a deflationary currency. It's a neutral reserve asset. The technology in free market is deflationary, and that means the productivity flows to the most people. But wages are sticky. So if it works going up, it works going down, and it's a transfer of wealth to the middle class and poor on the way down. And as things fall in price, some people say, okay, well, what about that big industry that's protected in that monopoly? And we don't realize that economics is also about all about creating scarcity. It's not about creating value. If it was if the most valuable thing was the most expensive, then the oxygen in this room would be super expensive. Why isn't it? And it's because it's abundant. And so abundant things turn into free. And it's the same reason that your calculator app on your phone is free. It's not because it has advertising. It's because there's 50 calculator apps competing for your attention. And if somebody came to me in my venture capital company and said, hey, I have a great idea for a new calculator app, I might laugh them out the door. Because there's no money to be made in calculator apps anymore. Because what ends up happening is the code that is that technology, marginal cost falls to that productivity, to the marginal cost of production. So, and the marginal cost of production on a calculator app is 0. It's a line of code. And in our world, more and more things are moving to that line of code. And then now there's artificial intelligence now building lines of code. And more things are moving there. And so now you imagine, okay, if everything becomes free, and I'm not saying a light switch, tomorrow everything's free. I'm saying a trend where everything in your life is forever getting less expensive, at least measured in Bitcoin. It wouldn't in the existing system because it's a different system. But measured in Bitcoin, everything in your life is forever getting more expensive, or sorry, less expensive. Then what that means is you don't have to work as hard. And how do you make more Bitcoin? You provide value to somebody else. It's the only way in time to make more Bitcoin. That value is the transfer of our labor. And then if there's this big giant monopoly and a whole bunch of people not working and maybe not needing to work because things are free, what do you think they'll do? Might they attack the big monopoly with high margins because you could create more value there? So the free market attacks. And I'm going to go a little deeper in this because I think it's important. Information or trust connects us all over the world. That trust is based on information that we call money. Is that fair? So it's just information. If you wanted more money, then a Venezuelan bolivar would be the same as your US dollar. You don't want more money. You want what you think the money will buy you. And that is hope for my family. It's enough money to take a vacation every year. It's enough. That's why you work. It's to retire safely. For some people, it's about ego, so they can tell people they have more than them. But really, the reason you don't describe the information, you describe the feeling you want from the money. That's why we want money. And that money is really describing trust between us all over the world. And what we do with that information is it creates, in our own minds, if you had to think, what could I do in a day if I had to do everything in the day for my lifestyle? And you couldn't do very much. All of your life would be providing for warmth and food, all of your life, and you might not even be able to do that. So you'd group with other people who could share the load to provide you that. So what you see are living standards globally are about trust, so we can do different jobs and connect to create labor. So if you actually break that trust, if you manipulate information, and it's only information, and as a byproduct, you have misinformation everywhere in society, but everybody thinks they have perfect information. It's just more, because it's only information. But as a byproduct of that, you break the trust that puts us together. And in our minds, we, humans, we are a step on the ladder of energy plus storage plus compute. That is what your brain is. You're converting energy, you're storing it in your mind, and you're computing it. And that's how we imagine the world. But we're limited in our storage and compute. And what we do by linking together trust, we create a supercomputer, which is called us. That's what society is built on. That supercomputer trying to find better ways to solve problems, to provide more energy, storage, and compute. That's the nature of life, and the emergent system that is out of that, the emergent complex behavior that is out of that, is what we call society. So if we believe as society it's okay to manipulate money or information, and we grant people an ability to manipulate money and information, and that's okay, then the emergent complex behavior that we call society, that is based on the trust of that, disintegrates. And so where you see where we are in the world, that's where we are in the world. Unfortunately, I hate saying that, but what happens with Bitcoin, it's an ability to change that path into a completely different path.
Well, I love what you said about the idea of within Bitcoin providing value. You need to provide value in order to get the money. And in fiat, we've seen over time the wealth concentration. It pools with the few. But there's a criticism out there with Bitcoin that because there's only 21 million, the early people that got in, the whales hold the most bags. But if you actually look at the data, the charts, as the technology is adopted, that the wealth is spread out more and more. And so it does create this sort of idea of a more egalitarian society. Not equal outcome, but maybe equal opportunity. Can you touch a little bit on that and why Bitcoin could provide a more egalitarian way of life?
I would like, sorry, Jeff, I would like to, is it turn on now or is it turn on now? Test. Yeah. I would like to add to that a question, because it's a standard critique that I hear over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So we talk about prices should be going down over time, and we have the limited supply of money, 21 million. Absolutely, it makes sense. Everyone gets that. What they do not get, though, is if you're an entrepreneur and if you want to invest as a VC investor today, usually do it because you invest 10,000 or 10 million and you hope to get 12,000 or 12 million back. And the standard criticism is you'll never get your sats back or more.
Yeah, and I have we're investing in this ecosystem. We're investing in companies on top of this ecosystem. And what I know, and what most of the companies that I'm investing in know, is that their company over time will be irrelevant. Prices will fall, right? And as more and more competition race in and they can't create barriers. And the only way that they can create more value is to move to the next area and do the same thing there as prices fall. And so the companies I'm investing in know that, and we're still making that investment because you can make way more money in sats, in Bitcoin, and the amount of value, because those people are going to drive so much value to society as that happens on the way down. What's that?
So can you touch also on just this idea of sort of how Bitcoin, so there's 21 million, right? But people need to transact, the billionaires out there need something, right? Max Kaiser, I remember I was in El Salvador and he talked about the fact that when there's 21 million and that's it, it's a finite amount, you know, they have to eat too, right? Someone has to service Michael Saylor's yacht, and so the Bitcoin starts to flow and there's more velocity in money, which we don't have a lot of velocity right now. So how would it create maybe a system in which money is moving faster, changing hands, and more people have opportunity to create value to get money back?
Okay, two sides of that question. First side is why do we build credit-based systems in the first place? Why has society never seen this, and why would this be new to such a new breakthrough, and what could change? So before gold historically served that example, but gold couldn't have velocity in money because you couldn't move it around at the rate economies were moving. It had to be centralized. And once it was centralized, either in a bank first or a central vault in a country, Once it was centralized, it provides an incentive to build a credit note system on top of it. Once a credit-based system is built on top of it, let's say a bank said, oh, I'm going to lend only one-to-one. Then the bank can't make any money. So the bank says, well, no one ever is going to use it. Nobody's all going to claim their gold all at the same time. So I'm going to lend it out 2-to-1, and then 3-to-1, and 4-to-1. And it creates an incentive. And then the competition banks lend more, till you get to a point and you have credit, and everybody wants their gold back at the same time. And then they don't have the gold. And then what ends up happening is the government says, oh, all the banks can't fail. We'll take that risk. So just because of incentives, because you couldn't have velocity and money and gold, you have a credit-based system. And today, people believe, many people believe, that that you must have hard money backing a system, and they totally misunderstand what Bitcoin is. The system, the network that creates Bitcoin, and the velocity and the technology. You have unlimited velocity on Lightning. Unlimited velocity. I could right now beam money around the world. It could come back to me in 40 times within 10 minutes for fractions of pennies. I have unlimited velocity in technology where it doesn't have to be backed by something else. The point is, it is the thing that changes everything else. And that velocity in money means I can trade with anyone. I can trade with anyone anywhere in the world providing value in an instant, and nobody can stop that transaction. And so that idea changes the way we're governed, changes so many different things, because before Bitcoin, and we should probably explore why it's only Bitcoin as well, or in my opinion, but we'll get there. But for the first time in history, you have decentralization and trust together. Every time before in history, no matter what it looked like, you couldn't have decentralization and trust together. You had to trust an institution. And so what happens with the institutions is they essentially protect the people by rule of law, and Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, Constitution, that protects freedom of speech, free markets, because the supercomputer with us working together has more ideas. Free markets outperformed centralized markets and created a lot of wealth for free markets. And they were designed on essentially keeping limits of control on the state, all of them. But what ends up happening is money is superordinate to laws. And you can see it today. The people with the most money either clog up the courts or rewrite the laws, or the companies with the most money rewrite or lobby, hire tons of money lobbying to rewrite the laws in favor of them, manipulate the information in the media to be able to get a whole bunch of people to believe they're doing things for them, for themselves, when they're really doing something to make more money. And so you have money that's superordinate than laws, and when money is broken, you can see laws get changed. And if it didn't look like that, you would look around the world and you'd see where money was the most broken would have the best laws. Kind of looks opposite, right? So you can see what I'm saying is true, and you can ask, where are we? Where is every country on that list of where we're going with more and more broken money? And you can see where it goes. And so, but that was a requirement because we didn't have decentralization and security together. We had to figure out how to trust some and then protect ourselves with laws. And that means if there's decentralization and security together, if that's true, then all of our previous history and all people's beliefs on how a democracy had to work or communism had to work, all of these are just structures of our mind to operate the world in the way that would have worked best for a different set of people. And all that changes. We have what that changes going forward. We have what's going to happen is we're going to have a democracy. We're going to have a freedom. We're going to have something that we can't even quite imagine right now. There's no word for it right now, because it's built on something so stable that changes our world in ways we can't even understand. But it's really powerful.
Well, Obi, one of the Bitcoiners whose company you invested in, Obi, he created Fedimint. He said it's the world's first meritocratic money, which I think is really, really inspiring. Yeah. And I want to dig into what you've been talking about with this system of credit that we are in. The whole world basically is based on the premise that debt is money. And right now, we've kicked the can up to the sovereign level, and we're seeing countries try to offload their treasuries as the dollar strengthens and they try to tighten. Can you talk a little bit about this macro environment, the liquidity issues that exist, and just how fragile the underlying system is when basically we're using government debt now as the base layer for everything?
Yeah, and I did a little bit on the last panel, but I would just say there is no way out of the existing system. It has to mathematically get worse and worse and worse, and so the only way it can survive is through more coercion and control, and it's on an axis. And the only way that can survive, because it's not a free market force, none of these are free market forces anymore. The only way that can survive is to steal your freedom of speech, freedom of expression, free market. It has to drive from coercion, and because the base money is manipulated, we all know it's manipulated. Most people know it's manipulated, and even people outside of this room think that that's okay, right? They think, oh, that's okay. Well, I'll do what I need to do to make enough money for me, and a whole bunch of other people think, okay, well, I'm at the top of this pyramid, and I'm making tons of money. I'm doing more of that. And so you get this cascade throughout society that the only way it can keep going is to essentially create a bunch of, it's modern day slavery. It literally is modern day slavery. I'm not saying that system, I guess, could work for a while. The pyramids were built with slavery. You could build things, but it presupposes that there's some sort of ruler that decides what everyone else in society does. And if you want to say, who deserves that right, unnatural right, then paint the picture, make a quick case to me why somebody deserves that right based on manipulation of money. So it does create modern day slavery, but people don't notice it. They just keep on, they short term, and they miss what's happening.
Jeff, people say to me who don't know about Bitcoin, look at the history of even just the last 100 years with globalization, with technology. We've created a ton of wealth. We've brought so many people out of poverty. What do you mean this system of credit doesn't work? What do you mean the global reserve currency status hasn't worked? What do you say to them?
I say what I said to I argued on the last panel exactly the opposite of what I'm doing, because to say that it hasn't worked for a time, we've lifted the world out of a lot of the world out of poverty on that system. But that system breaks eventually from the same thing. And by the way, it has not. It has come with negative externalities. It comes with negative externalities of having war machines and puppet dictators in different countries, and imposing pain on those countries and those citizens to be able to run a monetary system. So the negative externality of one person, but you wouldn't see it in your country, or in the U.S. you wouldn't see it, but Africa might be the negative externality of your decision. You have to be able to drive that. Now, bringing China on board, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that couldn't have happened as fast without that. That's not the part I'm arguing. I'm just arguing where we are now. It's impossible to keep that can going, and it comes at a great cost to society. Again, if you just go back to it, we have all the technology today without more to drive abundance around the world. It's staggering, and that it's accelerating. Why don't we see the abundance? And we don't see the abundance in most parts of the world because we have abundance in money creating scarcity.
Do you think that most of the leaders out there are operating with ignorance or malice?
They're operating from a system. Let's just use this. So probably more ignorance, but even if you were very little malice, but even if you were in the system and this idea came, how would you fix it from the system? Because if you if you kept tightening, if governments said, okay, we're not printing anymore, everything collapses into chaos. Supply chains fail everywhere. It's back to a barter system. And I'm sure nobody would vote for that. And then if you keep printing, you have inflation, then hyperinflation and concentration of wealth. So there are no good solutions. There's door one, door two, and they're both terrible solutions. And so if you're on top of this and somebody told you door one and door two, you're going to choose printing. And if you're and remember, you're voting for it. When we say they, we don't realize how much power we have and how much power we actually give the system by pretending these people are pulling strings. They're a culmination. They're the people that we put in power to be able to protect us. And when they tell us, oh, we'll give you more money, we vote them in. So, and think about how hard this is to understand, even for anybody listening to this think about how hard this is to understand. Ask your neighbors, ask people outside of this room, hey, would you vote for your house price coming down every year? Would you do that? Would you vote for over time? Would you vote for getting less money in your paycheck next year? And they would laugh you out of the room, because we would never vote for that. And that's why that taking it out of our hands, taking our human nature out of our hands and putting it in Bitcoin, decentralized security where we don't have a vote, forces a path of abundance. Because individually or in a country, what we would do is, it's okay, we're going to do this, and that other person is going to pay, but we're not going to see the negative externality. So you understand why it looks like this, because human nature thinks about for us first.
I think it's really interesting, the picture that you paint of houses falling to their utility value, because you're right, for so many people in the US, most people's savings account and how they've built wealth is through real estate. Yeah. And if you are familiar with cities like New York or Los Angeles, California, you can have like a parking spot that's worth more than homes in other parts of the planet. I mean, it's gotten so extreme. But how does that transition look, where we're moving from one system to another, when most people arguably would say, well, no, I'm judging my current situation by the only system I know and understand. I'm measuring it from the system, and that other side sounds so scary.
Messy and chaotic. That's how it looks. And hopeful for people that are in Bitcoin, because they're on the leading edge of this. And they're seeing this, and they're seeing their value go up into society, because more people are having questions, same questions that you had when you came into Bitcoin, same path. And once you're down the rabbit hole in Bitcoin, though, you actually believe everybody else. No, why don't they get it? When 3 years ago you didn't get it, mm-hmm. right? And so that obviously, when 99% of a population is in one system, measuring that system by the system. I would bet many people in this room are measuring their Bitcoin in your currency instead of in Bitcoin. Many people in this room who should know better are doing the same. When you realize it's way more people are measuring the system by the system with it, then that frame of reference is going to be hard to understand for a lot of people. But the frame of reference is true. So if you're in this system and you're measuring everything by that system, it's going to get more and more chaotic. You're going to wonder what's going on in the world. And if you understand mm-hmm. both systems, the transition from one system to another, you'll start to just spend more of your time in the system that's providing the outcome you want.
Well, because of inflation and because of what we just talked about with houses going up in value, younger generations have really felt shut out, right? You cannot afford the house that your parents once could, and they probably could afford it on one income. Now people are graduating, they have so much debt, and how do they start? So I've always said I don't think crypto is any surprise because young people, I think, want a seat at the table and they want a shot. They don't trust the institutions and the system that essentially has failed them. And they're looking to crypto for hope. And in the pandemic, we saw a rise in meme stocks and a lot more speculation, which happens towards the end of debt cycles, right? Can you talk a little bit about crypto at large and Bitcoin? You wrote this fabulous article, Finding Signal, in a noisy world with all these different altcoins. A lot of us started probably, we had different currencies and then maybe we lost money or we eventually made our way to Bitcoin. Why Bitcoin only, or why Bitcoin as the superior form with all the others going to zero eventually?
So I already talked about money as being information. It's just information. So if there's a magnitude of more misinformation in the world, and there has to be more manipulation of money, more misinformation, and everybody's looking through that misinformation, and then something is different, Bitcoin, something that is humanity's never seen before, and it starts taking off and making a whole bunch of people wealthy on Bitcoin, going from nothing to where we are today, up and down on the way, then that would create a natural market incentive, right? In misinformation, is what people are really trying to do is get enough money to escape the system, and then they saw all these people get rich on Bitcoin. And it would create a natural market incentive to create the new Bitcoin. It would be natural because then they could get rich too. And it would create a natural market incentive for a whole bunch of other people to say, oh, that's the new Bitcoin. And it would happen over and over and over again. So let's describe why at a deeper level, why that's completely natural, but the other ones become unstable. So there's something called the blockchain trilemma. Meaning you can solve 2 of 3 sides of a triangle on a blockchain. And the 3 sides are decentralization, security, and scalability on layer 1 of a blockchain. And so we've already talked about Bitcoin being decentralized and secure, and it's more decentralized and secure today than it was before, and it keeps on getting more and more decentralized and secure. And in that article, I described in a way deeper way why. So if you want to go to that article and understand that at a way deeper level, understand why at this level we'll just say it's the only thing that's completely decentralized and secure. But that would mean one of 2 things. Because it's open source code and anybody could create it, and there was a market incentive to create it, a lot of people would copy it and create Dogecoin or the new one, right? And you'd have to ask yourself, what new one, what would the new fresh copy of that, what utility value would that have over Bitcoin? And the answer is pretty simple. There's none. And the longest chain has the most security by de facto. It's the longest chain, more mining, more security, protecting the entire network, protecting everything that's coming next from change. So any new one would have to be less secure. So let's now take any copy of Bitcoin and why, pretty logical why that wouldn't work. Not why it wouldn't work for somebody trying to create value for themselves and sell a whole bunch of unsuspecting population, but create value for population. So that wouldn't work. Now let's explore the other side of that. I already said it was decentralized and secure, but that meant it had 5 to 7 transactions on a second on the base layer. And it also meant that it was uncompromising. People wouldn't change it. And what would that change look like to people that were trying that uncompromising ability, because it was so different? What would it look like, and what opportunity in a free market would it create for other people? And what it would create is, hey, this is old tech. We're going to create something new. So when you see Bitcoin's old tech, that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a market, just a natural market force, trying to create something else. Now, what would they have to compromise to create it? We've already said it's the only thing that can be decentralized and secure. So what they would create is something that could scale, and they would have to sacrifice security, and that we can throw out anything that's insecure because they all fail, right? Solana, how many outages has there been? All of these coins. So anything that's sacrificing security, we can just throw out right away. And let's say they have to sacrifice decentralization for scalability. So now they have scalability and security, but they have to sacrifice decentralization. It has to be centralized. Ask yourself, what function on a blockchain would move to a centralized blockchain that's more expensive when a database is way less cost? And who pays for that? Because if it's more expensive, somebody has to pay for it. Is Amazon going to move all their products to a high-cost centralized blockchain when they can use a database and be centralized? Is Google? It's insane. It's nuts. And then people say, we're going to have DeFi on top of a centralized blockchain. And there's a whole bunch of entrepreneurs building on top of NFTs and everything else on top of a centralized blockchain that has to go to zero just because of the free market force. And so it won't go to zero immediately. But what it would do is, in the hype cycle, which is the hype cycle driven by the misinformation over here that's 4 orders of magnitude bigger and people getting wealthy, it would drive a massive amount of potential short-term wins into this. And then entrepreneurs thinking, oh, wow, I can build on top of this too, and have a bunch of other things on top of that system that must be centralized. For anybody that holds those, you do your own work. Don't trust me, verify. Do your own work on why. But they're all going to zero. They're all going to zero in time. And if you want to trade there, if you want to pick up pennies in front of a steamroller, that's I prefer to build something that's on a base layer that's secure, stable forever, secure and decentralized forever. And then what I see now on top of that is just like protocols develop. TCP/IP came out in the late '60s by DARPA. It wasn't until layer 4 that opened up the internet, HTTPS. That's what's happening in Bitcoin. It's developing in layers. And the next layer, what's important in that, is looking at the first layer, you would never know what's available on the second layer until the layer is there. You'd never know what was available on the third layer until the layer is there. So when I get to see what's being put there right now and the crazy ideas that are coming on top of this, it gives me hope of how fast this might happen, how much faster this might happen than we think it might happen because of the innovation that's going to move on the space, bringing way more people on.
Well, you kind of hit the nail on the head of why people are even investing in some of these tokens. I think Preston Pish has said it's solutions or invented solutions in search of problems. They just want a quick buck because they've seen people, like penny stocks. You put in a little bit because it's worth less than a penny, and all of a sudden, it takes off and you make a lot of money that later they probably put into Bitcoin. But I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the challenges of Bitcoin adoption, because obviously central banks don't want to relinquish their prerogative and their monopoly on power. So what are some of the biggest, hurdles that you foresee in the coming years, other than just in general, the macro environment, but really central bank policy, political narratives? Right now, there's obviously one that proof of stake is more environmentally friendly, so we should move toward that. But what do you see as some of the biggest challenges?
Most of the stuff, you mentioned it before on energy. And when I talked before that we are searching for energy storage and compute, nothing works without more energy. Living standards decline without more energy. It's the uses of energy and what type of uses of energy create abundance. And we constantly are searching our innovation, our capability to find new energy sources and to move to a Kardashev type 1 planet through those energy sources require a free market force, which is Bitcoin. It actually chases abundant energy. It creates a market incentive to search for energy. That's why I said before, it's going to merge with energy. And it actually doesn't matter what I think, whether that's nuclear, whether solar doubles in productivity, whether this plus the heat generated from Bitcoin mining creates an entirely different business. All of those shots on net from us create an energy abundance on a system that takes us to energy abundance, because it provides a mechanism to be able to move there, a pricing mechanism to move there. And so that actually doesn't matter. So it's a long way of saying the biggest risk is people, you in the audience, don't understand what I'm saying or can't tell other people, and they believe the narrative of a system trying to drive control. And as they believe it, they move slowly and they hurt themselves. So the biggest risk is our individual nature, not understanding this. And that's actually what it's actually why, Natalie, that I created EcoDeath in the first place, the venture capital company. Because once I understood this, and I was communicating this through my book and other stuff, what I realized is trying to explain the plumbing, trying to explain something that is this deep in the weeds at Bitcoin and trying to get people to understand the plumbing is hard. And then they go away and they get back in the system and they go back to the system and we needed to not explain the plumbing. We needed to bring people on through adoption of products that they valued, that gave them tons of value in their life, that the plumbing would just move into the background. And so when you're in that space and you're investing in that space, then I think those things are going to bring on the billions of people, and they might not even have to go through all of the work in getting there that people do today.
Can we dig into a little bit more of just this idea that we reinforce the world that we see, and what we put out there, we essentially bring back, right? And so you're passionate about building this world that you envision, as am I, through Bitcoin, because I'd rather focus on this better world that I see that we can build together, as opposed to fighting in between among one another about this world that has so many problems in it. And can you just talk a little bit more about sort of that ethos, because I know it's so central to how you think, how you invest, this idea of really building something else, even though everything around us reinforces the old world.
Yeah. I'll try to do this. This week could go down the rabbit hole. You know we have, but I'll try to do this at a high level. So I use an example quite often where a victim, somebody who's a victim, and why I use that is it's just everybody knows somebody who's a victim, and what that person does is they tell themselves what they really want is love and belonging, like we all do. That's what we're really after. We want love and belonging, and they try to get love and belonging by being a victim, and they're wearing a sign on their forehead that everyone else can read, that they don't tell them, and it's pointed outwards, and those people start moving away from the victim because it's tiring. And then what does the victim do? They double down and create more drama to try to get those people to come back. And when I think about that, I think that's profoundly sad, because love is all around them all the time, but they can't see it, and they're pushing it away. And then I think about, okay, well, in my life, where are things not working? And if it's true for the victim, it's true for me too, and I might not be able to see it. And what you realize in that, or the billionaire trying to do more and more and more and more and more and create more money, telling, I'm doing it for my family, while they're pushing the family away. It's the same thing. All of these things are the same construct, and we try to get love and belonging through different ways, and we're very likely to not see it. And it's the same thing if you're in a room with 100 people and you're talking to one person, and you're tuned into the person you're talking to. You can't hear all of the other people in the room, but all of that you actually can hear it. If you had an imaging machine on your device on your head, you'd see the pinpoints of all of those conversations. You'd see them. It just wouldn't create a P3 wave in your brain that would bring it into consciousness. But if somebody said your name across the room, all of a sudden you'd tune into the other conversation. And so what that describes for me is all of the information is always hitting our brains, all of it. Because you'd have to say in that same conversation that if I can hear my name over here, all of these other conversations are going on, and any one of them could have changed my life forever. But most of them I don't hear. I only hear the one I'm focused on. And the one I'm focused on is a result of my own frame of reference. And what I'll focus on, I'll just keep on reinforcing. So if I'm in the wrong frame, I will never even see I'm in the wrong frame. especially if I'm not open to that. And so when I look through my life and I look at the mirror reflecting back to me, whether it's my family, my friends, my people, I see abundance everywhere. And I see out of that abundance, I see hope, and I see, and so I see more opportunities, and I don't say that and those opportunities cascade, and they create more and more of that, and I don't. When I understand that, I also understand that a lot of people in the world, just like the victim, they don't see the same opportunities as me. They don't see the same thing as I do, and I don't blame them for that. I feel sorry, but we all create the world we see. It's just a mere reflection. And if we all want to create then we share in a world that is based on that reflection. And so every one of us in this room sees their own view of the world reflected back from their thoughts and actions, and then where it's not working, blame somebody else. Every single so if it's not working, take accountability for yourself in the room, and you'll be surprised at how much impact you could have on the world.
I really do find that to be so true, this idea of the law of attraction. You create your reality, and I think it's so interesting too, because most of us act out of self-interest, and most people, I remember when I was a news reporter and I would do the evening news, I knew that most people are tuned out. You have to really strike at something that's going to hit them at their core, something that matters to them personally, that has affected them and makes them all of a sudden, you know, kind of sit up and pay attention to you. And what's great is Bitcoin turns greed on its head, and it makes it good for everybody. Can you talk a little bit about that, about how this system and capitalism is kind of, I think, backwards today, right? Risk should be rewarded and punished, like you talk about in your book, but instead we have crony capitalism where the government chooses winners and losers. We have bailouts for the people that don't deserve it and don't really need it. We don't have true capitalism, and people associate capitalism with greed, but in this case, with Bitcoin, greed is actually good and it benefits everybody.
If the output of your work was to create value for other people, and the value that you're creating for other people is your reward, and as you do that more and more, prices fall to free, and you benefit from those free prices, and society at large benefits from those free prices, and then you find something else you could create value for. Isn't that a good thing? Don't we try to make our lives easier by finding problems and creating more value? Why are we living in a system that is designed exactly the opposite? And from that, we can solve any problem we want. We can solve. I would ask you though in this, we're kind of going deep on some topics because I've given a lot of thought to this and how the world moves. I spent a lot of time thinking, okay, and then understanding, and I'm constantly trying to disprove my hypothesis. I'm constantly trying to, okay, was Bitcoin, what could there be something else? Could there be, what's wrong? It keeps on getting more and more proved on that. But meet people where they are. So when we talk about the energy crisis, or when we talk about green or environment, most people have a false belief. Now, I grant it's a false belief that kind of energy is a bad thing, and we have to decline energy and the works, and I'm not saying the false belief is atmospheric carbon. That is provable. There's more atmospheric carbon. The false belief is there's a way to stop that from a system that must grow forever on a finite planet. So ask them if climate change is their thing. How do you propose we solve a system? How do we propose we solve your problem with the system that must manipulate money and information for higher and higher things we don't need, to work harder and harder, to stay in a system to do that forever? And they'll find there is no answer. There is absolutely no answer, because as they do that, and as we reduce prices further, then you have to have more manipulation to make prices go up faster. And if you believed in climate change as a bad thing, then the thing that's driving climate change is the system they're advocating for to try to stop climate change. So when I said ask questions before, ask questions to bring into light where somebody wants to explore for themselves why their frame of the world might be wrong.
A few months ago, I watched this documentary about fast fashion. I can't remember what were the brands, but they are making like these fashion lines that are being produced every month or so, every 2 weeks. And they explained how actually, in order to, firstly they lie about the environmentally friendly new material they're using because it's made out of wood or something, and actually they're using so many chemicals to produce it. So yes, it's out of wood, but actually the amount of water that they're contaminating in order to produce the fabric was, I forgot what it was, like 60 to 1. Like 60 tons of water gets completely wasted in order to get 1 ton of this fabric. And we live in a world where consumerism is literally just the standard. We almost don't repair our things anymore. Oh, it has some small notch, some small problem, just throw it away, buy a new one. It's just cheaper, it's so much easier. Could you talk a bit about consumerism and Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's the same thing. There's a belief that if you lived in a deflationary system that people wouldn't spend. And so out of a credit-based system, you've always, most economics textbooks talk about that you create a spiral because people stop spending and they hoard their money. That's in a credit-based system, and that might be true. If you thought your value of your money was going to go up forever, you would hoard your money. But let's talk about a different system. Or let's talk about you or your human action. I know for me, I buy a new phone every 1.5 years or 2 years. And I could wait the entire time, use an old phone, an entire time, and then get all the value of something that costs less and more valuable. Well, why don't I wait? What about a TV? What about, I buy food, even though in a deflationary system that should come down. There's lots of things. All it does is change the concept. Because the other concept says, and it's so ludicrous to me that people actually believe this, the other concept says, the only reason I spend is because my money is losing value. Does that make any sense? It makes so, but and then they try to square the whole that same system with. So we want to drive more and more spending to make you spend more, to produce more, to have more jobs, to be able to stay on this mouse wheel that's going faster and faster and faster, and it feels like I can't keep up. Oh, and we're going to get you to spend more to stop climate change that this system's creating. Like it's just so nuts that we're listening to this nonsense through the system that actually is, because it's not just more consumerism, it's more production, it's more jobs. Instead of having, Natalie said, 1 job to be able to feed your family, 2 people are working, they're having families way later or not having families because they can't afford basic necessities to live. They're working harder and harder and harder, and some people that aren't working harder to try to stay off that mouse wheel are saying, I'm out, I'm done, I'm going to go kind of a ward of the state, give me money from the state. And so you get those incentives create a society that looks exactly like those incentives would look like. You need 2 cars. You need to because both people need to drive them back and forth to work. You need mini houses for the things you can't put in your house. We call storage units. And we never go back to the storage unit for the mini house that you created for, and we put tracts of storage unit land for all of the extra stuff. It's just complete nonsense.
And we have corporatism where a lot of companies are basically zombies that are relying on cheap financing and debt. Meanwhile, they've ballooned into these monopolies where Apple right now still uses so many fossil fuels to transport their goods, to have the power plants that are, or the factories that are making the things like iPhones, but they pay for a net zero status. They pay for it. I mean, the incentive system is just completely broken. As we start to wrap up, I just kind of want to get your take on what people might be able to expect in the coming, months, I guess, to a year. There are so many analysts, including you and the Lynn Aldens and Preston Pishes, where everyone's waiting for the system to break. It's cracking everywhere right now, right? And it seems like everyone's waiting for the pivot that will spark the money printer again, which will send Bitcoin to the moon. But that's really a bad way to look at it, right? Totally. And as this system crumbles, it really does. it does expose some of these underlying issues, the populism, the frustration, the growing inequality. How do you see just the next maybe 6 to 12 months playing out, and what should people know and maybe do?
Get out of the system. And when I say that you get out of the system, don't put all of your wealth, please don't lever into Bitcoin, but start to, Matt Odell says it perfectly all the time, stay humble and stack stats. Start doing that and start acquiring Bitcoin. Can I see a show of hands? Who owns Bitcoin in cold storage? Quite a few. For those who don't, do it today, or as fast as you can, and continue to do that. From there, if you've done that as step one, you'll start to see. And so it sounds like many people in this have. Then look at all the opportunities that are expanding in Bitcoin. Start to think of it as your unit of account. Start to pay people in Bitcoin. You can always buy more to put in the stuff that you just paid people in Bitcoin, but the faster that you use it to pay people on your Lightning wallets and such, the faster the economy moves to it. So you give an incentive to be able to create businesses around it, and that incentive spreads really fast with lots of people doing it. Just give a bias, because you think about a business accepting it. A business that doesn't have a 2.5% credit card fee. They have Bitcoin. And then as more and more people ask about, are you taking Bitcoin, more and more businesses accept it, and it changes them too. So that's already happening. It's happening around the world. You have two network effects reinforcing on top of themselves. Bitcoin is the asset, and Lightning on top of it, growing and reinforcing each other. But you can incent it. You can make a difference and incent it faster, and the world move that way. Additionally, you could, what other Natalie Plowman. Natalie, was a year and a half ago at Bitcoin conference where you came in as at that time you were in regular press, right? And so Natalie decided to move where most people thought there was risk, but Natalie knew it wasn't risk, it was opportunity. She decided to go all in, and look at what happened in a year and a half of her going all in. And so what ends up happening is when you're in the system that's moving faster, and everything we're talking about right now is true, and it's based on hope and abundance, you'll see more and more people are looking for your opinion, and you'll see more and more opportunities there. So I would keep that frame. I'd keep that frame. And then the other thing I would do is, while everything looks chaotic over here, try not to lean in. Try to meet people where they are, understand their pain, try to bring them over to a whole bunch of different ways and questions, but empathize and understand where they are, but don't get dragged into the system, because you can't fix it. It's unfixable from the system. Stay in your frame.
It's so inspiring, and I just think about the fact that most people are in Bitcoin, including me, because the system in some way didn't work for them, and they were searching for something else. And for the people that it did work for, they empathize with the rest of the people who it didn't work for. And it's what you said earlier, we create our own realities. It's kind of easy to understand why the powers that be, the central bankers, they don't want to understand this, because it's easy to confuse what is and what ought to be when what is has worked for you and has worked in your favor for so long. But we're creating this other reality, this other world, and I'm just so grateful to know and learn from people like you. And Plowman, thank you so much for having us. So everyone, Jeff Booth.
Thank you. Thanks. And like Greg said, I love Bulgaria.